time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never give it up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
bet your ass well. We got it? Got it. All right, let's get to work.
So, Dash is actually hosting the VCT Americas this week. I think we should try to do something for him, right? Because he's kind of used to that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my first day, looking at his face there. I mean, it reminds me. I was so nervous at the beginning. I think it'd be a good gesture of goodwill.
I suppose. When is he supposed to be here anyway?
I mean, I think he's in makeup, so should be out any minute, no?
Oh.
What's up, guys? How's it going? That's fun.
Hey, what's up, guy? Welcome.
Okay, not at me, not at me. Okay,
Here,
all right.
pull mine,
yeah.
pull mine.
Misspelled a little bit there, but I appreciate the effort.
The D is for Dash.
Ooh, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, for you. He's
Nailed
one
it.
of us now.
Well, I couldn't be happier to be one of us now. And sure, the sun is shining bright on this beautiful Saturday, but you can go ahead and touch grass another time because this is the place to be. Hello and welcome to week 3 of VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I am Dash. Joining me on the desk to kick off 3 straight days of competition on LAN in front of a live crowd, it's Vansili and Athena. And gotta be said, I'm so happy to be on the set with both of you. It's very weird for me to be in a place that I've called home for 10 years, but now hosting an entirely different game. It's an absolute dream.
So
here.
you're nervous?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous, it's very weird to walk into this set and feel butterflies, something I haven't felt in some time.
That's awesome.
How have you two been this week? You've had quite the week.
I've had quite a week, quite a long week. Tournament week. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been stressful.
We'll get into some of that.
Yeah.
We'll get into some of that. We have to talk about Athena's week. She's been here fresh off an impressive showing at Game Changers. Now, despite staggering setbacks, Athena and her teammates at Moist Moguls managed to finish top 4. Talk to me about your experience.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the last-minute pickup from Moist Moguls really helped us out because we were kind of in a bind, and we had, like, a ton of obstacles before us. I mean, Emily here just showed, like, how much power that we had put into this roster, into this game. Emily actually coming up with an ace 1v4, 1v5 clutch for us to actually keep it in OT.
I actually didn't even think I had a voice for that part. Emily just killed it.
I don't know if you saw the video that she posted, but I was literally screeching after that. Like straight up high-pitched screeches. Like it was great. It was really stressful. It was a fun time. Obviously we powered through. We had a lot of issues coming into it, and I think for us as a team, we just did like a really good job of like powering through everything, making sure that nothing's going to stop us at this point.
Hell yeah, as it shouldn't, right? So top 4 finish, of course, we do have to talk a little bit about the finals as well.
Yeah.
I'm curious your perspective watching from the sidelines for this one, how it all played out.
Oh my God, V1 looked amazing. I mean, they did not drop a map to anyone. Like they did so well. They look so strong as a team. I think huge props to Mel and Alexis. I mean, obviously this was the core of like the C9 dynasty beforehand, and they've come and just showed that like, hey, like doesn't matter who's on the roster, we can lead them to greatness. And I think Mel obviously did like a huge thing with that. So
They're just rolling in the dough right now too for Mel and Alexis. I think it's like their 8th Game Changers that they've won in North America, and yeah, we talked about a powerhouse in C9 White before, but I think this time with version 1, definitely it's another powerhouse, another super team, especially with Fluorescent. It was almost like a Fluorescent Gold Killed kind of matchup as well in that grand finals. I hope that at least throughout this year for Shopify Rebellion, they find a way to break that 2nd place curse.
yeah, I mean, for Floor, she really like popped off, and I think for Shopify, you can kind of see that like coming into it, they were a little shaky. They had good ground, but it was like the foundation was good, but they just couldn't kind of beat and push past that 2nd place curse. So I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, not dropping a map is a terrifying thing in any esport, let alone Valorant, to say the least. But heading into week 3, let's go ahead and check in on our current standings here in VCT America, see where we stand now. Today's matchups, they're going to shake things up because most of the league here stands at 1-1. Of course, first up, we have 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, and later on, we'll have NRG versus MIBR. But, I mean, this whole week, I think, is so interesting because we're finally going to start to see some separation and some definition in the standings, right, Vance?
Definitely a great opportunity for these teams to start stepping out at the same time. I mean, they all had shaky starts, which is why we currently see them at 1-1, but the C9 and 100 Thieves, I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as we think it's going to be. I think that's going to be a great opportunity for C9 to prove themselves going into this game and going into the series.
And Athena, I'm kind of curious your perspective at like this point in a season or in a split. Like, when do you start feeling the pressure as a player? Obviously, you want wins anytime you can get them, but when it comes to starting to move up the standings, you look at those 0-2 teams or the 1-1 teams trying to separate themselves. When do you really start to feel like you got to turn it on and find your peak form?
Yeah, I mean, coming into week 3, it's definitely like kind of a strong point to feel like, okay, we need to shift the momentum for us right now. Like coming in, you have the first week, like roster changes, you have new dynamic, you kind of have maybe honeymoon periods, you're not really 100% sure like where it's going to go. But then by week 3, you're like, okay, we have our foundations down, we have our mechanics down, we know who's going to be IGLing, we know who's going to be mid-rounding, we know who's going to be supporting.
Running out of excuses, right? You're running out of excuses if you can't get the dub, yeah.
So at that point, you're just kind of like, well, we really need to start putting it into action. And so right now, it's definitely kind of where the tides are going to turn for, okay, can we actually perform the way that we are expected to?
All right, so pressure's on here in week 3. Don't forget, next week is Super Week as well, so we'll have 5 days of play. Now, during the kickoff of VCT Americas, though, we did a power ranking of all 10 teams, and I think it's time for an update. Let's see where things stand as we send it over to Doug and Sideshow for a refresh.
Thank you so much, Tash. Yeah, Josh, as Dash was just saying, this happened a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
And I know that Brendan and Josh worked so hard. They combined their brain cells together.
Brendan Mimi, I've got more brain cells than Mimi. Don't be putting me in that group.
You're right. Combine their brain cells together to put together this power ranking. Now, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be very kind and generous to your colleagues.
Of course I will be.
And,
of course.
and tell me what you thought about their power rankings. And I want you to tell me off the bat who you think they slotted correctly. Let's start there.
It's kind of weird, actually, because broad strokes, it's not that bad. But I want to start with 100 Thieves and Sentinels, actually.
Okay.
So give me the 100 Thieves one.
All right.
Because weirdly enough, even though Sentinels got the win over 100 Thieves, I still want to put 100 Thieves above them. I feel like actually Sentinels are struggling to find their identity right now, and 100 Thieves are playing the better fundamental game.
Sure, I'll give you Sentinels as well.
Yep.
Remember, that was a week 1 matchup.
I know it was a week 1 matchup, and I know that the Sentinels fans are going to give me stuff for it, but listen, hand me another one, and we'll talk this through, because I think there's a lot of movement towards the bottom and the top of the pack.
All right, well, let's go to the bottom. What about Crew?
Okay, Crew. I think they're fairly reasonably placed, actually, down there in the 9th spot, but they're playing a lot better than we expected, or at least Brennan Mimi expected, in my opinion.
Sure.
And there's other teams that have slipped down.
Sure. And what about towards the top? We're going to jump around everywhere. Talk to me about Leviathan.
Leviathan is still playing really well. I've been impressed with what they've shown, but I think they slipped 1 spot just because the Panther is rising. There's crazy stuff happening.
No, not yet. Loud.
Loud? Where do you think I should put Loud?
I think Loud go at the top.
Loud go at the top?
Yeah,
Good
absolutely.
job. I don't care what you think. Loud are in 2nd place. Again, hand me the Panther. Let me talk about Furia.
The Panther?
No? Okay.
Yep. All right, here you go.
All right, that's
Cloud9.
not a Panther. That's a Cloud. Except, actually, Cloud9 have been doing pretty well. It's credit, honestly, that they even believed in the 8th spot. But I'm going to move them up a place here, and I think this battle that we've got going on between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves is actually a really important middle battle. MIBR. They haven't been playing that well, but they've been doing better than Crew, so I'm going to put them down there.
Evil Geniuses?
Evil
all
Geniuses.
9 of them? 10 of them? However many there are.
All of the Evil Geniuses have managed to combine together and only win maps of Heretics this year. And we've all seen the EMEA games, so let me speak no further.
What about NRG?
NRG are in the same group as Leviathan, in my opinion. They have been playing well. Obviously, they lost to Leviathan, but it's all about Furia. Those teams have to shift down because we've got a new team that looks like they're on top.
So who do you want at this
I want the Panther. Give me the Panther.
Right.
Yeah.
How about MIBR?
I don't want MIBR. I want to talk about Furia.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, we'll put, yeah, they're still there.
Yep.
Loud.
Well, what about Loud? How do you feel about Loud?
Right,
Josh?
okay. Well, I'll just
tell
talk
me about
them
Loud.
anyway, I suppose. But the reason that I think Furia deserve that #1 position, Khalil is playing like the best player in Americas. They're going to be facing off on Monday as well, Loud against Furia. So really, that's going to decide where that 1 and 2 falls. But frankly, this team has been on the rise for a while. Bren doubted them, put them in 4th place. that wasn't underrating them too bad, but what they've showcased, to me, deserves that #1 spot, frankly. We will see whether Loud are able to actually overcome them. Obviously made it to the finals of Lock-In, and they've never lost to a Brazilian team before. But if there was one team to do it, Furia looks so dangerous right now with Dejazine and Khalil.
They look incredible. Dash, what do you guys think? Good? Is he wrong? Is he crazy? What's up?
Well, he's definitely crazy. That much I know for sure. In terms of the list, I will defer to my analysts because we see some shakeups here. I think most notably, of course, is the fact that Furia jumps all the way up to the #1 slot. What do you make of that?
I mean, I think it's definitely ambitious. I think
It's a good word for it. It's a good word.
I think for me, Loud is kind of just like they found their bread and butter already. They've proven it multiple times, and so for me, like I kind of like stability. So I'm just gonna keep looking.
Yeah. They're still the champs, fans. They're undefeated. 2-0. They're the champs.
Sideshow is overcooking this. I think he's molding as much, like too much about KC Corp over at EMEA that he just became crazy now in North America. Yes, okay, they're 2-0 so far. They've won some teams, but it's all like this inter-region battles that they've had, right? Defeating Crew, defeating Leviathan. It comes down to teams that they played in the past before. How is that going to look against an American team in North America? They haven't played against a North American team since 2021 champions, and they lost. It's Sentinels.
The man's fired. The man's fired up. The day's only just begun, and the man's fired up. You got to love it, though. I'll also call out, we don't need to talk about him, 100 Thieves over Sentinels after dropping the series to Sentinels? Feels like a little disrespect, maybe. We are going to step away for a quick minute, but when we return, we'll break down our first match of the day. It's 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. We'll see you right back here in just a bit.
Trying to move into the site. It's a 4 versus 2. It's now Bang. Oh, looking for the transfer. And he's going to get it. Still stuck towards the top. As Rooney fights from the back. Make that even 3 for him.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we cause it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to VCT Americas. We're kicking off week 3 with 2 of NA's finest going head-to-head. It's 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. First, though, let's talk about 100 Thieves, who bounced back after a disappointing week 1 and took 2 straight maps off of Evil Geniuses. Is this team on the upswing? Can we call it that?
I'd like to think so. I would like to think so.
That was an exasperated yes, though. So let's work through that. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, because I got to say, they did win last week. It looked like a great win, but it was still against, unfortunately, EG. But then on the other end, EG didn't play too bad of a game, too bad of a series against 100 Thieves, putting up a very good first map on Haven, trying to figure out like the gaps between the matches that they had versus 100 Thieves, and actually played like a pulse plan pretty decently. So 100 Thieves, for me, I think that they still need some time here.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves also has Bang. And Bang came out with a bang and showed us who he is and how he plays. I mean, he literally looked unstoppable. Like, everything about him, his mechanics, his aim, his game sense, his map awareness, everything about him was just on fire. And I think that if he keeps that up, he will kind of replace the kind of star role that Cryo is kind of holding for a long time. So I think, like, it's really, really interesting. If every single person on this team performs the way that they have been performing, like the star players that they are, then...
Yeah, and I love this, because let's continue this conversation around Bang Van Silly, because we can always go back to individuals, right? And we can talk about how individuals are top performers. And I think that when you see Bang pop off in the way he does, in some ways it almost exacerbates the question of, like, so then why aren't they necessarily at the top of the table when you got dudes popping off like this?
But that's the thing, and you need those players to be kind of like consistent if you want those pop-off moments, and it doesn't happen every single time for a team like 100 Thieves, because you're counting on players like Cryocells when he's playing a jet to try to move forward. But again, when you're looking tactically of how it worked between 100 Thieves and EG, the game plan, it was still sound there for EG, but it's just Bang is able to win a 4 versus 1, break the momentum of EG. But if it comes down to, like, okay, how are they working the attack? How are they working the defense for EG? They still put up a good fight in that, and there was still struggles in those moments.
Well, let me come right back at you then, because let's identify maybe a second player, right, behind Bang, who we want to see step up, has stepped up at moments, maybe still a little bit of inconsistency. I'm looking at Cryo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cryo's still always very good, but when, yes, he didn't have the best in terms of stats on Icebox, I think he went really negative, like at 6-11 or whatnot, but Icebox is not the type of map where you want Cryocells to, like, activate and be that entry fragger. He's got to delay, he's got to make some smokes. What I like seeing from 100 Thieves is that they actually use him as the Omen to create space on Icebox. He's shrouded stepping, getting picked up, at least finds information. He's like a human drone for 100 Thieves, so that somebody like Bang and Derek could actually come back and trade with them.
I actually love that too, because 100 Thieves recently kind of changed their in-game IGLing style to have a lot more freedom. They were super, super structured, and I think giving freedom to players like Bang and Cryo might actually make them way better players, or have, like, pushed their skill ceiling way harder than they should have earlier. And I think, like, giving a team more freedom may, you know, kind of be for the worse, but for the better. So,
it's a gamble, right? Because you can find just disgusting synergy like in that freedom and get to a place where, oh, not so much has to be said and we're still making the plays. By the same token, you can kind of be directionless, right? If no one is willing to kind of take the reins when they find themselves in a winning moment. We flip on over to the other side of the matchup. We got to talk about Cloud9, who similarly are trying to find themselves, right? I think that's maybe the best way to play it. No surprise, or no secret, I should say, Athena, that their off-season got kind of turned on its head. Obviously losing Ye, who many will tout as the best player in North America, and looking to replace him and still find success.
Yeah, I know. That roster change is crazy. Like, I think it's just, like, one of the most questionable decisions, I think, that for me personally as a player seeing it, I mean, there must have been some sort of inside ideas that weren't kind of meshing together very well, but overall it's just, it's really concerning, because C9 kind of has their bread and butter. They have Leaf, they have Zeppa.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah, and they still have two new
Leaf,
players.
That's it, but they also
they also
I love it when we have. They've also got Rooney and Zelsis.
They have a good roster. In the end, they have a good roster. You may
That's
say
it.
that in the offseason they kind of had the world turned upside down, but they didn't face plant. They still looked really good.
Yeah.
And IGL, you have Rooney that's coming into the scene right now calling this team, but at the same time, they still got a map under the belt in that series against Loud, who arguably is the top team in Americas, unless they're sideshow and you're thinking about Furia. But at the same time, you got to say that, okay, they didn't have too much time to cook with. and they're still able to put maps against some teams. They're able to find a good structure behind. And on top of that, Jake and also Rooney are putting up great performances in the fragging department too. So it's not a bad-looking roster right now.
Yeah, what do you make of new players coming into rosters and how they should approach assimilating into a team? Is it their job? And this is also an interesting situation because it's not just one substitution, it's two,
Yes.
right? Is it their job on the outset to just morph and chameleon into what Cloud9 already was? Or do they need to redefine Cloud9 entirely?
I mean, it's actually funny because we were in a similar situation where we had a core and then we had these two new players and then we kind of did assimilate. The core assimilated to the new players where we kind of changed up IGLs, we kind of changed up roles because we wanted to make everyone comfortable. And that was our approach to it. So if C9 is kind of going down that same route, then I think they're going to try to make everyone comfortable and try to do their best at changing, whatever roles they need to change, whatever in-game voices they need, whatever strengths that each of these players bring, they really need to find a way to pick it up and show it.
Well, speaking of making Jake and Rooney comfortable, their debut has been very solid, right? Yes. But if you're watching this team play, it's no secret that Leaf is the one who's the hard carry at the moment.
Yes, that's what I love seeing as well. Leaf coming back into this roster as not being tied in to just playing sentinel roles. Remember him at Locked In, stuck on a Cypher, stuck on a Killjoy, around the range, stuck around the range of the Killjoy utility. Now he gets to pop off again. It kind of brings back to that statement of what Jack and MCE had when they talked about the role issues and why we actually unfortunately lost in Vanity. But now you have an opportunity to see a C9 back of 2021 when Leaf was playing on a Jet on Breeze, I remember. Do we want Breeze back? I don't know. That's going to be another discussion. But when we saw Breeze just on our, should I say Leaf on that Jet, he looked awesome. And it's great to see that he's able to pop up again this time as a support role, as a Sky, also as a Jet. Now there's also flexibility in the core, going deep into agent pools that they're super comfortable with. Like I said, I don't think that we should sleep on this team.
Yeah, I will admit it's a curiosity of mine. Cloud9, at least in the League of Legends world, has this identity of losing the offseason, right? They always get made fun of for losing the offseason and then outperform everybay, right? And Jack can kind of throw that into people's faces, trust the process. Will that be the case here in Valorant? Because once again, forfeiting Ye from your roster alongside Vanity, those are big moves and ones that will be criticized if they don't ultimately work out for this team in the end. We talked about debuts for these young players, and Jake has himself a tough matchup today. If we're going to hone in on one featured matchup, it's going to be Jake up against Bang. We talk about what Bang's already done for this 100 Thieves roster, and it's going to be up to Jake to contain him today.
Yeah, I mean, both these players are so good. They look so crispy in game, and you can just see that both these stats show that they are actually putting up the numbers that each of these teams need. So obviously Bang, I think for me, has just had that insane awareness playing for his team, and he really proved himself as a player more than just a fragger. And I think that that's something that I think Jake kind of brings, but also, in my opinion, I think Bang just kind of really proved it to us, and I'm really hyping him up. So I really hope he performs today.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I agree with
set expectations.
Exactly. In the same sense, I do agree with Myrna because Jake also has played a lot of that Jet role, duelist role in collegiate, coming now into this roster to play more of a controller role, a support role, and it's a different type of play style, right? When you're actually playing as a duelist, you have to try to open the mark. You have to dive. You have to create that space. He's able to do it. This time, he's going to have to assist more, but maybe be in situations where he's going to have to clutch. And yes, you've been actually hyping up Bang a lot, that 4 versus 1, and how good he's been on Icebox. I haven't seen too many opportunities where Jake had to be in those situations where he had to try to clutch, so I'm hoping that I get to see that opportunity for today. And if he pops off, then that's another discussion to later on to say how even these two players could be.
Now, moving away from rosters and one-on-one matchups and things like that, Cloud9, they do have one little ace up their sleeve, and that has been their eco round performance so far in the league. I mean, you're always happy to get one, let alone many when it comes to an eco round win rate. But they've performed quite admirably here. Top of the league when it comes to their win rate in those eco rounds.
Yeah, I mean, thrifties, ecos, whatever you want to call it, every single time, they can be completely random. They can be completely set in stone. And I think C9 kind of proved that, we can bring that random factor. We can kind of play together as a team, even on those eco rounds. A lot of the time, eco rounds are overlooked by teams. I feel like they're just like, oh, it's just eco, try to get kills, try to get whatever, like get exit frags. But
Then you got players like you got 4, like Rooney, like he's just insane on that sheriff too.
Yeah.
So they definitely have the firepower to just turn around over sometimes without even needing strats rather.
Well, that could be such a difference maker, right? I mean,
Yeah.
even if you don't get the round win, right? You mentioned just wrecking the economy of your opponent
yes.
on a thrifty round could be just as valuable to a degree. Now, we are minutes away from 100 Thieves and Cloud9, so don't go anywhere. We'll have our predictions and more when VCT Americas continues right after this. When does TSM play? Those are good questions to be asking, and questions I don't have the answers to. Welcome back, everybody. Cloud9, 100 Thieves. They're standing by.
Miranda, do you have an answer? You played for TSM at once.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
No.
Just keep waiting. Just keep waiting. One of these days. All right, it's time for us to break out the whiteboards here, talk about some predictions for the first series of the day. It's 100 Thieves on one side, Cloud9 on the other. I don't want to go first, so I'm gonna make you go first.
Okay. So I was joking around with the dressing room, so I'm dressed kind of like an artist today, right? With the shirt.
Yeah.
So I decided to add a little bit more art into my prediction. So hopefully I didn't slander the logo, but I'm definitely going for the Thieves. They're definitely, yes, maybe not looking as good as I thought they would be from the get-go, but they're still showing some good signs of promises. There's still an opportunity for an upset.
All right, well executed on the drawing there. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Athena, what are you thinking here?
So actually, I was joking around with the wardrobe today, and they told me that I could. So I decided to draw my prediction, and so we also have 100 Thieves. I hyped up Bang. I'll hype up the whole team. I think it's gonna go 100 Thieves' way.
That's so funny. I was also having a conversation. No, I'm kidding. I am going for 100 Thieves as well. I think this is near a coin flip at the end of the day. And so that's going to be a tough one, I think, for either of these teams, but giving the edge to 100 Thieves at that. Predictions are locked in. I think it's about time that we talk about difference makers here. Ultimately, when it comes down to 100 Thieves winning, what is it?
Yeah, so it's the way that they're able to execute into sites. I think you're bringing back that 2021 style of 100 Thieves, always being really good at executions, but there is some gaps in trying to hold it that their opponents, EG, were able to do last week, so they got to be careful to brush that up.
There you have it. Some final thoughts before we dive into it. We're set So let's go ahead and get Saturday started off right. 4 teams will take to the stage today. Anything can happen. Anything will happen in week 3 of VCT Americas, and all of that's going to start in just about a moment. I'm so happy to be here back in my home studio. Now the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles. VCT Americas starts right now.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone was talking about him, and this is going to be the guy to look out for.
Too much Cryo again. Does this guy miss? Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't.
Olha a Zé, escala bem, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão!
Se acaba tempo e leva!
Bom, agora a gente enfrenta a NRG, eles adaptam muito durante o jogo. Você pode esperar tudo deles, tem que respeitar os caras.
Tom left in this 1v2. He gets one. Letting it swing into him, and it does. Huge out from Finesse. Can he get the 1v1? Jeff on the tap, on the hold, but Finesse with the swing.
We respect them a lot. We know they have good players, and we're not going to underestimate them.
Por cima o Muriz aparece bem, leva 2, 3 kills do Capita, ele quer mais. Rotação, são 3 jogadores chegando. Segura o primeiro, viu o segundo, vem o terceiro. Monstro!
Their new additions are still pretty strong, and I expect them to be a pretty tough matchup.
Still stuck towards the top. As Rooney fights from the back. Make that even 3 for him. But there's that position from Zeppa. Lands onto the second kill. Dodging the flame storm to get the third. Trying to salvage the thrash, but Leaf is once again there.
I think 100 Thieves is a solid team. If that team catches their confidence again, they could be insane.
Osna fighting back towards Sewers, and he gets the 3K. As now Bang. Oh, looking for the transfer, and he's gonna get it. I love it. He did the snail. He did the snail.
I loved absolutely every single moment of that walk-on. The battle of 1-1 teams here in week 3, Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. We were joking. Is it too late to change our predictions?
I was gonna say.
100 Thieves guys, they got all out of whack there. I'm worried about the shot calling and the synergy at this point if we're going on stage in the wrong order.
I thought I was the one that was nervous on the desk because I get to be with the best hosts in the industry and one of the best minds here in Game Changers for Valorant. But it definitely does look here at the players walking out the stage that maybe the nervousness is coming out from the Thieves.
All of that was just so much fun. Also, did you see the fist bump at the end?
That's it. He did the snail.
A little bit.
You ever?
Yeah.
I got caught. I do those.
Get him with the snail.
Yeah, yep.
All right, let's do our best to refocus in on this series. As much fun as it was to watch all of that take place. Even just referencing the way that the players themselves were talking in that little video preview, right? We heard Cloud9 members talking about how scary this 100 Thieves roster can be, especially if they find their confidence again, right? And I think that's a big factor here, especially as we play week over week in a league format on stage with a crowd. That's going to take some getting used to. And you got to wonder, when will they find that peak of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, for both these teams, when they are at their full confidence kind of play zone, then that's when you can tell that they're fully comfortable. And I think one of the biggest things about playing on a team is in order to be comfortable, you have to feel like you are having fun. And I think that is a really big thing. And it's really hard to do when you're in front of a whole crowd and there's cameras and lights flashing and everything, you know, but it's really interesting to see which one of these teams is going to be able to kind of pick it up, play it like they do in scrims, you know, like just have fun with it and also win.
Yeah, that's definitely what I saw from the last 2 weeks, actually. I was seeing Cloud9 coming into the tournament here for the VCT Americas. Starting off week 1, week 2, Jake, like there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's already coming out smiling in the camera shots, the player shots that we have in between the rounds. I think this is still going to be a very good series that might even go to 3.
Yeah, well, if we want to go to 3, we'll see what maps it would have to happen on. It'll be Cloud9 with the first of the map vetoes, and it's banned towards Icebox.
I mean, I would ban it too. I saw the way Bang was playing on that, I would ban it too. I don't blame them for that at all.
Fair enough. Pearl will follow pretty quickly here for 100 Thieves. What do you make of that one, Vince Silly?
It's actually quite interesting because Pearl was also the map that was played last week by Cloud9, and it seemed that they were figured out when they're playing against Loud, focusing a lot for Zelsis around the orb on the A site, around that Phoenix play. And maybe because of that read too, they still might be afraid of the face-to-face battles. Going to Lotus, though, that's going to be a very fun one.
How much do you index into your opponent's performance on maps versus just your own, securing your own maps?
I think for us, we kind of prioritize our bans for our opponents. Recently, we have been permabanning because it's been a little clustery, but I think banning your opponent's best map, picking your best map is really good, and that's why I think this C9 pick on Lotus is really good. I mean, we did see it, the last time we saw it was in Lock-In where they did win, and I know 100 Thieves have not looked that good, and then the 100 Thieves pick of Ascent is also really interesting.
Definitely. I think looking back at that Lotus is, again, one of the key components of the coaching staff around C9 with MC and Cooper going into maybe maps where you don't expect C9 to come in as like a new roster. Hey, can we play the common maps? Should we play the Havens? Should we play the Ascents of the world? And when they picked Split last week on top of that and got that map against Loud, I definitely do think that they have something cooked up here at Lotus, where even for 100 Thieves, they didn't look that great, as you mentioned, Myrna, because they had to Fade coming into that. They had a Cypher going through at Lock-In too, and it looked like it wasn't as clean as you want it to be. So this is a great opportunity for C9 to put another one early onto the board.
Cloud9 boys in the house. Love to see it. Love to see it. LCS champions. They'll soon be on their way to London to compete in MSI, but hoping to watch their boys take a dub in VCT Americas. Van said he wants all 3. He said he thinks this series can go all 3, but now that you've seen the actual map picks, are we going to make it to Haven, you think, Athena?
I think that we will. I think it is a 3-map pick. I think the comps are going to be really interesting, and when it does come to Haven, I think it's going to be really close, but I think these comps coming into Lotus are going to be really interesting. We do see Leaf on the Neon, which is going to be super exciting. We have Sky, obviously one of the best initiators to have on this map at this moment. We have Viper coming in. We have the Omen for Bang. We have the double controller setup from C9. It's going to be a really fun game to watch. A double initiator on 100 Thieves is also really cool.
And now the Thieves are seeing that strength there, going into that Killjoy as that Sentinel for their composition. So Stellar switching away from that Cypher into that Killjoy is going to be something very nice to see. But what's very intriguing for me is Asuna going on to this Breach. They're going into trying to support Cryo as much as they can into the entries. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him to try to perform to get the entries that you want. So hopefully Asuna is there for that second trade.
Yeah, I mean, it works out perfectly because for 100 Thieves kind of going against the double controller, they're going to need as much util as they can to get onto that site. The amount of delay that this team has is just way too much. Like, they can delay for so long that 100 Thieves is going to have to push through, and it's the same, vice versa. I think both these comps are like kind of the yin and yang of each other.
I'm excited. I'm a big Breach fan, so I'm happy to see that one locked in. You've got so many blinds on that team between Sky Breach and even Omen being able to add in there. Comps are locked in. Teams are ready to do battle here on Lotus for our first map of the day. It's time for us to send it over to our casters. As we do, I want to wish both Wyatt and Bren well. Please get better soon, my dudes. Until then, we're handing it over to a brand new duo here, Esports Doug and Sideshow.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yeah, Josh, an honor to share the desk with you, even if he is the inferior Elden Ring player at the desk. It's so good.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Now, I want to get your thoughts on this because this feels like a battle of the middle of the pack, but Josh, it's for very different reasons. I think if you consider both teams at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the year, you would have expected this to be a blockbuster match. Both teams really fighting for the absolute top of Americas. And for various different reasons, that hasn't exactly materialized. And instead, you've got a situation where I think 100 Thieves especially have higher expectations coming into this game and are going to be expected to kind of put Cloud9 away. And if they can't do that, maybe it has concatenating repercussions for them as we move deeper into this. Having said that, Cloud9 going with the pick for Lotus here, I think is so interesting. I expect them to be very prepped, as they were when they played that first map against Loud.
Oh, they're going aggressive. Look at how far Cryo's already gone, but he got flashed in response by Jake, and he falls. Got it.
And that is a huge trailblazer, too. So many people stunned up. Look at Asuna's health. Bang and Asuna. Barely with a shred of life between them. And Stella's on his lurk play again. Stella was playing Cypher last time we saw them play Lotus, and he was doing this kind of stuff all the time. Just trying to contact back into A, using his cam. On Killjoy, he has even less ability to do that, I think.
Well, I think the lurk has already been had. If it wasn't the turret, it was also because Zeus is spotted, but I don't know if they're expecting Stellar to be creeping this far up.
Stella has to make a play in this kind of situation, and Cloud9 are reading it.
Whew. Now two members weak on the side of Cloud9, and Jake and Leaf. You see the utility set up. They start to flood out onto the side. Bang, the tip of the spear with 53 HP, spotting the first and falling at the hands of Zeppa. But it's traded right back. And Stellar trying to hit the transfer, not able to do so. Derek in this 1v2. He's so weak. Celsius gets 3 on the round, and Cloud9 are on the board first.
Great stuff for Cloud9 in the pistol round.
Yeah.
They handled that right from the very beginning. 100 Thieves had a big plan to try and take B control, trap a player there in the breakable door. Look at them pinging it on the minimap here as well. You know, clearly, that's where the round went wrong. But at the same time, by the time they got back into A, they actually made a lot of their fundamental strengths work. Derek, Asuna, Stella all combining together, playing angles off each other. Made it somewhat winnable. I am interested in general to see how this attacking composition works, though. For 100 Thieves, we've seen the meta for this map really heavily trend towards double smokes. And they have abandoned that. 0 and 2 during lock-in, playing the solo Astra. Now here Bang swaps over to Omen, but it's not a significant shift. And we also saw NRG fall flat on their face trying to run the double flash comp. It's not exactly the same, but double initiator hasn't really been working.
There's definitely some similarities there. You see this crossfire set up and the entry to B. And I think they know that Leaf is there as well, so yeah, he's gonna have to tuck tail and get away.
I think for 100 Thieves too, this will be giving flashbacks to that first round of lock-in where they played against Footballist, and the Neon Comp was on the other side there, delivering them a pretty hefty upset loss in that first map.
I don't know
they battled back through.
I don't know anyone expected that.
No, certainly not. I mean, did anyone expect Cloud9 to be this competent, honestly, with those 2 roster changes that they've made too?
Also
I think
good point.
Valorant is full of surprises, and this team is definitely delivering them. 100 Thieves so slow in this round, though. Only classics, no serious danger.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for Asuna's fault line to come back up, which it just did, and there it is. Drop, Jake playing inside the smoke to try to deal some damage, and that flash is gorgeous, man. Nobody could see a thing.
And I would expect 100 Thieves slow pace to continue, even once they get the rifles on board. With only one smokes player, it's quite difficult to maneuver your way around the map.
Yeah, sure. Especially a 3-site map.
Yeah, you see the best teams in the world on this often take C control early, they'll push a player up B, re-clear A about a minute mark, and at that point, the attackers have full control of the map. It's a very attack-sided map in general, too. But let's see. Here now with 100 Thieves, rifles on board, and a 3-player stack for the defenders looking to fight over Mound.
You wonder if they're expecting some aggression there, if they're trying to fight for an orb. No one really close, so they just want the space. Just waiting on contact. Cloud9 with the lighter weaponry here. Instantly dropped by Asuna.
Oh, what perfect crosshair placement from Asuna there.
And it doesn't get much easier than that.
I mean, the idea is good from Cloud9. There's a one-way smoke from the Omen, so they put up their Viper wall, and that makes the one-way useless. They can threaten like they've repositioned, or in fact, fight heavily over it, but...
He's had? Wow, I mean, they read him like a book. Rooney had to try to get out of there, and that was all off the setup of the Viper wall that you mentioned. It was intended to feign the possibility of crossing. They did, and they die there as well.
I think in other rounds, you're going to see 100 Thieves still have to put a lot of pressure in that area, despite the fact that Cloud9 are probably not going to play that heavily, but that is a very simple round taken by 100 Thieves. I mean, right from the off, Asuna controls it, and he's got his Rolling Thunder online too.
Round 4, by the way. Excellent response on that round. A flawless round. They keep all weapons. They may have taken some damage, but really not a ton. Not a bad response. Note here also, Zelsis 1 point away from having the lockdown online.
I don't think he's going to get an opportunity for it. And in fact, Cloud9 are going for the same kind of setup over towards C.
If at first you don't succeed,
keep bashing your head against the brick wall.
That's how the saying goes.
Yeah, I think so.
But this time, Leaf is much further up. He's playing just on the other side of the wall. And he slipped through. Note, there's no lock, there's no alarm bot, there's no turret to push this flank.
And the Trailblazer gets used to kind of re-clear this B area. And normally you're going to see teams use that over towards A. Instead, 100 Thieves contacting their way in with Cryo, Bang. On the pistol round, it was Stella doing the same thing. No real utility being used heavily in the A side of the map, but still about 1 minute on the clock, they re-clear that. Leaf is very, very pushed up here.
He is. He followed the Trailblazer up, and now Stella just on the other side. The shots are clean from Leaf, and that's an opener for Cloud9.
It's lovely. They know exactly where 100 Thieves are going. There's a Rolling Thunder to deal with, but other than that, Cloud9 should be set up.
Look at Jake in a position to make a huge play, and that's a spike.
Down A.
Well out of reach of the remaining members of 100 Thieves, as Jake gets the second, the third is teed up and dropped. The guy continues to answer the call for Cloud9.
It's so impressive what these players have been able to accomplish. They fit into the team beautifully. I mean, Rooney and Jake, massive credit to them, and MCE for, you know, knowing where to look, finding these talents.
I'm out of here.
You know, it's funny, I had a conversation with him shortly before the season started with MCE and kind of like feeling him out, getting his thoughts. Hey man, how are you feeling going into the season? You doing okay? And he said, I think we're gonna be just fine.
Yeah.
And man, has that not been accurate so far.
Yeah. I do not like this contacty approach to the A site from 100 Thieves, though.
I agree.
If anybody's trying to challenge over there towards Rubble, you know, whether that be Leaf or whether that be, you know, Jake in the mid-round, they don't have any utility really to clear that area. They're going to flash it at the beginning of this round, but it's the same kind of setup for Cloud9. 3 players mount, controlling C, and it kind of drives 100 Thieves into these A takes. Trailblazer again used only 10 seconds on the clock.
That flash is early and Leaf has gotten through. What do they have? Does Austin have any utility left? Yeah, he still has everything.
Look how Cloud9 are messing with this, though. Jake going for an info play over towards C.
Lockdown, use B. Trying to create some space for the attacking side.
And specifically, nice positioning here from Cryo and Bang, too. The Trailblazer, though, stopping things a little here. And also giving information that they weren't pushing off the back of the lockdown. So now Cloud9 are anticipating this hit coming through to A, and that's exactly where the spike is going. The reads are beautiful. At what point is Asuna going to decide to use the Rolling Thunder?
Here.
He has a lot of tools at his disposal. So has the fault line as well. And there's the Rolling Thunder. Going to pave the way. Is it going to hit anyone? No, I believe that hit missed the 2 members up in heaven as well.
And this, what a position for Leaf to be playing.
He's going to play spoiler. That's the spike once again. Sitting in no man's land. They have to get through, and then they have to clear a tree if they want to get the spike back. Then they have the lockdown they're going to have to navigate to. This just spells disaster for 100 Thieves.
I mean, look at Bang's POV there, and you can sense the chaos and the frustration. He's been left in a position, surrounded, ambushed. And despite running a double flash composition that has fault line, aftershock, all the flashes in the world, Trailblazer, they just aren't being able to secure these positions on A. They didn't use any utility to try and flush out Leaf in Tree. And despite getting into the site, they didn't really control, you know, the surrounding areas. Just got ambushed by Cloud9.
You know, the crazy thing too is 100 Thieves haven't been using early utility to control A main, and Cloud9 haven't played aggressively on A main. So imagine another round where Cloud9 calls something different and they decide to play up aggressively on A while 100 Thieves are trying to contact their way through.
Yeah, I think
it could be another disastrous round.
It could be dangerous for 100 Thieves, yeah.
Early timeout called.
Yeah, and I think this one in the right place. Listen, when you look at the series overall, I don't think it's unreasonable to favor 100 Thieves here. As we move later towards Ascent and towards Haven, I mean, those are maps where certainly we've seen some stumbles from Cloud9 and 100 Thieves maybe looking a bit more comfortable there.
Sure.
But this first map is giving me serious flashbacks to how well drilled Cloud9 looked in that game against Loud, where they come out straight, instantly, well, in that instance, to a 7-0 lead. This, though, looks like it could be as dominant despite 100 Thieves grabbing one in the middle. They just look like they're in control. They've put some serious time and thought into what to do on Lotus, adapting their composition, changing away from the chamber where Ye was at his most superb, and instead pushing Leaf onto, you know, the star duelist role. Cells is where he's comfortable, playing a very meta comp.
What do 100 Thieves do out of this one? They used the Rolling Thunder, excuse me, in the previous round. Asuna doesn't have that here.
I think you fight C. 100 Thieves got their best opportunity of winning a round, and in fact did very easily when Asuna was spraying into C. But not just that, Doug. You can flash through this smoke and try and clear it out with the guiding lights. They've got all the tools that they need to be able to take C control early.
Slightly different here out from Cloud9. Only 2 going into bound. They clear out the turret that's intended to cover the flank, and then they rotate back.
This is going to end up being a full retake, I think, from Cloud9. You just look at their positioning. They were playing aggressive early for C and B control. They're going to be here ready. They can either flood in when the plant gets tapped, or they can wait to do something big and set, and Zelsa's position has not been cleared.
No, and he's been so patient, too, not making a peep. You've got Leaf with ult. Do they choose to use it? 3 members, 2 in tree, and then what just on the other side at half wall? Cryo not able to find the first. Can Asuna do something different? As he trades it right back. Dancing around, feeling pressure from either side, and he's overwhelmed. Now a 3-2 number still in favor of 100 Thieves here as they have a good shot at winning this round. What can Rooney do? Member spotted, Rooney dropped, and Jake left alone.
Difficult situation for Jake and Rooney. The retake not quite working there. 100 Thieves able to hold on.
Well, let me ask you this, because we've seen a very similar flavor out from 100 Thieves so far, but this one worked. What was different?
The difference being that they managed to get into good post-plant positions. I mean... Oh, Derek!
Well done.
All good.
Sorry.
All good, don't worry. All good. That was actually planned.
Calculated.
Yeah, that was calculated. No, I think the big difference there being the Cloud9 were playing aggressive towards C and B, right? They weren't A. They were able to get an easy entry in, and then their players were playing very heavy post plants around tree, and there were no players there to disrupt the site from coming through in the first place.
There was no flank, there was no pressure from spawn.
Exactly.
The difference here from Cloud9, we talked about this a few rounds ago, this time 3, intending to pressure A.
Let's go.
We'll see how 100 Thieves handle this, as it seems like they aren't really interested in going that way at all.
Very difficult to challenge that early stun that Leaf's going to throw out there, but instantly going for a rotate.
They leave Jake at A. Well, everything. I mean, your Killjoy utility from Zelsis, you've got 3 members playing over at Waterfall too.
So they're hoping to try and crunch players on C right now. Look at this flash going in, clearing areas, Cryo opening the door. Getting set up for some C control just through the door there would be a nice play had Cloud9 been playing aggressively in that area. But the defensive setups have been mixed up.
I think this was also intended to be exploratory from 100 Thieves, right? Apply a little bit of pressure, get Derek in a spot where he can get his ult, and then use it. Now Seeker's invested.
This feels like an A hit too, and look where the spike is, complete other direction. But Celsius is holding on, and he's going to be asked to do a lot.
Yeah, do they bite? Do they bite on the fake? As they invest the Seekers of their own. And it is going to tag a couple of members, so there is a false sense of information here of confidence that the hit is A.
At the same time, though, alarm bot triggered over on C, and Celsius now, his watchful eyes poking towards that choke. And the Trailblazer clears out B as well. They're pretty confident this isn't going to be a pivot. It's going to end C. Here come Leaf, here comes Zephyr, the cavalry's coming.
The triple pump fake is taking place. Cry, the only one will fall. You can't imagine he uses it here. Celsius is able to spam through the utility, through the smoke, to another kill, and it's clean from Cloud9.
What a shutdown. They always know where 100 Thieves are ending. I mean, they just have a ton of map control. And I think 100 Thieves are really struggling here to retake areas and threaten multiple places. The way that Zephyr, I mean, the Trailblazer, to me, is the biggest difference between these two teams, which might seem like a small thing to pick up on, but Derek is playing it right at the beginning of the rounds, flushing out anywhere that Cloud9 could be playing aggressively off the rip, whereas instead, Zephyr's using it to re-clear places and get them information when there's like a minute or less on the clock, and that helps inform their rotates. And so 100 Thieves, in some sense, are having to burn that really important piece of util because they're worried about how aggressive Cloud9 could be. And that's one of the advantages of playing the Neon. Sometimes the threat is worse than the action.
Interesting the way the pathing worked out. The setup is there for Cryo. He's able to get an opener in a second, too. This is very reminiscent to the opening round. They wanted to set Cryo up to make a play. This time he does.
But they've still been denied their access to the B site. And so, Rooney getting pressured here, jumping classics all over.
2 heads spotted. The third, no idea. Sucker punching him down into the next round.
There.
And there's where a measure of confidence can be very beneficial. Overwhelming.
He doesn't ult here, right? Surely not.
I don't think it would help him.
3 members. Brutal setup. He doesn't even check. Oh, dear. Oh, no. What was that? 1v3 here. Jake falls.
Wow.
Wow. That was uncomfortable.
But an unexpected eco round for 100 Thieves to be able to pull out.
Yeah.
Cryo finally having a moment where he's able to really flex his muscles on Jet. That's what they were trying to do on the pistol, absolutely. Like you said, Doug. Set Cryo up for one of those aggressive plays. But they've really struggled to get a read on where that vulnerable spot is. And I think they found a nice avenue there, being able to get into that BC connector. There's often going to be a rotate player there. There's often going to be a killjoy that can't really look after themselves if they're getting overwhelmed with flashes and stuns. But I don't really see anywhere else on the map where they're going to be able to make a play like that work.
I do think, though, if you're 100 Thieves, like, you continue to trust Cryo, right? Like, you continue to try to set him up, and maybe you're poking and prodding to try to find where he can find some success, but you continue to put the ball in his hand, surely.
Yeah, I mean, part of what they're doing, actually, is playing quite slowly in most of their rounds and not really having him explode in with a lot of utility. So maybe that's an adjustment that they could make.
Sure.
Try and play very aggressive in post plants as well. You know, have one of those slow rounds, see if you can get a plant down on A or B, and then decide to go for some aggression. Push stairs with Cryo, or, you know, push into the AB connector if you plant on B. There's many different ways in which you could play that and allow him to be aggressive.
Yeah, scale up a little differently. Folks, I'm being informed that there is a game issue. There are players who are reporting some lag on stage. So as soon as we get that figured out, we'll get it rectified, situated, and get back into the action early. If you are just joining us, this is map 1 of this best of 3. Cloud9 have kind of caused fits for 100 Thieves as they hold on to a 2-round lead.
Cloud9 have been causing fits for quite a number of teams, actually.
Yeah, they have.
Overperforming expectations, I think. People were, you know, looking at this squad and, I mean, they're playing with a collegiate player. Their IGL's just come in from Tier 2. Surely they're not going to be able to accomplish too much. And actually, this team is looking tight, drilled. I think MCE's done a great job, as of the core from Cloud9, of being able to integrate these new players and play well around a new system. And I think the tech pause allows me to weave a little story for you, Doug.
I do love a good story.
Let me weave a little story here. So, about a year ago, Cloud9 played against 100 Thieves.
Oh, we're going back.
Oh, and you won't believe who was playing. I mean, it was a blockbuster battle of Zeta for Cloud9 playing against Eccles and Baby J for 100 Thieves. So, I mean,
we're going back.
We're really talking ancient history. But I think well, if you think back to what happened last year, Cloud9 made a roster move that a lot of people didn't quite agree with, and the ship slowly sunk, whereas that 100 Thieves team had a Viking funeral. They just torched the entire thing, and they rebuilt, and they were actually able to benefit from Cloud9's slow slip away from relevancy in 2022, because there was a spot open at the top.
Sure.
And I think that has really carried through its thread into this game. If you think about that rebuild from 100 Thieves, what an opportunity that was for Bang and for Stellar to really show themselves at a tier 1 level, to go to big events, and they grasped that opportunity. And I look at the players on the other side here. Rooney especially is in a similar spot, and Jake has been given, I mean, an opportunity you wouldn't even believe as a collegiate player to play at a tier 1 level and see whether he can hang and get that experience and perform on a top level. And they just have to look across the stage to see what could, you know, what the future might be able to look like,
what it could
if they can take grasp of this opportunity.
And I want to go back to you're just mentioning Jake and Rooney and how exceptional they've been. They've answered the call every week, right? There were almost no expectations for this squad. Let's be honest. There was a lot of doubt. There was a lot of, there's no way these guys can execute on the big stage. They're so young. How are they going to navigate the pressure? The fact that they should be getting out called by these world-class IGLs and everything that comes along with that. And man, they've answered the call, not just in their individual play calling, in their macro, but also their individual play making. Right, like they've been exceptional, especially Rooney.
Especially Rooney, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Being able to IGL at this kind of level, I mean, Rooney just looks like a tier 1 pro.
Yeah.
And he was on the up in the tier 2 scene and had that kind of package, but to be honest, not on too many people's radar.
No, not at all.
I think that's where you really see the brains behind this Cloud9 squad are coming from the coaching staff, and specifically, I mean, you look at the track record that MCE has of being able to find hidden talents. It's unreal. It's unbelievable. His scouting experience is fantastic. And yet, in the coaching head-to-head that we've got here of MCE versus Mike's has beaten the last 3 times.
3 times.
3 times. 100 Thieves been able to get the better end over the guard back when MCE was with that team.
Yeah, once again, this series really just kind of subverting expectations across the board. You weave together such a succinct narrative around Cloud9 and how they've gotten here, the roster changes and kind of everything that's gone in between. And yes, Cloud9 can look across the stage and see what's potential, right? What's possible, namely in the eyes of Rooney and Jake. And for 100 Thieves, I think there were very high expectations for this squad. You come in, you're only changing 1 player, which on paper should have been a considerable upgrade.
Yeah.
And bringing Cryo in, and they've looked okay.
I mean, actually, Hiko was on that team a year ago, so you can watch the VODs if you like. You'll find Hiko playing. But yes, I think for 100 Thieves, the expectations have definitely been adjusted in these 3 weeks. You heard Dash and Athena talking about it on the desk earlier during the pre-show, and Athena said by this point in the split, week 3, you kind of have a sense for who you are as a team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of how things are going. And I think the fans for 100 Thieves have had to adjust their expectations a little bit, and probably the players have too, because it wasn't all plain sailing. They managed to get a reasonable distance at lock-in, but they weren't the explosive powerhouse team that we expected them to be, that they'd showcased in the offseason at Red Bull 2. So at this point, it's about showcasing that you can become that you can fulfill your potential.
The other thing very quickly about a single round robin is that it doesn't have to be pretty, right? As long as you're walking away with the dub, that's all that matters. We're going to throw this over to our YouTube channel. Actually, on our YouTube channel, you definitely want to check out Unstoppables, a brand new documentary series that chronicles VCT Americas. And you know what? We got a little teaser. Here's a short look at the very first episode. Enjoy.
Opening day is really fun because you get to see like all the fans here in North America. People being close while you're casting is awesome. People reacting to the stuff on screen. To the players that we haven't seen, TenZ having a crowd is just really cool. So there's people who are excited to see him after, 2 years essentially.
I'd heard a lot of things about TenZ, some really good, some really bad, and I couldn't put my finger on it, and I came here and I can tell why people love him. His mechanical skill, I think it is the best I've ever seen in any game I've ever played. His playstyle, I would say, is kind of chaotic at times. Like right now in practice, we're like pulling him back. Like he'll get 1 kill and then he'll be like, okay, I'm getting another. And you kind of have to rein him in a little bit. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to like fine tune him. We're trying to like rein him in just slightly, just so we don't like kill his confidence or his skill, but just enough where it's more about the team.
But it's not done yet. It's now 2v2 here. Blades in play for TenZ, and they're good. Can Cryo do this by himself? No, he cannot.
Let's go. Let's got this pistol again.
If we get this pistol, we fucking win this game, all right?
Yeah, let's go.
The defuse comes through as Sentinels get to 4.
It's funny that we're playing with 3 champs on one team. When you have guys on your team that have actually been there in the finals, there's something that you gain there with experience and confidence, and then when you step onto the stage again, you kind of have that in the back of your mind that, like, I'm a champ winner. Like no one can mess with me today.
They don't have any main control. Cryo's already fallen too.
I think that's the difference that's going to happen on the stage when we play 100 Thieves is that Tyson is sure that he can win, and Cryo's like, he's almost there, but is it fully true?
Trying to find some way into this round, and Cryo's just holding.
I mean, it's a 5v3.
He's just holding.
Kill delivered. Oh my gosh! Dude, this was a Herculean save from Sentinels.
Let's go OT. Whatever happens, happens.
Omen backside.
Omen to you. Yeah.
Bang actually ulted into the KCO right now.
I mean, that could be it. That could be the device. It does get destroyed.
Right side.
Can Stellar hold it back?
Nice.
No!
Oh my god. Good job.
Unreal!
I love you. Hug me. I love you too. Thank you for overtime. You're good. Man, you're good.
I shook your hand.
You're good. Man, you're good. Guys, you gave us OT.
No pancada here on this late lurk. You see the flash, you see the dash, but there's no clash. There's no follow-up out from 100 Thieves. Bangs is the first to fall, but he was there by himself. TenZ with another. Huge out from Sentinels. It's too easy. 14-12 in the series in favor of Sentinels.
And it's Sentinels who comes out on top in the Battle of NA.
Damn, that's crazy.
Ellie, it's only been one series, but for now, Sen City rules this land.
That was an absolute banger. I mean, 2 really close games right off the start, and then we got to go to map 3, and again, another really close game. I think people are very happy with the performance of Zekin. I think people are very happy with the calling of Def, and then TenZ was TenZ. That guy was electric. He was really, really good.
If you enjoyed the content, you want to see more, make sure you check out our YouTube at VALORANT_Americas. Josh, I heckin' love TenZ, so any more TenZ, any more Def, and any more Ballas, that's a win.
Yeah, and I mean, Nate looked like he was ready for another Viking funeral again there, didn't he?
He was stopped from destroying the desk with one hand.
Yeah, but that was a heartbreaker for 100 Thieves, letting that one slip away from them. And what an individual performance from Zek and from TenZ. And I think that in the back of their heads, they might be concerned that this series could go a similar way, because you've still got that same level of firepower for Cloud9. Players like Leaf and Zeppa in particular can do what Zekin and TenZ did to 100 Thieves. And on top of all of that, you know, the obvious game plan that's come in from Cloud9 on Lotus, so far working fairly well.
I mean, we talk so much about Zeppa and Leaf, and for good reason, but I think another player that has to be highlighted for his ability to be so flexible in the roles that he's asked to play and his ability to deliver in those specific roles is Celsius. This time on the Killjoy, and much like we've seen a sort, the guy can play Phoenix, he can play Killjoy, the man can play everything.
Yeah, he's been playing a large array of different agents, and I think, you know, all of Cloud9 really deserve the credit for making this system work.
Right.
Because they were put in a challenging situation with only, what was it, a couple of weeks before?
Not much.
Yeah, a couple of weeks before the Americas League kicked off. So the fact that they're competitive with these kind of teams is incredible. It looks like we're about to head back into the game, though. And so just to recap, we've seen Cloud9 with a very good defensive side so far. 100 Thieves being able to pick up a round by Asuna spamming through the smoke in round 3. Then round 6, a pretty nice A take. And most recently, Cryocells going very deep on an eco with multiple flashes. This looks like a big clash over towards C again. 100 Thieves really looking to stamp their mark on that area of the map.
Which is funny because this is where Cloud9 has explored previously. It was just other than that spam that you were just alluding to that Asuna found at 2K. It's really been Cloud9's land. But this time, 100 Thieves, quick to go. Rolling Thunder used once again, not going to hit anyone, so they're going to take the space and they're going to fight for a retake. They have Rooney's Pit and Leaf Salt as well.
This is also quite similar to the way in which they won around on A. a very big push in. Stellar reading the flank on Leaf here.
Yeah, but the turret was there, and I don't know if it got recalled or what, but Leaf's going to be able to scale up so much further without it.
I mean, look at the pings literally at Leaf's feet. They know exactly where he is. And they're reflanking the flank. Bang is in the A lobby.
He committed to the ult. The flash is there, and Stellar wins it out. That was very close.
This means that the entirety of 100 Thieves are going to be playing the spam. What is that shot from Derek?
Zep on the tap, not committing to it. Rooney playing on the other side of smoke. That's a free one. Now left in this 1v3. The tap, the fake, and the reposition. Cryo gone hunting, looking for a little something.
But they know he's not on it.
Oh, that's loud. It's just not enough. Oh. I mean, that was a difficult situation regardless for Rooney, but well handled by Cryo.
And that's now 2 rounds. Half of the rounds that 100 Thieves have been able to get are off the back of breach ulting into a site and then being, well, actually, I think the previous one was without a breach ult, but a big exec into a site and then being able to get into good post-plan positions. And if they can use their utility to stop Cloud9 from harassing them as they transition into those post plants or get into the site in the first place, that seems to be the win condition. Cloud9 have actually not been able to pull off the retakes.
They still have a couple of tools here, but it's pistols for 3/5 of Cloud9.
Surprising too that Leaf has a Phantom here. Looks like they're getting paused as well though. But yeah, he has his ultimate online, so definitely opportunities for them to make murder happen across the variety of players that they have in different positions on the map. But so far, 100 Thieves are really finding an answer here that's working. And to me, Doug, the big difference is the pace change. They were playing so slowly at the beginning of the half, and they didn't really understand where on the map they were supposed to be fighting for, how they were going to take that space. And instead, they've just turned the dial up. And, I mean, in the previous round, they just go towards C instantly, breach ult, boom, got the plan. No messing around.
Just that easy, right? Yeah. Just have the breach ult every round and you'll be fine.
Well, they're about to have Stellars in another couple.
But I do think it goes down to the pace change, as you were mentioning. It was Asana's ult. 2 out of the 4 rounds that they've won have been off of that. One of them was Cryo finding space and able to get a 2K with the blade. So they're starting to find success in different places. You are not being trolled, by the way, those who are watching at home and here in the studio with us. That thing is still stuck at 1 second, the longest second. But we will get back into the action here as soon as we can. You mentioned the Phantom out for Leaf, who with ult in play chooses to go with that. And yeah, I think that's a surprising decision as well, Josh.
Well, it's actually quite difficult for Leaf to find value out of the ult with how slowly 100 Thieves have been playing. So if 100 Thieves commit to an area, you might see him, drop the Phantom, decide to invest the ult and go aggressive. But, more so than that, I think what I'm looking for here is 100 Thieves to continue this adaptation that's working really well for them. A lot of people have been asking questions about 100 Thieves ever since Sean left the team about, you've dropped some of the structure. You've given more freedom to players like Stellar to call how he would like to call as the IGL. And how has that materialized into wins? Where's that come from? And I think here it's been a decent example of, Stellar actually finding a good counter in the middle of this map to what Cloud9 were doing.
That's a really good point, because that was the biggest change, right? The biggest difference with the coaching personnel change and how you're putting so much more agency into the hands of Stellar to be able to call the game the way that he wants. There's a quick timeout being called for Cloud9 here. But you're right, he is starting to find some success, and this is what you want Stellar to be able to do. You want to put him into place to get a read on the game, a read on the situation, and then adapt accordingly.
I always love the signs we got here. So we've got a 30-second timeout for Cloud9, and then we'll be going back into the game. So that's an interesting one. We're more than halfway through this first attacking half for 100 Thieves, but it's been slow paced so far. Yeah. I mean, it's disjointed. It's difficult to actually get into the flow of it if you're a player in this kind of situation. You have so much time to think and overthink situations. But certainly, if Cloud9 want to win one of the maps dominantly in this series, I think it would be Lotus.
Given what's on the rest of the series, yeah, I would imagine. So, right back into the action, round 10 live, and Cloud9 taking space. Oh, they flipped Jake in a cheeky little spot, but it got pinged instantly.
It did, yeah. I think, though, this is one of the situations where previously we've seen 100 Thieves contact in, and I was worried about it, but Derek now actually using the Trailblazer to be able to get that one out. I think that's a great use. There are players ready to back Jake up, though.
Yeah, the Phantom being one of them. We talked about it in the hands of Leaf. Bang. Waiting to strike, smoking off. As you see, Leaf has crept his way up towards tree. Perhaps expecting aggression there, but it never comes.
I think this is a great situation to move a little further forwards as 100 Thieves and go into a B pivot. You know that they're on an eco, they're much more likely to gamble stack. And the Seeker's being used here. Derek just clearing out the entirety of the B site, knows that there's nobody here.
But do they commit to it? I don't know if the panel's broken or not, but it seems like, yeah, they just went through it, so they are going to flood into B. And all of Cloud9 is already here.
But remember, when 100 Thieves have been able to get into post plants, it has been good for them. Choosing passive post plants, though, at least everybody other than Asna who gets team blinded.
And Cryo's still playing back wall. Huge kill out from Zeppa. Do they go? Leaf still with the Phantom. They're sticking with it. It's paying off as Bang falls. Jake on the tap, Stellar on the spam. It's just a bit left. He's gotten it halfway. He's going to stick it the whole way. 75%, 80, 90. He sticks it all the way down.
Not a bullet of damage done in the middle of all of that. And that's the first successful retake for Cloud9 there.
And it was with lighter weaponry.
Yeah, that one looks rough for 100 Thieves. There are moments like that that have been hurting them so far in this split where, I mean, specifically Asana's position, he's got nobody to play off.
Yeah.
And I think playing aggressive post plants are great if you actually have, you know, Cryo there and there's two of you ready to fight up aggressively towards spawn. But instead, it's just one player isolated.
Cover going out.
3 from Cloud9, fight over mound to begin the round, and 100 Thieves take rubble control. This is the area that they cleared out in the mid-round previously. And I think the fact that they put in a heavy emphasis here early on indicates to me they're just going to go for a big A exec. Stellar's ult online. Rip the lockdown and go A.
Jake has already gotten all the way through C. He's all the way into spawn. There's an alarm bot to cover him.
Should run.
But there's the lockdown.
And this lockdown now gives him the perfect timing on the flank. Yeah. He knows exactly when he should be trying to aggress.
Here.
Oh, it's just a bit away.
But this is perfect. I mean, he could potentially teleport past this, get a timing past it, smoke it. Oh, unfortunate for Jake. Just based on Stellar going in and out of range.
You got to be careful here if you're Jake. If they decide to re-aggress, if 100 Thieves do, you can push him off, but he's just going to be a nuisance. Derek has already fallen. Jake's being so pesky, and he gets 2 clean shots out from him. The third. Oh! Cryo not able to respond in kind.
What a round from Jake, considering his positioning was given away by the alarm bot, to still perfectly coordinate with the rest of his team. One applying pressure from the back while the rest take space up front. Those are plays and those are timings you do not expect from a collegiate player being thrown into Tier 1 Valorant.
I mean, you imagine the comms in situations like that. You've got the lockdown, you got to navigate, you're trying to figure out timings. Oh, the alarm bot spotted me. I wasn't able to smoke it off. But you're right, they handle it so beautifully. That would be a perfect like open mic session, by the way, for the content piece. Very good suggestion for it.
And now final round of the half. 100 Thieves looking to try and recover this. 7-5 would be a great result for them, considering how things have gone.
Agreed. Agreed. We may go a full half without seeing Leaf Salt. He's had it for a while, still does.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time he's had his gun in his hand, hasn't he? And this is a big push coming out from him. And Jake.
It's not the wall, and there he goes. He's swinging around, Lightning McQueen and Kachowing his way to a kill, but instantly traded back. Austin with an awesome response.
And Zephyr and Rooney don't know exactly what to be doing here. Still clearing things out, still trying to provide information for Zelsis. And the timing here could be good. Derek was just glancing behind him, but hasn't seen anything. And now they're going to be coming within range of where Zelsis can hear.
Rooney doesn't have orbs, so they're going to have to either navigate through B, through the panel, or just get hit by the bot. That's exactly what they do.
He gets out! Asuna managed to grab both ult orbs in this round, though, and he has his Rolling Thunder online. So 2 big initiator ults. One good for post-plant aggression, the other good for the retake. They might end up just cancelling each other out, but the Seeker's used to see if anyone's in cheeky forward positioning.
Look at Zelsis' bot. Yeah, it just got cleared out in tree. They're able to take care of it. Now the Seeker's starting to funnel there as well. You can see the Rolling Thunder. It's propped, it's ready to go. It's been a key to their success for 2 of the 4 rounds that they won. Can they secure a 5th?
Was that a bit too early, perhaps?
Possibly. Possibly. Rooney's on the tap. Derek waiting close by, trying to spam through the utility. The orb goes down. The kills go up for Cloud9 as they get both.
What a play by Cloud9. Love the way that Rooney is using his Viper up there to drop it and choose his timings to fight in tree. What a beautiful half by Cloud9.
I mean, exceptionally well played. If they decided to scale into it, they were going to be decayed. It was so beautifully played by Rooney. So well played by Cloud9 as well. An 8-4 lead, taking us into halftime. Let's look at that one more time, Josh.
Yeah, I think this double setup, isolating one kill at a time, it's just excellent. And the fact that Asuna had his ult online but still wasn't able to win the post plan, credit to Cloud9 how they play around that.
1000%. 4-round lead. Let's throw it down to the desk. Dash, are you impressed with Cloud9 or worried about 100 Thieves here?
Well, I'm impressed, but I don't know if my opinion matters at all. 8-4, though, as they mentioned, is the scoreline here. And that last round got a little sketchy for them. But let's talk about the defensive setups here for Vans that let them build this bit of a round lead.
Yeah, at the same time, I want to talk about how disciplined this Cloud9 team is, right? We see a different composition coming out of this roster, and at the same time, how they could actually counteract against a lockdown that comes through. I mean, pay a lot of attention to that minimap as how far back they are, but besides that, you still have Leaf that plays very close enough that tries to time into relay bolts to delay, as well as you have Sky Flashes and a Trailblazer to counteract on a Molly. So that cancels out any type of pressure you're trying to bring into the attack for 100 Thieves, whereas even for C9, outside of that ult, they've just been really good on how they're setting up their positions defensively to continue that delay.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of delay is insane. And going forward, I think both these teams are really going to have to consider how to kind of counter these comps. I mean, the delay actually stopped a lot of the post plans that 100 Thieves were trying to do, but 100 Thieves kind of tried to get it down, but obviously last round kind of sending that ult too early, sending their util too early, just kind of lost them that lead. And so going forward, I think 100 Thieves is really going to have to be playing that retake kind of setups. They're going to have to be careful about the Viper ults, the Viper wall, the Viper gas, kind of waiting to see when everything is down and when everything is ready to go, because the amount of util they have as a team is just insane. But again, unless they time it right, and we saw that they kind of didn't that half. They started to kind of falter towards the end. Unless they time it right, they will not be able to play this retake setup that I think they're going to try to aim towards from the defense side.
Timing is everything, right? Timing is everything, but both of these teams looking to get it done here on map number 1. It is a 4-round lead here for Cloud9. We'll see if 100 Thieves can make up that difference on the back half of the game as we head back out to our casters. Doug, inside show.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yeah, a 4-round lead for Cloud9, but I think, Josh, I want to turn eyes towards Cryo because he is the star for this 100 Thieves roster. He should, in theory, be a bit more comfortable on the side, no?
Yeah, I think he's a defense-sided player. You can see him with a Sheriff in his hands, looking to take a fight directly against Leaf over here at C to begin.
Leaf's already gone up. The fault line perhaps a little late, and every single shot misses.
Whoa, Leaf with 2!
Second! Bang trying to do a bit of the same. He gets 2 of his own. But through all of that, Jake is the last one standing.
And the way is open on C here for Cloud9. Stella and Derek with only classics to their name and a single flash. I just don't see how this is gonna work for them.
Yeah, borderline impossible, you'd imagine.
Stella might try and take a timing here.
He saw him, he spotted him, he dropped him. Are you expecting Derek to be coming the same way? Maybe not, but when you're facing 3 guns, and that's gonna hurt, that doesn't feel good. No more. He's gotten it down to it.
It's a very good try by Derek, but just too many people opposing him. The 1v3, not quite manageable. What a start there for the half, as we saw Leaf and Cryo clashing on Mount, and Leaf dominating that matchup with a Ghost. The first shot, a body shot onto Leaf, causing him to duck away, and still able to get 2 repeats and take out, you know, the big 2 aggressive players there, Cryo and Asuna.
Well, and I think there we see the benefit of running a Neon is Leaf got ahead of the fault line from Asuna, so he was able to take that fight clean.
Sure. And it looks like 100 Thieves are putting a heavy C crunch down. I mean, a paranoia setup here for Bang. They had a fault line ready. Cryo, Stella could have fought that. And Cloud9 avoid the entire thing just by choosing to take a right out of spawn instead of a left.
Nothing quite like guessing correctly. Look at how far up they've scaled to.
It's great to be good, but it's better to be lucky.
That's what they say. Trailblazer through the smoke. Derek spotted. You wonder here with how much space they've taken, they really have no idea that there's only one player here.
Leaf's push here. Great in some kind of rifle round or maybe a bonus round. Slightly worried he might give a Bulldog away, but he's also hearing everybody from 100 Thieves pathing up into heaven. Only Cryo going to check. And that means no Jet.
No Jet. Rooney hit that shot onto Derek. Bang and Asuna both so weak. If you're Cloud9, excuse me, you want to get through this cleanly, and they do. Rooney with 3 on the round. Does Cloud9 get to 10?
I'm picking up both pistols here, Cloud9. I mean, that really should cement the map for them. A 6-round advantage going into their bonus. They've been looking great. 100 Thieves have got such an unbelievable comeback if they want to make this one doable.
Especially on the defensive side. Josh, you mentioned it at the beginning of the map. This tends to lean towards the attacking side, so Cloud9 really should have all momentum.
Yeah, especially in Americas. The attacking teams have been finding so much more value. You can see an early fault line here designed to push Rooney away. The rest of Cloud9 looking like they want to take some B control with a turret to stop anybody from fast flanking through C. 100 Thieves in general are going to play very retake heavy. And on this map, maybe they need to challenge. Instead of just giving up sights, you can see Cryo, Derek here with a bit of a crossfire setup, playing off the alarm bot contact.
Oh, that's free from Derek, spamming through and getting 2.
Ridiculous.
Seems like 100 Thieves are equalizing at least in this round. Still 2 guns left in the hands of Cloud9 though. And Bang under pressure. Cryo's close by, but he can't really help here. Bang was left on an island.
This would be a disastrous round for 100 Thieves to lose. After Derek gave them such an enormous opening, the spike now retrieved. And Cloud9 look like they want to work the map. I mean, these 100 Thieves players have no idea where anyone is. The only information they have is over towards C.
And B is entirely vacant.
Yeah, even for Cryo and Derek on that angle, it's possible they could have crossed.
I don't think that flash
30
hit.
seconds left.
They have no idea that they're just ahead of it.
What an incredible timing that they found. But for Leaf and Zelsis in a 2v3, they might have to make a play before the spike gets planted. All right, Zelsis goes for it. And Leaf's looking for the pick to equalize things and make it a 2v2, make it more winnable. I like the play, but again, looking in the wrong direction.
I respect it. They leave Zelsis alone with his 38 HP left in a 1v2. The high-low a bit too much as they continue to scale forward. Zelsis happy to play time and try to isolate the gunfights. It's just too much.
That's a big round.
That's all for Derek.
And Derek also with the 2 kills through the smoke. Looking very reminiscent of Asuna's spray kills through the smoke as well. And I don't want to put it like this necessarily, but 40% of 100 Thieves rounds have just been spammed through smokes. So, you know, maybe...
If it works.
Yeah, just spam a bit better, you know what?
Just spray harder, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure that those ones are as replicable, but at the same time, always worth doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's got Derek's ult online, like you said. It might give them a foothold back into this. Cryo looks like he wants to take an aggressive angle. There's a fault line prepped here.
Waiting for contact that never comes. They should hear. I think they've made some noise. I wonder if Cryo hears where some of the pressure is coming from. And if not, that flash should give things away, or at least give an idea of where some of the initial pressure is.
This is one of the reasons that the double smoke comp is so good. At any point here, they can get back into A because Rooney's put his Viper orb down and it just blocks all vision from Derek.
Oh, and not to mention, he still has this wall. You so often see that early investment.
Sure. Look at how much map control Cloud9 have. They can see the entrance to B, they control the whole of Mound, and at any point here, can re-clear. I mean, Zeppa waiting until the minute mark to use his Trailblazer with the Viper orb. I mean, this really is different to the way that 100 Thieves were playing their attack side. The question is, can they convert when it matters most, when you get to the site?
I do like 100 Thieves setup here, though. They have Asuna in a really nice position, and they have the Seekers used a little bit later here. Asuna's utility should come into play.
This is wild. What a play. So far forward from Leaf.
That's a 1-for-1.
There's 30 seconds left right now. Stella falls though, and that's all the Killjoy utility down. Banger's got to hold on.
The spike is just now leaving spawn, and they've thrown a pause on it. Celsius is going to have ult. They're going to invest the lockdown.
They don't have time. They've got to go.
You should run.
There it is. Lockdown invested. 10 seconds left now on that ult. 14 seconds left in the round. Bang. Trying to anchor, and he does as he gets 3.
Down, C.
How the heck does Rooney win this? I don't know that he can.
He's got 4 seconds. I'm not sure he even got that. That might be a couple milliseconds off.
How? Oh, it didn't.
He didn't.
That was so close.
Incredibly close. Even then, he would have been put into a 1v3, but possibly could have been good for it. That was a scramble from Cloud9. I loved the way that they were playing the early round and the mid round, but then they couldn't make a decision about where to end up.
You think even just like the half-second hesitation on the lockdown, they scaled up and then they turned back. Oh, let's get orb, let's get ult.
Don't really understand the lockdown usage either, because it's 13 seconds for it to pop in the first place, and I don't think they had 13 seconds to spare, frankly.
That's always so sad. Whenever I see the little bear, I wonder what happened.
Yeah. It is a war zone, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you don't see too many civilians wandering around Lotus, do you?
The bustling metropolis that it is. Couple of pistols, a mixed buy for Cloud9. And Leaf's already fallen, bro. Bang is warming up.
He definitely is. You're starting to see why he's the highest rated player on 100 Thieves so far in Americas. And meanwhile, Cryo is providing a lot of passive value here by just picking that operator and locking down C.
And this is Cryo, right? Like, this is where he's comfortable. You often get different varieties of jets. There's aggressive playmaking, or there's just lockdown jets, and this is the flavor that Cryo tends to play.
Speaking of lockdowns, that kind of stops the B pivot, and I think that's what Cloud9 were looking for.
Tap on the door, they funnel through. They are going to commit here with 45 seconds left. No doubt about it. Dude, Bang is just locking things down. Remember, Bang in this, what's now a 3v1 here, Zeppo with nothing but a frenzy drops. Remember, those types of plays are what really felt like the Bang party, right? Like the arrival of Bang. I have so many memories of him locking down sites on Ascent by himself. 2Ks, 3Ks during their LCQ run. That's vintage Bang. We just saw it in the last few rounds.
But 100 Thieves have a big one coming up here. Cloud9 with rifles back in hand and a lot of ults to work with. The only one that's really that relevant, though, is Rooney's. If they can get into a good position, Viper's Pit, it's going to make 100 Thieves kind of retake setups very difficult.
You say that, but we saw in the previous half, Jake, with a very aggressive ult as well. Given the nature of the map, I wonder if there's a little bit more room for playmaking here with that ult, but we'll see.
Possibly. You see Jake immediately taking the teleport over to the back of Rubble. Cryo getting set up over towards C, too. So Cryo is going to be out of these rounds completely, you know, having no sizable impact in the fragging unless Cloud9 decide to go back over there.
And the money, too. I mean, that op it's expensive.
Oh, Bang getting spammed through the tree, and there's their star player gone. There's the pit on site.
Anchor down. Here we go. Asuna dumping util. Yeah, forcing Rooney to reposition. Still plenty of time here, though, for them to navigate this.
What?
How did he get that? He might get a second. He is going to get a second.
Unreal.
The op that you mentioned that was on the opposite side of the map now just has to sit quietly on the sidelines. Perhaps try to save the weapon, and yeah, there's plenty of bankroll on the side of 100 Thieves, but...
And what a great read, honestly, from Cloud9. Something that I think will go under the radar a bit here. All of the rounds, I mean, a lot of the rounds prior to when 100 Thieves had an op on board, they were going trending towards C, taking that control, knowing that there was only rifles for the defenders. And now that there's potential for an operator, now that that's in Cryo's hands, they go towards A, the last couple of rounds, knowing that even if Cryo is trying to op there, he's going to be cut off by Viper walls. There's no way that Cryo's going to be able to get a good angle over on A. So they're just playing avoid Cryo.
You wonder here, too. This is where some of the mind games come into play, right? You just spotted where Cryo was. Right, you assume that he was in C because you haven't seen him the last 2 rounds. Then you confirm him at the end of that round. Yeah, he was playing on that side. Do you push into C? Does Cryo swap over to A, given where some of the hits have gone?
But like I'm saying, where does Cryo play on A, where he gets around the Viper wall that Rooney is throwing?
Or the home smoke,
Is he trying to walk through the Viper wall, get a shot off, and dash away? That's a bit crazy aggressive for a player like Cryo. He normally takes the safer angles and really relies on his team to set him up with a lot of that util. If they're going to try and post Cryo on A, it would have to be because they're util dumping massively at the beginning of the round. And I think that's part of what they'll be discussing in this timeout here. Getting Mike's input and trying to have that discussion, Doug. What should we be doing to get more value out of Cryo's op? Sure, we know they're not C on these rounds. That doesn't help us defend A.
No, not at all.
At least it hasn't been so far.
15 seconds left in this conversation for 100 Thieves. They find themselves down 4. We talked about it at the beginning of the half. What can they do with Cryo? Should be more comfortable here. And as you were mentioning, Josh, they've just navigated away from him. They haven't bothered challenging him. We'll see what they do this time around. We'll also take a look at what ults are available and weaponry. Seems like it's a bit of a interesting buy here. Zepa, maybe if Rooney buys for him, we'll be able to, bring a rifle in.
Yeah, Rooney definitely should be buying for him. Don't worry, they won't forget.
This is fine.
Don't worry. They definitely didn't forget. Oh, there we go. So Cryo is going to try and op a really passive angle towards A, and I just don't quite understand how this is going to work. Look at all of the Viper utility up in his face. He doesn't know where people are going to peek from. And at any point here, he might just have a Sky Flash in his face. There's another smoke. How is he getting the value here? He is going to have to hit something really solid on a very small angle as Cloud9 get into the site. This is where Cryo's tested.
Not even just small. Presumably aggressive as well. I don't know that he can just continue to play as far back, but...
This is a nice position for him to be playing, though. He can dodge flashes from here. He has his updraft to be able to get out.
I've got your
Waiting for the swing position given away. Now Cloud9, do you choose to challenge or rotate off?
Cloud9 avoid it. They're playing avoid Cryo. Get out of the way of the AWP.
It's working. It's worked so far. A plan on B from Zepa.
And all of that effort to get Cryo in a better position. And now he's got to retake again with the operator online.
We saw how ineffective that was previously. Can they find more success here? The paranoia is traded, and the one from the attacking side seemed to hit a whole lot more. But they start to flood out. They start to take some of the space back. This chaos. There's so much utility here from, there it is, Asanu's flash.
But also look at Rooney. He's reflanked. He pushed the breakable door, and now he's coming around behind them. Could he be the difference maker?
The timing's everything. Yeah, he gets 2. Another round for Cloud9 as they get to map point.
What a play. And once more, it's one of their players that's new to the roster. Rooney with the big brain IGL lurk, and also directing his team perfectly away from 100 Thieves' efforts to spear them on the tip of the operator. It's just been excellent stuff from Cloud9. And Rooney's timing on this, it couldn't be better. He avoided that massive clash over at the breakable door, pivots around, goes through the defender's spawn to be able to get that flank off. It's just gorgeous.
Cloud9 looking to deliver the final hit on 100 Thieves on Lotus. The Rolling Thunder gonna divide the remaining members of Cloud9, but Austin is falling here as well. Oh god!
Whoa, what's going on there? Omen battle in the middle of A. Maybe that could be decisive. If Bang can hold on and deliver a bit more.
But the spike's not even there.
No, I think they're just gonna pivot away.
But look at where they've left Leaf. Any kill he gets here is icing on the cake.
Info.
Go, go, go.
That's great from Leaf. It still makes it feel like there's presence over towards A. Draws out the Trailblazer as well. Cloud9 are making this feel like there's a lot of presence over on the A side of the map, and instead, they're crunching towards B.
Blinded.
They also just hit the door between B and C, so many mind games being played here. Where is the hit gonna end up? Lockdown invested B.
That's off the back of an orb.
I got the
Derek,
spot.
if he can find an entry, spamming through a smoke, would have his Seekers online, but he's forced away from the angle as the lockdown comes through.
Ult used by Leaf. Spike planted by Zepa. Note how weak Bang is, and he's going to be one of the ones on the flank. Derek looking for the first angle, not able to deliver. Bang 45 HP, 0 HP now. As Stellar's left in a 1v4 to save the map, and he cannot. Cloud9 once again find themselves up 1-0 in the series.
What an expert display of Cloud9, picking a great map, adjusting their Lotus composition, and outplaying 100 Thieves. Rooney as well, outcalling Stellar. What a great start to the series, but we've seen Cloud9 in these positions before. They went up 1-0 against Loud, and they ended up crumbling map 2 and map 3.
You can't help but wonder if that's going to be a bit of the same, but I want to go back to what you were mentioning around Rooney in a lot of ways out-calling Stellar, even late into the game, right? You expect an IGL with the experience of Stellar to, as the game goes on, get more comfortable, right? Get a better read on what's going on and start to adapt accordingly, but Rooney just out-called him.
I think he did in the first half, Stellar.
Yeah,
I think he did a decent job adapting, but then when the half swapped, he had to start all over again. And the prep work just looks a lot better from Cloud9. Also, shouldn't be avoided, Jake having his best performance I think we've seen from him in a map in Americas, at least the best one that I've seen. How is Jake, the collegiate player, out, getting more impact than Bang. I mean, that was not on anyone's bingo card, I don't think.
No, absolutely not. And the crazy thing is, you're right, it was Rudy who's been delivering that way, but Jake getting in on the action, 16 and 12, and also a pedestrian 17 assists. 17!
Yeah.
More assists than he had kills. Either way, Cloud9 take down 100 Thieves in the opening map of this best of 3. It's Sen on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where Cloud9 takes the first map in 13-7 fashion. I'm going to go directly to Athena on this one. Top of the day, I asked you, what's the timeline for when we need to see teams really find their form, find their footing within the league? You said it was week 3, and if we isolate this first map of the series, it looks like Cloud9 might be, filling out here.
Yeah, I mean, C9 really showed that. I think we were wrong about star players because all of them were star players. Literally every single person on this team did their job, got kills, got multi-frags. They ended up being like really, really good. They used their util in like really good scenarios. Everything just felt like it clicked for C9 on there. And then we did talk about Jake, and Jake actually, we were talking a little bit, while the game was going on about an Omen diff, right? Jake was kind of showing that he was, he was doing good. He was over there. But then Bang started warming up towards the end.
Exactly. There were definitely opportunities here for Bang. We talked about consistency for both of these players in terms of their role of controllers, but also both of these players playing roles differently, right? Jake really being like an entry fragger for the team for Cloud9 when we saw in the attack, but Bang on the defense, at least when it comes down to those moments where, for example, you have to anchor into the site of C, gets that 2K and saves a round, not allowing Rooney to get that plant in. And Bang's done a good job. They put a lot of responsibility for 100 Thieves onto Bang as an anchor player. But overall, when we talk about how, C9's been an all-star roster in this first matchup, you can't just rely on Bang.
I think that's exactly what we're illustrating there with that, right? Is a Bang can start to pop off, but if there's really no support behind him, if there's not a second fragger or somebody who can follow up on the plays in the space that he's creating, then 100 Thieves isn't going to find victories in this matchup against Cloud9, particularly when on the opposite side, Cloud9 is doing everything we asked of them and more, I think.
I mean, we even saw Rooney towards the end there kind of getting multiple multi-frags. And I think just in general, like that team just showed that they can work together in a seamless way that I'm not really sure if they can bring that onto the next map because it is a set. We've seen both these teams kind of not be 100% confident on this map, but it's going to be really interesting. Both these teams aren't 100% solid.
Right.
So we'll kind of, when you're talking about the week 3 kind of setup and are the foundations good? I think Ascent is kind of where we're going to see.
I think that's a perfect transition, too, right? Because the expectation was, with Cloud9 picking Lotus, eventually, that they would come away with the victory on that one. They did that, and then again, maybe impressed us a bit with the, the disparity in round wins overall. But we move on to the other side of things, and this is 100 Thieves' time to shine, I think, here for Ascent. So, what's the expectation? How can they clap back and instill some confidence in you that ultimately they can take the series?
I'm actually just having flashbacks and PTSD of how even C9 were playing last week against Lao, where it wasn't really working for them on a defender half. One thing that was a big plus, by the way, for C9 on the first map of Lotus was how good they are in playing aggressively into the C pushes, into the B pushes. So very confident to fight, which is why I want to get to that map of Ascent. Against Loud last week, there was a lot of these pushes towards B main where, okay, pissed around and kind of worked. They opened it up, and then you get into these later rounds where it's like, oh, well, we can't really get a good control or feeling of the map on defense. Let's just go back to the same thing. Let's try to keep pushing towards B, but there's nobody there. So the adaptation when it comes down to now maps where teams are comfortable in, and you need a lot from Rooney, for example, in terms of IGLing into the mid round. That's where it was lacking a little bit in terms of the defensive half of C9. So I'm hoping that comes in and 100 Thieves can learn from those mistakes of C9 to really capitalize on that second map.
Yeah, I mean, earlier you were also talking about 100 Thieves is kind of going back to their old play style where they're kind of doing more retake-y scenarios. And I think coming into Ascent, that's something that could be really, really, really strong. Retaking and constantly playing off the site and using your util to kind of dump into the site is super, super important on Ascent, especially against a team that may not be as comfortable. And I think right now what we saw is, we saw the players warming up towards the second half. I think that plus a new playstyle coming in could kind of solidify 100 Thieves that map. And the only reason why I want them to win is because I did pick them as my prediction.
I think we all did, though.
I was going to say, we're all ride or die on that one together.
I'm not biased at all.
Look, we either look real good or we all go up in flames at the same time. Now, Cloud9 got the dub in map number 1. Coming into today's match, though, Cloud9's Jake thinks he's got a solid game plan and the key to taking down 100 Thieves. Take a look.
I think against 100 Thieves, adapting against them, because they have one set game plan like Evil Geniuses did with the Gecko, all we have to do is adapt to what they're doing, and we will simply win.
Adaptation is the name of the game there, and I'm sure you can speak to that. It's one thing to have a game plan coming in, But once you start to see the rounds go through, you have to be able to adjust to what your opponents are ultimately showing you, whether or not that aligns with your expectation coming into the day or goes completely against the grain.
Yeah, I mean, I love that confidence because when you're IGLing, you literally are thinking about what your team is doing, what the other team is doing, and how you can go forward and kind of adapt to that play style. And I think kind of talking about Gecko too, I think is really interesting because they've kind of done their homework, they've studied, they've seen that we can adapt to the play style, we can adapt to just the comp specifically as well. And I think that that is just super, super important, especially when both these teams are kind of seemingly skill level, like head to head at this point. I think for IGLs too, like it's really important on Ascent to be able to understand what to do in the mid round.
Yeah.
Ascent is such a like tight, closed off map. You can't just get space easily. It's not that easy on either side.
Which is why I was saying like it was very difficult to look at Rooney last week of trying to adapt it to the mid round or while that map was moving forward into the later rounds or into the later game. But you have Stellar on the other end that's able to do that kind of thing, right? And IGL that could also actually frag. And I think this is going to be a very nice chess match of trying to figure out how at least C9 are going to play, which is why we're probably going to see this third map.
You may have noticed my eyes lit up when you mentioned Stellar's name because it makes my transition so easy to this. Before we head into map 2, let's get a quick warm-up in the Aim Lab shoot-around. Right now, we're going to be watching Stellar as he gets prepared for that second map and trying to take us to Haven.
Yeah, definitely. As I was just mentioning before, so we have a chance to talk about this man right here. Great IGL, and also a person that's just able to frag out as an IGL. So it's not really on the
Well,
lurk.
he's IGL. He doesn't need percentage there. Who cares?
Keep it low. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Look, I don't need to hit the shots. I just need to tell you to hit the shots.
Yeah.
Body
That's my
shot
role in
berries,
the
get
team.
the lurks, get the clutches, you know. So definitely he's the man that can definitely do it for this map right here or for this team right here of 100 Thieves.
Yeah. When you're thinking though about Cloud9 as a team right now, what you saw out of map 1, like who do you even look to target or isolate when the difference in frags, for example, from the bottom of the boards to the top of the boards was 11 to 17. There's only a 6-kill discrepancy across all 5 players on Cloud9. Normally, I'd be like, yeah, just like let's find a way to isolate the top fragger or the duelist who's finding, you know, those first bloods. But it seems like everyone on Cloud9 is capable of doing that today.
Yeah, even looking at the first map, as we were looking at how Lotus plays or just how C9 plays, is how good they are of just being unorthodox, right? It's not about having a duelist, okay, they have to create the space. It's not about, oh, you have a controller, we have to like set the smokes. It's more about they're willing to move in as a team and trade immediately. And having a composition when it pulled out a Neon before, it's like there's no real space making that you have, so you have players that need to follow up behind. Now for Ascent, Leaf is probably going to come out onto this jet, where maybe now finally 100 Thieves has a chance to really shut down one player at least to start and continue with that player advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to seeing these comps and seeing if they do stick to their kind of bread and butter or if they do try to actually adapt with the comps. I think that would be super interesting. But yep, Alex, just as you said, we do see Leaf coming out on the jet and we do see Bang on this Omen, which I think is going to be really fun to watch. I know we're talking about Bang a lot today, but we did just see him kind of warm up that Omen tech, Omen mechanics. We do have the KO coming out, which I think is super, super important. Kind of contesting all your teammates, your opponent's util is so important on this map, on Ascent, because you can deny takes, you can deny executes, you can deny retakes, you can deny post plants, you can deny so much stuff with KO that I think kind of seeing how that would play around their comp would be super, super interesting.
KO plus Sova, so much information gathering available to the squad there. It'll be a Viper pickup for Stellar here in the third agent pick. Cryo's the guy who I've got my eyes on. And while we've been talking a lot about Bang, and Bang stepped up in a big way, especially on the back half there, finally warming into it, it's Cryo who I'm still kind of left wanting for more ultimately.
I agree, and that's where when Cryo was playing that jet on that previous map of Lotus, and he brings out the operator, and we know it was round number 18, and you're playing against a double controller that usually just like splits up the map and everything too. It blocks the visions, it blocks sights, no opportunities for him to pick this off. Now you have only one controller to deal with. You have an opportunity to get those forward positions.
Yeah, but how frustrating, right? He finally gets the op into his hands, and Cloud9 just goes, cool, we're gonna play whatever opposite side of the map from where you are. Like, that's gotta be so absolutely frustrating as a player to be on the stage, right? Yeah, it's great IGLing, it's great calling, but on the other side, I'm sure as an individual, it's a tough thing to deal with, knowing that you need to get things done for your team and just not having the opportunities to do so. Either way, we reset for map number 2 here on Ascent. It's 100 Thieves looking to extend the series. Let's find out if they can get it done and take us to a third map as we head back to Doug in Sideshow for the cast.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yeah, a 1-0 lead for Cloud9. And Josh, you know, we've talked about this a couple of times. And as we think about the long-term implications, the larger scale of standings and playoffs involved here, it feels like there's a lot at stake here for 100 Thieves.
There definitely is. I mean, they let that game slip against Sentinels on Ascent, 12-14. And that means that if they were to go 1-2 here, they have yet to play against the 4 best teams in Americas.
They still haven't played.
They still haven't played against the top 4 teams here, 100 Thieves. So if they lose here today, they're probably going 3-6 and maybe missing out on playoffs. That's how important this game is. 100 Thieves cannot allow this one to slip through their fingers. And they're already off to a bad start. They've got to battle back. I'm looking at the buy here. There's a Sheriff on both sides on the pistol. Rooney has one, and so does Asuna.
That's what you'd expect, right?
Yeah, very normal. Very normal.
Not Cryo, not Leave, no. Rooney and Asuna. We'll see who wins that out. As first tags go through, Cryo's taking a little bit of damage. Oh, that flash is good, but the counter flash is better. It provides just enough time for Leave to get out, and now they push forward. Rooney gets the first with the Sheriff, though.
Yeah, Rooney was playing in that backside area where he could actually wallbang. Asuna's come around the side as well. It settles for a moment into a 3v3 until Derek landed that shot. Cloud9 have cleared out B main, so they know that these players are on site. Can they break it?
Here.
They're so weak. Silence across the side as Bangs. Head spotted. Zeppa waiting, no flash, nothing to go around. All you have is Elsa's turret. Oh, and the ping pong is so good, but they've left Elsa's alone. The clear is there. He's got a shot at it. The pre-fire. Derek patient on the swing. Takes a step back, and Celsius gets the clutch.
What a horrible start for 100 Thieves. Both pistols won for Cloud9 on map 1. And now pulling that one out. A 2v3 where Celsius is able to pick up the last 2 just purely because of damage done. I don't think he's winning that if both of those players are healthy.
The last one was labored. I think you're absolutely right.
But the fact that he's able to take it with such confidence because he knows he only needs to land a certain hit, a single hit. And this now puts 100 Thieves in a rough position. They went 8-4 up on their attack half against Sentinels in the game that they inevitably lost. And they're going to force here. They got the plant down, they got 4 kills, a lot of money. Gonna be invested.
Early too.
That might make it look just like a default.
So much utility being invested into the small area of the map. And Jake has more. Paranoia feeling some of the pressure. Stays though, hasn't repositioned. Oh, it's because of the flash. So
a lot of counter spam.
A look at Zeppa swinging out Jake as well. They've gone hunting, they know what they want. Zeppa with 3 on the round. Ooh, that's a clean transfer from Derek though.
But with 25 health left, what can he do?
And a 1v2 as well. He still has some time, he has a spike, sure, but Rooney's waiting. Just on the other side. That was close. Getting whatever he can here. Derek 1 point away from the Hunter series.
Gun here.
Guaranteed to get it for next round, but I don't see how he's going to win this one. Oh, the shot dart almost. And he's been wary of this flank the entire time. But now as Zelsis creeps around, Rooney lands another shock.
You got to give him respect for staying alive as long as he did with 25 HP. But yeah, the shock dart ultimately cleaning things up and getting Cloud9 too.
And what a disastrous opening to this. 100 Thieves did not look good on their defense side the last time that they played Ascent. They only won 4 rounds on a map that is the most defense-sided in the pool currently in the Americas. They got all of their results by going 8-4 up on the attack half. And unless they pull out some magic with the Sheriffs here, it's looking like they're 3-0 down to begin.
4 Sheriffs, no armor on Cryo.
Toxin's failing.
Believe Stellar was the only one hit by that knife. Derek was just a bit further back. And he may be swinging right into Leaf's crosshair. Oh my gosh.
Leaf with another first kill. He was 5-1 on Lotus in terms of first kills to first deaths. You want to know the head-to-head matchup against Cryo? 4-0. 4-0 in terms of first kills in the round. Yep.
He just had his number.
He absolutely did, and Cryo's got to reverse that. Maybe not in this round, though. He's working with vastly different weaponry.
First couple of shots to the Sheriff not landing.
They are definitely going to be looking for this player to go. Whoa, there is no way!
What?
What? Zelsis?
Are you awake?
Any ear possessors? How did that happen? I mean, maybe Zelsis is anticipating other people to be flooding through B main there, so he takes a step forwards. But this could well be falling apart at the seams for Cloud9.
30 seconds
For this to be the win, the round win that they get.
Oh my
would
word.
Be unconventional at best.
The lurk play, nobody on B. A Phantom in the hands of Bang, too.
They've upgraded some weapons. Cryo's still healthy. Hasn't taken a single spot of damage yet. He's going to be the first to peek out back sight. Stellar landing the shot. How the heck have they done this?
This is ridiculous.
You called it at the beginning of the round. It may take some magic, some miracle for them to win the round, and, well, gosh, they did.
I don't think I've ever seen a round quite like that. Cryo dashed his lane and manages to land body shots to take down Zelsis. And then that just sprung chaos into the round.
I
and
hope
the lurk plays were all successful.
I hope we see Zelsis' POV there. I mean, because I'd love to know if it was, yeah, I saw it, I'm expecting the flood, I want to take that fight, or...
I really don't know. I feel like the only thing that makes sense is that he's expecting more players coming out of that smoke, and he thinks Cryo's just pathing straight to site.
Yeah,
but in that situation, how do you possibly expect Cryo to be on his own, going for the solo dash down lane?
Without a Cloudburst either. I mean, nothing. He just went.
4-player push here for Cloud9. Going for a set piece.
Speaking of going, the flash is there. Cryo dancing around the Cloudburst, but he's spammed.
I mean, the Thrifties are finding so much value here in such different ways. 100 Thieves in the previous round decided to go for the Scooby-Doo strategy, spread out, look for clues. And it worked. But C9 put a set play together and decided to crunch on tiles. And despite having really low weaponry, that one was very well crafted. And it comes from such a different place. When you're in tiles, you're expecting the aggression to come mid. Everybody does that. Right. They just copy the Vision Strikers play.
Enemy tag.
Does Stella and Derek have what it takes to be able to recover this round?
That's a big ask. They haven't even made their way out of main.
But Zelsis is quite isolated. Derek thought that he'd been able to get it, and Zepper rips them both to pieces. Thrifties on Thrifties here.
We've played 4 rounds. Half of them have gone that way. That's just outrageous.
But it's also devastating to the 100 Thieves economy. They just can't get anything going. And when things are so back and forth in this direction, Cloud9 are the benefactors. It now puts 100 Thieves in a very tough position, actually. They could try and force. You can see their economy in the bottom right. It's scrappy. I mean, Light Armor Bulldog isn't too bad, but Light Armor Spectre, too, coming out from Stella.
Yeah, but we've had 2 Thrifty round wins, Josh.
Exactly.
This is the better buy.
Oh, why buy at all? Come in with classics. And this is the Viper utility you expect. That Viper Orb in mid makes it very difficult for anybody to challenge. You don't know when the orb is going to be dropped. And the wall that threatens misinformation over towards B.
Meanwhile, well handled by Cloud9. Just waiting the drone out, not showing anything.
And Cloud9 going for a pretty unconventional way of holding this map. Very heavy A main control, with also Zephyr in a position where he's kind of jiggle peeking over towards Catwalk and just ready to drop back to probably Jenny or Dice. These 3 players are going to be difficult to deal with. And Rooney, how does he get that? A spam kill through close mid?
There wasn't a dart? I don't know. I don't know how he did it. Either way, Rooney continues to light it up.
And with 100 Thieves having no A main control, they've got to just pivot. 30 seconds left, and this is all going into the lap of Zelsis.
With Rooney close by, you see him still playing back in spawn, spamming through. He got another, this time onto Cryo.
He's got a 6th sense. There's 20 seconds left. Derek's managed to collect 1, but they've lost their timing to pressure.
15 seconds left. They may have swung out to try to take the fight. I don't They wanted to win it out via frags, and now Derek's on the opposite side of the site from the spike.
There's no, I mean, there's no way Derek's getting that back. They completely lost their timing to try and pressure Zelsis there. Ruined by Rooney, who got that spam kill over towards Market, and the round just ends in a whimper. This is a disaster for 100 Thieves, and Cloud9 looking great. On a map where we very recently saw them struggle versus Loud. It looked like a very large tier difference after Cloud9 had come out, set plans, on split, looked really solid. And then they go into maps like Ascent, and the coordination was not there. Leaf was still popping, you know, the pieces were still working, but Cloud9 didn't look ready.
Yeah.
This game has been chaos, frankly, but it has also demonstrated that they've got on the same page, I think, with what they want to be doing.
Reminds me of what Athena was saying on the desk, right? 3 weeks in, you're expecting them to feel a bit more comfortable, to have the roles more evenly figured out.
Asuna with the null command here. Could just be a very simple pop into A. Drone to start, they've got to clear the recon dart. It isn't, and another spam kill takes down Cryo. There's no Omen entry from Bang, and so all of these players just stuck in. Bang tries to get in, taken out by spam through smoke again.
This is supposed to be a really hard site hit, and it very well may end up as a flawless round for Cloud9.
100 Thieves did not see another human. They just all died through smokes.
Last player standing.
Derek playing spoiler a little bit. On to Leaf. He gets a second on to Jake too. Oh dear! Right. All good. Everything's fine.
No need to panic. Disaster averted. Of course the trades are going to come through for Cloud9. Timeout for 100 Thieves. As Mike's just tells Derek, could you do that one but a little better next time?
Yeah, why couldn't you get all 5?
Yeah, get the 1v5 going next time. But overall, that was devastatingly good from Cloud9 there. They managed to kill Cryo, who is currently 1-5 attack side Jet, before he even began to take a step forwards into the site. Cryo had no time to dash, couldn't even smoke in. Bang wasn't there at the same point as him.
Yeah.
I mean, 100 Thieves are getting smoked.
Literally, smoked. Getting killed on the other side of smokes, like you mentioned.
Yeah,
right? They didn't see a single person in that round except for Derek at the end, who made quite a run at it, but nothing doing.
That was the joke, Doug. Thanks for explaining that one.
Sometimes they go past, okay?
100 Thieves are in a very rough spot. And seriously, this match could mean everything for them. You need to make 6th place in order to get playoffs. And everybody was expecting 100 Thieves to get there. No problem. But when the top 4 in Americas looks as devastatingly good as they are, and 100 Thieves look like they're in a slight tier below, that battle actually for 5th and 6th becomes very important.
Yeah.
And one of their main competitors, Sentinels, already with a win over them. If they lose here, that's another competitor, Cloud9, with a win over them. This could be the split. This could be 100 Thieves' hopes and dreams slipping away.
The middle of the pack so tightly pressed together. You're right, it seems so early. It's just week 3, but the implication's so great. Leaf's gone hunting. How patient is Derek here? Oh dear.
The trade is good.
But that's both controllers down! Now they don't have any way to get onto the site!
Derek is somehow salvaging this round, actually. And if 100 Thieves are able to slow the tempo down, they're going to have better weapons. They can come into this with better than a couple of Guardians. Jake just threatening there that he's repositioned, but 100 Thieves are not slowing down at all. They're immediately getting to site.
No, confidence in that. Rooney has his ult. But they're on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it ain't going to stretch over here. The question really is, what can they do in a post plan? Derek's going to have a recon dart back online by the time Cloud9 get into position. And Cryo's got his knives. Look, 2 seconds left on this.
Not ready yet.
So the spam with the Guardians could be great, but I think he sent it a little early.
Oh no, forget it. He hit one, it's gonna be countered! Rooney gets it! Because of the weakness from Derek! Another retake for Cloud9! Another round for Cloud9!
What a what a retake. What a read. Rooney and Jake just finding round after round, outclassing their much more experienced opponents on 100 Thieves. I mean, playing really well. And to be honest, Bang had it way too difficult on map 1 because he's playing solo smokes on a map where you really should be playing 2. But the fact that coming here into Ascent, which should be a playground for Derek and Bang, they're still having these moments where the Cloud9 newer players are getting more value, being able to win the rounds, put him on the board.
Let us hunt.
Rooney jumped over the pulse of the 100 Fury, by the way.
Yep.
Shutting them down. Just unreal from him. So young, but so comfortable on the big stage.
And this is panic stations now for 100 Thieves. If they're not able to try and recover this a little. Flash through without dropping the Viper Orb there and faking like it could be a bit of B pressure, but Cloud9 are not going to believe this at all because they've already got out. And Stella, way too slow to get back around the corner. Cloud9 are now fully in control of the B side.
The concerning thing too is Stella was waiting for that exact situation. Yep. Waiting for pressure from B, still not able to win the duel out. Bang's falling too.
That is Jake just dominating A main against a drone. And the 100 Thieves are just trying to make anything they can happen.
Last player standing.
It's just solo plays across the map. Because anywhere they go, Cloud9 are dominating. They're allowing 100 Thieves control of mid, but they're losing all of the outer wings of the map.
Do you imagine a timeout close by, given how rough of a half this has been for 100 Thieves?
I think they need to put a lot more emphasis on controlling A main. That was the big thing that Loud were doing well against Cloud9. Cloud9 could not hold on. Oh, look at that little fake TP play from Jake as well.
Played him like a book. But Zeppo was there to clean it up.
And those are the kind of rounds where you have the NT. You know, everyone knows the game is slipping away from them.
Yep.
A match where all of the expectations were that you really should be winning this one. And if not, you're gonna have to reassess where you belong in terms of the rankings of America's teams. And you just put the sad little NT. So now it looks like 100 Thieves are gonna try and dominate A main a little more. But there are 4 players over on this side of the map for the defense.
And all that utility as well. You've got 2 nanos, the alarm bot, the turret, everything is here. And I think they're trying to play around getting the knife onto Zelsis, but I want to say he avoided it. Yeah, all that utility's still up. And there's no go. There's nothing to really set Cryo out. Now Leaf comes through. Leaf gets the third anyway.
Spike down A.
These A pops look absolutely disastrous, and Leaf is just styling on them to end. Not only did Cloud9 read that was going to be A aggression coming out, but 100 Thieves never had anything going. I mean, you're absolutely right, Doug. There's no dash out. There's no crosshair, manipulation. Leaf is just able to keep focused on the choke point with a crossfire, and there's nothing. There's nothing happening here for 100 Thieves.
7-round lead for Cloud9. Once again, expectations shattered. We even teed it up at the beginning, Josh. Cloud9 have been in series leads before, right? They've been comfortable. They've looked like they've been able to hang, and then they crumble. But this time, the foundation's cracking on the opposite side.
Absolutely. Zeppa looking like he wants to go for a reclear there. There is an alarm bot that he could potentially flash off. Calling for help as Zelsis comes along, and Zelsis has the Odin, sorry. It's a nice idea.
See that lockdown used, and there's still a little bit of room to get through, but I mean, you're kind of stuck here. You've got to commit if you're going to funnel out, and it's all into Rooney. The flash was in the smoke. You start to see some of the lack of synergy and how they're playing this out.
But they're still getting in. Despite that lack of synergy, this is actually one of the best site hits that they've been able to put together. The fragment grenade from Asuna, very important, because you saw how Zeppa wanted to get through that smoke over at CT. And now the question is, can they hold on? Oh, this fight could be absolutely crucial. Derek's not ready for it. There is a pit that could be deployed here by Stella.
Right on cue.
And that just, it feels awful to have to go for that in a 3v3 when you've only got one round.
I mean, but at this point, you'll take any round you can get.
Absolutely.
What tools do they have? They have a paranoia, they have a swing out, and it's a 1-for-1. Time low. Asuna playing backside, waiting for the challenge. That's the pit. It's opened things up. Asuna in the 1v1. Zalsis on the challenge. The spam not landing as he swings around and gets it. But is he gonna have the defuse? No.
No time. And what a showcase that really is, honestly, for 100 Thieves, because that's the best round they've put together and everybody died. I mean, that's what they're working with currently. Like you said, they'll take any round they can. And it has been a defense-sided map, but not really for these two teams. So that's why it becomes very dangerous. I also want to point out that Leaf currently has 5 first kills, and 100 Thieves haven't got a single one in this map so far.
Dire straits for 100 Thieves. The attacking side not finding a single first blood.
Shutting them down.
In a lot of ways, Josh, that kind of tells the whole story of the whole map.
It does. And not only that, Cloud9 were coming into this game only winning the first kill battle 40% of the time. That's really poor. And yet they were still doing fairly well. So imagine what happens when this team is winning all of those first duels. I mean, it just looks dominant.
Yep.
Little trap play here as the paranoia comes through from Catwalk. Zephyr and Leaf looking to try and fight this. Instant response from Asuna.
A second, too. Good opener from the attacking side.
And that's actually the first kill that 100 Thieves have been able to get by dismantling that trap play. And Asuna wasn't worried about getting knocked there because he's got his null commander online.
Heady out from Stellar, choosing to spam that smoke, and well, we didn't see that molly, all good.
Could this be the lifeline that 100 Thieves need? Normally you would say an 8-4 half is not that bad for the attackers. But considering that 100 Thieves have not won a single pistol round so far, and their game against Sentinels, they only won 4 defensive rounds, that's where the worry starts to come from.
30 seconds left. Flawless.
A flawless round out from 100 Thieves to get to 3. And really not a moment too soon. You were talking about how an 8-4 half is often, you know, okay, but I mean, they were down 8-1.
Yeah.
This could have been way worse.
Clean from Asuna, though.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf has knives. Looking to try and make a play through mid by the look of things, as Zephyr and Jake continue to dominate A main.
They may try to go that way. You hear the blades instantly used. You wonder now it's a guessing game for 100 Thieves. Where are those blades?
Cover going out.
I thought through it. Looks like it's gonna be an A split, and they're skilled up so far. The timing on the ult is gorgeous.
Spike down.
That's the spike. Derek's left alone to try to salvage a brutal situation. Now they can retreat. 100 Thieves are gonna have to pinch in to fight A main. Oh, he's repositioned, and they don't know. That flash is good. Seppa with 3. What a disastrous round, but it's far from over.
Jake with 42 health. He might just be able to hold on to this or buy enough time for Zelsis to reinforce. And now these 100 Thieves players are getting pinched. They're wondering, where could people be? Oh, that is so enormous. Completely relieves the pressure coming from A side.
Yeah, but are you expecting 2 on the flank? You know 1 is here. Are you expecting Zelsis? Jake, who's so weak, the spam, he still delivers. Stellar, a brutal 1v2. He just got a shot at 1. Not able to land the shot. Swings around, looking for the spam on a Jake. Delivers! Stellar gets 3! The Red Bull clutch for 100 Thieves!
And the IGL puts them on the board. 4 rounds. Is it enough? I think possibly if they get a pistol, maybe 100 Thieves have recovered the half to the point where they might be able to do something, but my God, they need this pistol.
So desperately, and that's a big if, Josh. You mentioned that they haven't won a single one.
No. And remember that that's after having come off the Sentinels games, winning so many of them.
Yeah.
Was it 5 out of 6 or something in the Sentinels games? And they ended up losing that in OT.
One enemy remaining.
Cold out from Stellar as well. They showed Asuna's reaction because he gave some of one. Stellar did not. Cold, cool the entire time. We're actually going to throw it down to Riv, who's standing by with DDK.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. DDK, General Manager of 100 Thieves, also having a little bit of breath of fresh air there at the end of the first half. DDK, talk to me about that first week, first Evil Geniuses matchup. The team looked so good. They came out really strong. How are you going to find that here today? What could you pinpoint from that first week that the team was doing well?
Well, the first matchup we had against Sentinels was a little scrappy. I think today is looking a little scrappy as well. We seem to have some of those matches. I think the fans are familiar with, the heart attack. These things seems to be a real thing. But against EG, I think we really found our form. We came into it, we were very loose, and we, won our pistols. Kind of need to get some of the pistols going here. That would make life a lot easier. But I think generally the map pool as well was really helpful for us, and we knew exactly what we were doing going into that one. I think here as well, going into Lotus straight away, I think that was a little bit unexpected. But other than that, I think I'm not too worried, and we are pretty early on here, so I have full faith. I think coming into the end of this series, and we're looking at the way that the maps are progressing, Ascent and then into Haven definitely favors us a lot more. So if we can just hang on through the rest of Ascent, we'll be fine.
Well, like we said, in that second half, you have a little momentum going. How's it been introducing Cryo into the team? How is it feeling? Putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders as well, having Cryo go into that duelist role. How has he been coping with that?
Yeah, so I mean, Cryo's been a dream, integrating him into the team. He fits in, like, chemistry-wise, super well. The guys have so much fun together. It's a really great group of players in terms of just like the friendship on the team, and he fits that so nicely. And he, as a player, is extremely talented. We know that if we look at the long term with Cryo, which is what we're looking at, he's good enough to be, it's a world star. And we're wanting to make sure that we help him to develop. We don't want to just keep him on that duelist role. We don't want to just keep ourselves in a position where he's going to be more inflexible in the future. We want to make sure that we're developing him into other roles as his skill sets, I mean, again, he's a fast learner. He's more of a passive jet, and he's able to perform very well at all the passive roles. Like, we've seen him on Sage, we've seen him on Omen. Not going to throw anything else out there just yet. That's what you've seen. Okay. But he is a player that's capable of a lot. So he's great. It's fantastic to work with.
DDK, thank you so much for taking the time. And know the 100 Thieves fans are ready for this second half. Let's throw it back to the casters to get it underway.
Thank you, Riv. Yeah, always good to hear from DDK. And I think, Josh, he said something that kind of stood out in describing how they had to navigate the rest of Ascent. He said, hang on.
Yeah. He said they've got to hang on for the rest of Ascent, and then, Haven would be favored towards them. I agree with that, but I think they've made it very difficult to hang on. They need this pistol round. They've got to be able to win 1 out of 4. It becomes absolutely imperative for them. So early on there, the 0 point. Line up from B. Gives them a bit of an idea of where the opening salvo was. Leaf is so incredibly deep. Looking to try and pinch a CT player, but everyone on B has dropped into backside.
Stellar, Asuna, close by. There you see that flash out. Leaf trying to dance around, stay alive, find some cover. The shock dart back there too. They're feeling so much pressure. A 1-for-1. Stellar holding the line again. He spots the gun barrel. Oh, but there's another swing that he was unexpecting.
He did a lot of damage, though. He may have done enough. Meanwhile, Jake got picked up in mid. This 3-player stack push catwalk found Jake in mid, and now it's a straight-up 3v3. The spike's still not planted. If Zeppa goes for the tap, they could choose that moment to spring the retake.
Oh, they're patient. The paranoia is going to cause some problems, but the spike goes down. They wait to funnel out. A 1-for-1 continues. 2v2 left on the round. Zealous is weak. And the pivotal pistol goes in favor of 100 Thieves.
Absolutely imperative that 100 Thieves won that one. It gets them back into this. Their defense side, it didn't look great against Sentinels, but they have all the pieces. Presumably that's one of the big things that they worked on heading into this week, especially if you're going to pick the map. But this was a must-win even to make it possible.
That 2K from Derek helped.
Yeah. And I think the player that I'm looking at is exactly the player that we're having that halftime discussion about. Cryo. He's 6-10 currently. I think it was 4-10 heading into the
right, yeah, halftime.
Into the halftime. And going into the half, for the series stats overall, Leaf 9-1 in first kills to first deaths, Cryo 2-11. So could not be a bigger differential between these two star players on Cloud9 and 100 Thieves in terms of their success rate early round. But now that Cryo, a more defensive, passive player, as DDK was saying, now that he's on that defensive side, maybe he can have more impact.
Yeah, but we had the same conversation on Lotus.
Absolutely, and he didn't.
Cloud9 was just able to find where Cryo was, and yeah, part of it was lucky, right? You guessed a couple of times, you guessed right. But if they're able to navigate away from Cryo again, this could be a very similar story.
You can see Cryo not investing very much in this round 14, probably to get an operator up as early as possible. And in theory, the defense side should be pretty strong here for 100 Thieves. The only thing they're really missing from their composition is that traditional Sentinel, the Killjoy. But Stella's gonna try and do the job instead, not quite working.
Once again, to face the pressure towards B, and the defenses crumble. You do have Cryo close by. Jake trying to find one, but Flash can't see a thing. Ultimately falls. Zeppa and Celsius are through, though, and they are going to get the spike down, so a little bit of money.
Left.
If nothing else. They're starting to funnel out through the paranoia. Great timing up from Bang. Better shot out from Celsius, but another round for the defensive side.
Definitely a little difficult for 100 Thieves to deal with, and that was only with, you know, Sheriffs online for Cloud9. And I think the stress is definitely going to be that lack of a Killjoy. The KJ provides you opportunities to get information passively in mid or over towards B. Alarm bot, turret, they're going to be set up so that you don't have to worry too much. In theory, if you had a very active Jet player, they might be able to run around and plug the gaps.
Right.
But Cryo will most often play one angle for a long time in the round. And that puts pressure on the other players, specifically Stella, who I think has got to have a phenomenal performance on this half. Let's have a look, though. Rifles online, 100 Thieves. Got a bonus buy.
That's the key to a hard hit.
They are not fighting over A main. Remember how aggressively Cloud9 fought for this area of the map, and 100 Thieves give it up for free. Full retake setup.
Such a stark juxtaposition to when we saw 100 Thieves trying to hit this exact same site. But we'll see if they're able to hold on. That's certainly going to help as the anchor falls.
Another kill through smoke. Rooney's weak, just avoids the shock dart.
2 down in hell, 1 on site, and then 2 back main. Can 100 Thieves crack through this? Position spotted, the spam's through, not going to be good enough yet. There's 1 going down. That's another 2. But there's still so much to do. 100 Thieves are starting to claw their way back into this thing. Can Zeppa play hero? No. But perhaps Celsius can. 1v2, 2 Bulldogs. The nade is going to provide some time. The flash is there. And that's clean from 100 Thieves.
Very nice retake on the bonus round. That's what you need. As far as I'm aware, I think that's the first bonus round they've won in the Americas this year. They have not been able to really convert, and my, oh my, what a time to do it. 4-8 down at the half, on the verge of losing this series, and having a dangerously bad deficit in the split overall, even by week 3. They come out with pistol, follow-up, and bonus round. All retakes, by the way.
They were outnumbered in that one, too. That was a 5v4 leading into things.
Yep.
Very well done. Light buy from Cloud9. A couple of stingers, light armor. Not much else. But they trample down Cat. The spike separated. And Leaf dead. The spam through. Asuna hasn't taken any damage. He peeks back into the paranoia.
Wow.
He was blind. Asuna is taken over.
Is Rooney gonna let him?
Crowd loving that one.
And I think 100 Thieves will be too, because that puts them back up to 8-8. An incredibly pivotal round coming up where ults are definitely going to get expended. But that is a mighty streak of rounds.
What is that, 7 rounds in a row?
7 in a row. Cloud9 were up enormously.
8-1.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
8-1 and 100 Thieves have pulled this comeback.
What can Cloud9 do to equalize things? How do they get back into this? How do they break this overwhelming momentum that 100 Thieves have amassed?
Look at this once more. The attacking team allowed mid control, and instead the defenders taking B main. Cryo and Bang playing together here, dominating this entrance, and Celsius will find it very difficult with Rooney.
Oh, they were waiting for that.
Overpushed.
Yeah.
I feel like 100 Thieves overplayed their hand there, and now Bang's gonna get caught on the walk back in.
They've lost mid. They've lost the map.
They might well have done.
Big from Asuna, but a good trade. And Leaf is intended to be just the cover here at this point. The spike is A. You've got Jake over there as well.
Spike planted.
Standing ahead.
Oh, it's so tempting. You spot him. You spot the shoulder. Jake dealing a little bit more damage, but numbers back for 100 Thieves.
A 2v3 where they don't quite know where Leaf is positioned. And there isn't great amounts of time.
Or health. And look at that, 38 and 39.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf gets the first, the second, dropped. A 3K for Leaf as Cloud9 take the lead back.
100 Thieves are in a great position to win that round, and they overplayed their hand massively. Pushing out past that very common alarm bot position and just swinging into any players that are over at tiles. I mean, I'm not surprised that 100 Thieves are calling a timeout here because I think they need to be calmed down a little.
Yeah.
7 rounds in a row, maybe that's a bit of overconfidence, or maybe they just feel like they need to be pushing. But to be honest, I think you can give mid control there and just play B main. They had 3 players around. They could have stopped Rooney and Celsius coming back into B main and stopped Leaf coming out from market. And instead, bit of a misstep. From our point of view, though, we can see that Cryo's invested in an op. And this is going to be the first time that Cryo's really had that online. I'm interested to see whether they play aggressively with it, though. Do they get him posted somewhere where he's able to find good value?
Yeah, maybe.
Does he try and rotate around or just stick in the same spot?
You wonder, maybe they post him up B main or something along those lines to play off of a little something and set him up, or...
I'd like to see him play mid, actually. I think that from what you've seen of Cloud9 so far, they're going to be playing mid very heavily, where someone could try and break drone and then, you know, Cryo can get a repeat. Or they're going to be grouping up pretty heavily in A main and going for a pop. And I think at that point, Cryo should be able to tell you whether or not there's an A split happening. And that's really useful for the A site defenders. So I think opping mid here is probably going to be the best idea. Cryo's going for it, but my concern is he doesn't have anybody with him. And that means he's going to have to give up if there was a drone in his face. We can see that's not going to be the issue, though. And overall, he is going to be able to give good insight to the rest of his team, potentially, if it ends up being a 3-person A-pop.
Knife only spots Leaf, and instantly rotations. Look at that. He's giving up mid, and he's going to go back A.
Yeah. But the recon dart being broken outside B main should give them some idea that this is not going to be a very early site hit, despite the utility used early. So now Cryo has the challenge of trying to get posted back on mid.
From a deeper angle, too, or a more shallow angle from their side. He has to be so careful. There's no threat, but he's got to be slow about it.
Derek has ult for this, but does he choose to use it? Or is he scared he'll get overwhelmed?
That's really close. Patience pays off. Doesn't ult, but Leaf cleans him up. You hear the op shot rattle off, not gonna land. It's so chaotic, but the spike has made its way through in the hands of Celsius. He's got to get the spike down.
And not only that, Rooney is playing a very safe position. Wow, this ult being ripped immediately to try and help them challenge.
Oh, Leaf was in such a good spot.
But that means no post-plant utility from the Sova ult.
No, and Cryo still has the op. Celsius able to drop Asuna, who tried swinging around, making a play. Info should be gathered here. We also have Rooney has drone. Rooney has drone, and I don't think it spotted anything. The swing out from Rooney. He's good for it on the Cellar. The spam to back. Cryo with blades in hand. Can he make a play? He's gotten it down to 1. The tap. And Rooney's able to play it so safely. So diligently. Oh my gosh, that was so close. He goes up to try to make the play. And Rooney stuffs it.
Another round secured by Rooney. What excellent play by Cloud9. Those 2 players held on for so long. Celsius and Rooney combining together to be able to save a situation that it looked like 100 Thieves retake was just going to work. And the coordination there just lacking compared to where we saw the very nice spill out of A Heaven. You know, when they were able to pull that off, everybody playing together, able to trade off each other. There, just, you know, Stella just jumps lane on his own and leaves Cryo.
Get out of my
It looks
way.
like in the important moments, something's falling apart in the comms for 100 Thieves.
Early Hunter Fury out from Derek.
Cancelled.
And he goes forward. Huge up from 100 Thieves as they're getting a couple. Look at that pressure that they've applied B.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. They overpush B main again, lose one player, but Cryo survives. Now Cryo's in the attacker's spawn as Cloud9 run their way into B. Very weird positions. But once more, Cloud9 find themselves in a 2v3 scenario. Can they pick players apart?
Where is he gonna take this?
There's nowhere safe.
Just clearing out B main, I guess. Yeah. But Cryo's still close by. Now starting to take that space. You've got to be careful here. If you're Cloud9.
Player standing.
That hurts.
They do not expect Cryo to still be there.
No. Jake in this 1v3 spots one. The dash through there, too many targets. He's trying to handle everything and he can't handle any of it.
Big response from 100 Thieves, deciding to throw caution to the wind there. Ripping a Hunter's Fury in the first 5 seconds, whilst also heavily pushing B main.
Just chaos.
And also, maybe that's the answer. Try to apply as much pressure as possible to this somewhat inexperienced Cloud9 squad, especially some of the players, and see if they crack. See if you can force the issue.
Well, it's funny that you say that too. Specifically, see if they crack. Because again, Cloud9 have been in this position where they've had a team that should on paper be better than them, down 1-0 in the series with the potential to put them away, and they've faltered in this exact situation. Right? And 100 Thieves rattle off 7-8 rounds in a row, something along those lines, and you start to wonder, okay, is this, again, the story of Cloud9, where they get close, but they can't close the door? It's gone back and forth ever since that.
I think one of the key differences, though, here is that on Ascent, Cloud9 never looked like they had a chance against Loud. They were just out of it from the very beginning.
Sure.
At least Cloud9 have demonstrated that they can win this map. I mean, really, Cloud9 have looked like the better team so far.
I would agree.
I know the scoreline is only 1 round differential, but I think Cloud9 have come into this with slightly better coordination and some good reactive pushes too. A timeout here as Cloud9 discuss how they want to try and finish this. Stella's ult might be a major issue for them, and it does seem like this would be a good round to invest it. Does he want to rip it off the, off the go? There are some spots where you could try and do that. Lock down A main. Lockdown, maybe even Catwalk or B main early. It's not like we see Vipers frequently played here.
But he can play contact up. Oh no, he's just going to be ready for it.
He needs someone with him. This is what they were doing, leaving Cryo alone at the beginning too. Cryo's got an operator. How is he going to defend Stella?
Instantly got flashed, instantly dashed upon it. Now there's a little bit of help. He tried making a play, but it's traded back, and that's the pit.
Yeah, that's the pit gone. But honestly, Cryo did better than I was expecting, whipping out the shorty there. That's the power of that weapon. Because they've actually stunted the push. They go 1 for 1, and yeah, that's beneficial for Cloud9, but they've lost their ability to entry. Leaf isn't there. The dash isn't available. Maybe they'll find it a bit more difficult, but if Cloud9 cut some noise, they could go for a re-hit. Zeppa's ultimate, providing that ability to get through whatever, utility setups might be stopping them.
Surprised too, I was worried with how far up Stellar was, if that lockdown would come to play. Or that ult, excuse me, the null command, but it looks like a fake.
Yeah, what a fake. What a time to call it. The problem here being, Cloud9 are a little far away. They're going to be able to get entry into the B site, though. And Derek not expecting this.
They have to be careful. They have to be cautious. Jake with the spike.
Cover going out.
Starting to smoke off, leave Zeppa to die.
Another situation where Cloud9 get into a post plant, but a player down.
Yeah.
We've seen them win these, we've seen them lose these.
How do they hold this? You see the 2 nanos dropping onto the spike. Zelsis has to stay alive here.
Oh, I love this from Rooney. He's trying to get a timing past the drone. They think mid is clear, and Rooney's creeping.
He's got a shock dart too. They're all gonna funnel in from spawn right into Jake's crosshair! But they all fall, and now Rooney's position given away. Nano's not in play. Rooney not in play. We're tied again.
There has been a momentum shift in this map for sure. And while both teams demonstrated in previous games that their attack side was what they were favoring, you can see that 100 Thieves have made some serious developments to their defense. It's not so much that they're being able to lock down the sites. They're not even trying for that. They're only playing retake. They're just trying to stack players over towards one site, play the B retake, the Viper Wall being extremely useful for them if they've got it in position. And rely on the fact that they still have a lot of utility up. I mean, they still had full Sova util, full Omen util when it came time for the retake there.
One suppressed.
Cryo once more up in hand, misses the first shot.
And pressure once again from Leaf towards the middle of the map. They've gotten this far. They've gotten the spike down a couple of times. You've got to be careful here. Bang is going to be on the flank. Yeah, that paranoia is going to hit a couple. They've been able to mow them down. Stellar gets forward. Stellar gets the ace with one bullet.
You wanted a villain? I gave you a villain.
The second ace for 100 Thieves to power this comeback. That one an anti-eco, but I mean, in terms of getting ults online, Stellar will take those 5 points. Thank you very much. And we saw the Viper's Pit not really be that impactful last time he used it, but definitely will help them.
One enemy remaining.
Little reaction from the leader as he's starting to feel it. 1 round lead for 100 Thieves. They've done more than hung on at this point. But can they close the door on this map?
Yeah, that phrase from DDK definitely seeming apt at this point. Rooney, he's found. Oh, so close.
But I believe he spotted 2 there, so he knows the 2 that are on B. They're going to drop the lockdown too.
But this is a fake. They're going to end up pivoting into Asuna. Asuna got an ace previously. He spots 2, heading his direction. Still with a fragment grenade. Bang has no one to play off. Everything's so solo when it comes to 100 Thieves defense.
He has a paranoia though. They're all blind. They can't see a thing.
Cover going out.
And that is crispy. Now it's Cloud9 forced to pivot. Once more playing a single player disadvantage situation. How has Cryo missed that?
3v3 for the round. 50 seconds left. Sight in favor of Cloud9.
Recon dart in the smoke. Uh-oh, spotted.
Oh.
Uh-oh, it's a fake. Zeus is still wise to it. Cleans him up. Numbers in favor of Cloud9. As this back and forth affair continues. That's big though. 100 Thieves equalizing numbers, the spike ticking away. What can they do? A 1-for-1. Leaps in the clutch and he wins it out. Once again, tied up at 11.
Good trades there from both teams as it comes down to the final moments, but really, Cloud9 managing to find that pick in the mid-round, up onto Heaven. Really creative mid-rounding there. Love the pathing. They realize that they lost A main. They don't try and challenge back. They instead decide, all right, maybe we can push up towards Heaven. And they do. They get rewarded with that pick on Cryo.
And it was narrow. I mean, he had the shot. You imagine he lands that off shot? What a different situation we have.
Yeah, very different. He's got the operator again in this round, very early. Cannon recon dart.
What do they
Leaf
have?
gets over. Recon dart through again, smoked off a little. Nobody in position to really spam off the back of it. So this is going to be, oh, Rooney with another.
Leafs playing on the other side of the door as well. 100 Thieves have been here a lot, though. They've been outnumbered, and they've been able to retake and win situations that they probably shouldn't be able to.
I mean, mostly they've had player advantages, though, to be honest. They haven't won that many 4v5s.
They're going to have to do it here to keep Cloud9 away from map point. Derek Strone not spotting anyone. And Zepp was able to receive the aggression from Heaven. 3 on the round for him. 1 other for Leaf, and 12 for Cloud9.
One step away from delivering an enormous result for the team that came in here into Americas with the lowest expectations, to be honest. Not for any reason to do with their player quality, but just the circumstances the team had been put into.
Right.
But my word, the pressure has created diamonds. And for 100 Thieves, they've got to win this, even to get to OT. Against Sentinels, they got to OT and immediately lost 12-14. The things that must be going through that team's head.
Suppressing. One suppressed.
There begins to hit. Cryo's Blades not finding any value. But Bang keeping them back for now. They have some semblance of control, some semblance of authority on the side as Bang gets 3 in the round.
That's amazing performance by Bang, frankly.
The anchor delivering again, but can they close it out? It seems inevitable. Rooney's left in this clutch, and he's not able to do it. Regulation not enough. We go again.
What a
Switching
map.
sides.
These two teams are so even. The fast hits simply not really working for Cloud9. 100 Thieves able to mop them up more than often. But what a performance there from Bang. Ripping 3 off as Jake, I think, was teleporting kind of into his face. And now, how are they going to adjust? The mind games between Stella and Rooney. Defense to start for C9.
And this is where you expect experience to be the difference maker, but I mean, that hasn't been the case at all.
And there's such layered experiences, right? Cloud9 have got very experienced players too that will be there for guidance. This is a big push coming out of B main early. Is this the set play we saw earlier? No, not quite as fast.
There's a flash set up. There's a paranoia there too. The dash, the paranoia, and Leaf finds nothing. Great hold from Cryo.
It was that same set play, actually. The Nanoswarm came through as well to clear the back of Heart, but Cryo was ready for it this time. And my oh my, Cryo being able to get that first kill advantage over Leaf is something we have not seen much of in this match.
Not at all.
What a time to do it.
And now everything in the round comes to a screeching halt. Silence across the site.
But there's actually some really big utility tools that 100 Thieves have lost there. They had to use Paranoia early. They now don't have Drone, that's cancelled. No dash for Cryo, no smokes. So they can't really break crosshairs getting into the site. Things are still going to be a little difficult here, despite the fact they stopped the early salvo.
There's a nano just on the other side. Cleared out by the Shock Dart. Well done. The protocols from 100 Thieves clean, but the spray from Jake good too. 4v3 in favor of 100 Thieves as they funnel out. The flash sets up Zelsis to get Derek. And they have a decent idea of where Stellar is. Surely they know, right? Oh gosh, they're not going to check. They're not going to check. Zelsis wins it out anyway.
Down B.
2 remain. Now 1 for 100 Thieves as he falls. Cloud9 series point.
14-12 the score last time 100 Thieves took to this map. And I could definitely see a world where it all slips away from them painfully again.
30 seconds left.
DDK was saying they just need to hang on.
1 enemy remaining.
And this is by the skin of their teeth. Can they put together another round to keep this OT going?
See Zelsis is so animated, talking through the situation. He's always been vocal, has always been known to be a leader.
And meanwhile, some kind of heads hanging from the 100 Thieves players. Body language definitely, I think, showcasing the difference in expectations coming into this map and into the match in general. If you had talked about the clash between these two teams at the beginning of the year, you're expecting 100 Thieves to win this one and be competing with those teams in the upper echelon.
Oh,
they haven't been.
Yeah.
They just have not been. And now Cloud9 look to take a juicy scalp.
And again, the implications for the rest of the season potentially
are massive. 100 Thieves has yet to play against Furia, Loud, Leviathan, NRG. If 100 Thieves can't put away Cloud9, if 100 Thieves can't put away Sentinels, are they going to be able to get wins against the top 4?
There's trouble afoot. Cloud9 1 round away from this upset. And at this point, we're going to have to start having conversations around whether or not they're upsets. If Cloud9's the real deal.
Absolutely. I mean, they have looked like the real deal in all of their matches. They've put an operator into Cryo's hands, 100 Thieves. And this is going to be fast. Trying to punish Derek early.
And they do! The aggression is too much for Derek. Caught on the back foot. And now just forced to sit and watch.
What a fantastic reaction coming out from Leaf. And the fast rounds have failed usually because there's been somebody anchoring on B.
Spike planted.
Not this time. It's going to be a 4v5 retake. And Cryo with an operator in hand. I bet he's wishing he had a rifle now.
Jake, patient. That high-low's too much. The kill through. I don't know how the heck he got away with that, but either way, traded out. Now Jake forced to push forward, and Asuna cleans him up. 3v3 further out, but the spike has been planted. It's again retake for 100 Thieves.
Can Zelsis be the thorn in their side? Hiding around in B main.
That's another. Cryo falls. It all falls down to Stellar. He's been clutched before. Can he do it again? He spots one, but that's all it is. The time low. Stellar has to go forward and Leaf on the other side. I don't know that there's enough time. Even he gets a kill. He's gotten it down to 1, but that's all it's going to be. Underdogs no longer. Cloud9 take down 100 Thieves.
What a performance from this squad. Not even dropping a map, a clean 2-0. It got close, it got scrappy, but it's another 14-12 loss for 100 Thieves, this time on their map pick, Ascent. And the game plan from Cloud9 has just been lovely on Lotus, on Split against Loud. And this battle of the mid-table, Cloud9 going from a team that people were counting out to serious contenders to rise up. Top 6 makes it to playoffs. We talked at length about how the strength of schedule gets way worse for 100 Thieves moving forwards. For Cloud9, that is a great victory.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It will propel them up the standings. And once again, another masterclass from Leaf. What a menace he is on Duelist.
And I want to very quickly, as we continue to talk about Cloud9, oftentimes you'll see new teams and new programs kind of try to shore up and protect their new players, right? Put them in situations where they have support, they don't really need to deliver on their own. But Rooney and Jake, again, have been so exceptional for this squad. They haven't been put in situations where they just need to deliver a little bit, right? And just kind of float by. They've answered the call for Cloud9. They've been individually clutch. They've stood tall for this squad.
And more so than that too, I think Cloud9 have just immediately come together as a team.
Yeah.
So there are so many other teams in Americas that would like to have the level of coordination this squad does. I mean, 100 Thieves had some rounds where they demonstrated it for sure, but the C9 team has just come together wonderfully to open things up. 2 aces in this, by the way, for the opposite side, for 100 Thieves as they battle back. And it was a valiant comeback, but not quite enough.
No, I believe Stellar got a 4K on that last round as well.
Yeah,
He got one of those days, yeah.
Absolute consolation prize, though. The rest of Cloud9 making sure there was no hope. And so many moments where 100 Thieves were left in a retake, and you just can't win every retake.
No. No, not at all. It's such a difficult ask. As you see the fist bumps come through once again, Cloud9 shattering expectations.
And for 2 teams where you would look at them at the beginning of the year and say, blockbuster matchups, some of the best that North America has to offer. Those expectations, they settled down a little bit, but now both teams trending in the opposite direction, right? 100 Thieves now seriously slipping up 2 of their best chances, and Cloud9 rocketing upwards.
And once again, you got to give love to MC, you got to give love to Cupert. The program that they have set up for these 2 young stars, who are very quickly becoming that, by the way. They are not just kind of floating under the radar anymore. They're really coming into their own, and they're delivering. It's been flawless. Cloud9 take down 100 Thieves. We'll throw it back down to the desk.
Thank you so much, Doug. And to be honest, I couldn't agree more with the way that the youngsters here for Cloud9 are assimilating into the team and making a name for themselves. They're making us eat crow on the desk here. All 3 of us going with that 100 Thieves prediction at the top of the day. And instead, it's a 2-0 the other direction, a 2-0. Not even a third map, Van Silly. Not even a third map. Sure, we got the OT here on Ascent, but Cloud9, they get it done. They lock it up.
Cloud9, they got it done, but it also seems at some point that 100 Thieves weren't really ready until like C9 maybe not starting enough tape, where C9 rushing out towards B still worked out for a couple of kills here and there, but overall, I mean, it was a great fight from both sides. It was just slipping through. Another one of those matches where for 100 Thieves, it came down to the wire just like it did versus Sentinels, and they just let that slip through their fingers, a map that they picked, and they couldn't bring this to their third map.
Yeah, I mean, for 100 Thieves, their attack side was looking a little rough at the beginning.
Dude.
I think, like, if they just had, like, a little rough, if they just had a couple more rounds, rounds going into it, then their defense side was kind of looking not that bad. They obviously started warming up towards the end, and we started seeing more firepower. And kind of like what Sideshow was just saying, where, like, we did see them finally step up to that plate, where between firepower from each team, it was like, finally looking up.
Right? And what a roller coaster, though, that this second map was, because we saw there, that was round 3 of the map. All first 3 rounds go over to 100 Thieves. They win that bonus up against Cloud9, the Eco, against the Eco Kings.
Exactly.
But Van's not to be outdone. Cloud9 finds a way to clap back in just round number 4.
Well, that was the storyline that we were talking about before, too, right? When you're seeing that you're a team that's able to get Eco'd, when you're supposed to be the best team in North America for Ecos, you're like, hey, we got an answer for ourselves getting into this 4th round. A Laura buy that they have, a hero rifle on top of that. We see the value now behind getting like a hero rifle behind Leaf to allow these rounds to happen, to allow the pinches to happen and to allow the aggression to just fight back against C9. And look at these stats right here in terms of how this storyline just built around C9.
I mean, this is crazy. 18 first kills for C9 versus just 8 for 100 Thieves. I mean, that put them in so many 5v4 situations that is someone's dream. And I think, like, even coming into it, I mean, they got, what, aced twice?
What's going on? Like, what?
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's so cool to watch happen. But for the fact that the map was even that close, considering 18 first bloods to 8 on the other side, is already wild. But then, of course, as you just mentioned, Athena, it was the aces on the other side. Fine, we're not getting the first bloods, so we're fighting from 4v5 positions or 1v4, 1v5 positions. And 100 Thieves, they've made some miracles in this. I think that's something that we shouldn't ignore, even though the overall series scoreline doesn't look great for them.
Yeah, it came back to that storyline that we talked about. I mean, look at this, too. 2 first bloods. We talked about 18 in favor of C9, but 2 of them on the attack. 400 Thieves. On the attack of Ascent, you're supposed to be the one getting entries, opening things up on the attack, and you got shut down, actually, for 100 Thieves in that second map. So that is definitely, like, some of the things that doesn't pan out into your game plan of how you wanted to prepare against C9. But as you've mentioned, like, we wanted some players to really step up to the plate. The question was around if Cryocells can't really step up to the plate, and somebody else can. And yes, in moments we talked about Bang, but it's also on these players. Asuna right here with the ace. I think we also had Stellar with 1, but also Stellar with a clutch on a 2 versus 1 in round number 12 that just allowed 100 Thieves to actually make that comeback, bring that momentum in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, even the comp coming in from 100 Thieves could have been one of the reasons why they couldn't get that first blood. They couldn't initiate that much space going into it for Cryo, but as you can see here, like, Stellar just kind of going off, showing that he can play the game too. And I think that comp is something that I really, really was doubting, honestly. Like, I saw the Viper, I kind of got mad. I was like, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
Like, they did a good job at splitting the site. On that defense side, they started splitting the site, they started fighting the right sides, they kind of supported their teammates, and I think that that's something that they couldn't really do on attack. Like, it looked like they had a game plan. It looked like what 100 Thieves was trying to do was kind of isolate the site, take the fight, punish rotators, punish other people or people being isolated, but I mean, C9 just wasn't giving it to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Aces like that, plays like that, show you that 100 Thieves, they have the individual pieces to make something happen, but they haven't found a way to get them to all fit together just yet. For Cloud9, it's a very, very beautiful win to kick off their week 3. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage. Rivington is standing by with Rooney for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here for the Verizon post-match interview with Cloud9 Rooney after they get the 2-0 pickpocket on 100 Thieves. Expected, but for some unexpected. I want to know, though, as we look back, the bounce back from Loud, it was super close on Ascent for Cloud9, super close on Pearl. What was the mentality for the team coming into this week to make sure those matches, things like that, could be closed out?
Yeah, well, we know we're a fairly new team, and we had a good first week against Evil Geniuses. Came into week 2. We looked strong to start off the series with taking the first map. So I think, with 3 weeks of practice, taking a map off of one of the best teams in the world was good for us. So going in today, we were super confident in taking the 2-0. We all knew that was going to happen, and everybody that watched, around knew. We just needed to play confident as we have been, and we knew we would take it.
Talk to me about that goal. What was the key, you think, to taking down 100 Thieves? Whether it was just playing your game or were you able to counter-strat?
Yeah, we didn't really counter-strat anything. We know that they're a fairly, solid individual team. They make a lot of, superstar plays and have a lot of aces, like you guys saw. But we've been playing very, together, and we knew that if we just played smart, then we can take that down.
And looking at how sudden it was that you joined Cloud9, actually, we were just speaking that you've talked to academy coaches and previously before, so there was almost a lineage there to the Cloud9 roster. But now, having joined the team, all this pressure around you, how are you handling that? It seems amazing, but kind of what was your take when you were in this position?
Right, so obviously the public view is a little different because nobody really knew who I was prior, and same with Jake as well. And thanks to Matt for taking a chance on us and letting us show what we can do. The pressure doesn't really get to me that much. I've been playing competitive sports for a long time, so it doesn't really get to me. I can't speak for Jake, but I'm sure he would say something around the same thing. But yeah, the guys make it really easy to mesh in. The coach is, making it easy for us, and we're playing well. So yeah.
All right, talk to me about Rooney. What are you hoping to show people this season on Cloud9?
right? So I'm, the new IGL in the scene, coming into an elite roster with some good players that have been playing together for a long time and coming in to be their IGL. It's really cool for, me to get that recognition from my teammates and now the community as well. I've been seeing my name get tossed around in the IGL, circle of who's the best and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So it's cool to be seeing that recognition as well. And hopefully after this 2-0, there's more, yeah.
And then we thank you all for those Sheriff's clips as well. Final question for you before I let you go. MIBR versus NRG next. Who do you got? Who are you thinking?
I think NRG is looking really good right now. I think after losing their first series, they have a lot to show. And last week they were very, very dominant. And I'm expecting the same exact thing this week as well.
All right, everybody, Cloud9 Rooney, a victory for Cloud9 over 100 Thieves. We are going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. We heard it right here. We got MIBR versus NRG up next. We'll see you there.
Cool.
We're set, so let's go ahead and get Saturday started off right. 4 teams will take to the stage today. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. The battle of 1-1 teams here in Week 3, Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. VCT Americas starts right now.
Look at Jake in a position to make a huge play, and that's a spike. While out of reach of the remaining members of 100 Thieves, as Jake gets a second, the third is teed up and dropped. The guy continues to answer the call.
Every round, listen, let's not get egos.
The triple pump fake is taking place. Cry, the only one with ball. You can't imagine he uses it here as Elsis is able to spam through the utility, through the smoke, to another kill, and it's clean from Cloud9.
Let's go, Jill. Let's go, baby. Nice smoke, Jill.
Derek is already falling. Jake's being so pesky, and he gets 2 clean shots out from him. The order falls. Cloud9 once again find themselves up 1-0 in the series. Derek playing spoiler a little bit. On to Leaf, he gets a second onto Jake too. Oh dear! Right. All good. And there's no goal. There's nothing to really send Cryo out. Now Leaf comes through. Leaf gets a third anyway.
Baby!
Flank, yeah, that paranoia's gonna hit a couple.
They've been able to mow them down.
Stellar gets forward. Stellar gets the ace with 1 bullet. Celsius wins it out anyway. 2 remain, now 1 for 100 Thieves as he falls. Underdogs no longer. Cloud9 take down 100 Thieves. Sam left in this 1v2. He gets one, letting it swing into him, and it does.
Rotação, são 3 jogadores chegando. Segura o primeiro, viu o segundo, vem o terceiro!
Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome back to VCT Americas. Our second match of the day is just around the corner. It's NRG versus MIBR, and joining us here on the desk is none other than my beautiful mustachioed friend in Josh. How you doing, my dude?
Yeah, there's a lot of mustachioed friends.
There are a few,
around,
but
actually.
none of the other ones are in this room. So right now, you're my favorite. Okay?
I'll take that. Honestly, I'll take that.
No rest for the weary.
No.
You already had to cast a blistering 2-0 there. Let's talk a little bit about the series that we have in front of us. Let's start on the side of NRG. I think for some already, and we're only 2 weeks in now, 3 weeks into the season, and people are talking about this squad as North America's last hope.
And I think it actually does look like that. I mean, you're looking at the performances that are coming out from some of the other squads. Who is it? Cloud9? Are they the other North American last hope? NRG have actually managed a pretty good rebound after their loss to Leviathan. They looked good in the most recent series, dismantling Sentinels, fixing their Lotus immediately. There's a lot of good signs to take away there.
Yeah, I mean, all of them are looking really, really solid. I think as a team, they do have that coordination that we haven't necessarily seen with a lot of the other North American teams. We see each of these players kind of popping off, kind of reminding me of the C9 that we just saw.
Yeah.
So NRG definitely has that potential. I do want to say, just because of their old, optic pass and like energy and finesse, I do want to say they are up there for me in terms of NA's last hope. But I think, again, coming into this, it's always kind of like a wild card almost when you're fighting against like MIBR.
Right, MIBR, before we even get to teams like Loud or Furia, we saw them taking down some of their domestic rivals, but it does kind of beg the question there, Sideshow, like what is separating this team from what we've seen so far from being able to contest the top of the table, those kind of 2 remaining undefeated teams further down the line?
I mean, I think that you're talking about NRG there?
Yeah, NRG specifically.
I think for NRG, it's actually not really that far away. I think that their map pool that needed a little bit of tweaking. They've been playing a lot of Lotus early. The biggest problem for NRG is just that there's only 3 spots for Tokyo, and there's 4 top teams right now. So that's the biggest issue, honestly. They're still up there with the best. And for a game like this, they're expected to fairly easily handle their opponents.
Yeah, so while overcoming domestic rivals is going to be key towards garnering one of those top spots in a trip over to Masters, the rivalry between NRG and Sentinels was already heated coming into VCT Americas, and it continued well after their matchup. Coaches Chet and Psycho having some fun on Twitter, to say the least.
I mean, this started as a Twitter exchange at the beginning of the year about which website to use for prac. And then in the end, it devolved into Chet keeping receipts and going calling them out at the end for not being able to win the game. I mean, this is the peak of NA Twitter pettiness.
How often in your life have you even saved a tweet? Like, I would never be able to bring receipts months down the line from an interaction like this.
I don't know what people said to me yesterday. I have no idea.
I feel like for me to become like officially a pro player, I need to have a thread of just drama on Twitter.
I mean, that is drama.
Yeah.
We'll see how that shifts us here without Ye and Marv to carry. I mean, well, what do we think about that? You dive into it a little bit deeper. Do I need to bring a screenshot of our record versus your team again?
Yeah, and look at the dates there. I mean, that's January 11th. And my boy's coming back 4 months later.
He literally had it in his back pocket. He's like, I was ready for this. And he put it down.
But I think in a broader point there, they really have looked good, even without Ye and Marv being on this team. So the additions have been pretty excellent. And considering most people were putting Ye and Marv up as their 2 best players, what a recovery.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect transition to talking about those new players, right? I think Sam is somebody that we definitely want to talk about, Athena, in terms of joining this team, finding some levels of dominance across a couple of key maps.
Yeah, I mean, Sam as a player has definitely developed into kind of what we are seeing today. He's just really kind of pushing his own boundaries and pushing into the skill ceiling that no one really thought that he had. For a while, people were just calling him, the content creator.
Right.
Sam, the streamer. But he, with that kind of explosive personality that he does bring, I'm sure he brings it to his team as well, but he showed that he does have an explosive playstyle that also came with it, and he proved that time and time again.
I also think that the team has done such a great job at setting him up. He dominates yellow because they break all of that utility for him, allow him to focus forwards. And like I said, even though they've lost their two arguably best players, they haven't lost the most important player, which is FNS to this team. And he is doing a great job at helping everybody else feel comfortable.
And big personalities, right? They can be key to confidence building for a squad. Wins can also be key to confidence building for a squad. Week 1 kind of went horribly for them against Leviathan, but they come back week 2, right? And all of a sudden it starts to look a little bit more comfortable for this team, and we're starting to generate the victories.
Plus, without Ye and without that Marv, you know, maybe we do see these players kind of show things that they do have to shine. That maybe now that they were kind of hiding in the shadows of previous players, they're kind of showing that they actually have a lot to show, and they are being put in those positions that maybe the other roster members were being put in.
To me, it's so incredible that they were able to make this adjustment from one week to the next, because they changed their composition. It makes artists more comfortable. They got Victor in a heavy fragging role there as well. But the whole way that they approached the map was different. That originally it looked like Finesse didn't quite understand how to call on the attack side. That's really unusual for him. And then coming into week 2, something's clicked. And they've got it. It's a comp change, it's a player kind of role change, and it's also just the way that they're able to work the map.
I love giving a nod to the new additions, but you already said the man's name, and he's a central focus of this team. Every time we talk about him, we have to talk about Finesse, or should I say the player formerly known as Finesse, who officially changed his name last week to Finesse. Yes, it was previously written FNS, but as a matter of fact, it's always been pronounced Finesse if you're to talk to the man himself, just making it official this time around.
I was told it was pronounced Fennis, Venus.
Not even.
Something like that. No?
Yeah, you and artists can go figure that one out.
Yeah. It's such a problem understanding American people, Canadian people. I just don't get it.
I mean, look, okay, here's what I'll say is the name change. I got to keep putting it in quotes because it really wasn't a name change. It clearly made a difference. Look at the difference in numbers here. KDA jumping a whole 0.8 up to 2-0. Let's go, baby. That's huge. Finesse right there.
I actually love it, though, when a player has a nickname, an alias, that in some way, like, explains the way that they think about the game. Like, Finesse has literally called himself that because he likes the idea of outplaying his opponents by finessing them. And when you watch him IGL on the attack side in particular, he does that. He will absolutely run loops around you. You have no idea where they're going. You can't stack the right sides. And he's run fakes up and down.
Yeah, I think he's like one of the best IGLs in terms of like adapting to your team, the other team's playstyle, and also like completely just incorporating your own versus just like purely just adapting to them.
Well,
and I think like NRG in general, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but NRG in general, like Finesse, he does a really great job of also like abusing the rotations of his opponents, and it's like he just is reading them like a book every single time. It's just the execution that matters.
Hopefully we'll see some of that brilliance on display today. For more though on this matchup, let's hear from NRG's Crashies and MIBR's Maurice.
Yeah, the playstyles from every different region is definitely kind of cool. Every team can beat each other, I feel like. The skill level is so close. MIBR, we've actually scrimmed them a decent amount going into week 2 and week 1. We respect them a lot. We know they have good players. I mean, we've played against them before on other teams. I mean, the very first time we played them, it was like Berlin 2021. And they were Vivo Kid at the time.
Mas, infelizmente, a gente era time ainda inexperiente em questão de mundial e entregou o primeiro mapa. Acho que tava 7-0 pra gente. O Crash fez um 5K de pistola absurdo que eu nunca vou esquecer. Inclusive, quando a gente treina contra, a gente sempre comenta e brinca.
They had like Heat, who was a top jet prospect who we all knew about. And we had Ye at the time. So it was kind of cool to see the two jets like battle it out. And now, you know, it's coming full circle and we have to play Heat again. He's still on the jet roll, so it should be an exciting game.
Bom, eu acredito que vai ser uma batalha de leitura dentro de jogo, de adaptação. É um time que joga bem parecido com a gente em questão de realmente ler o que o time do adversário está fazendo e ficar adaptando dentro do jogo, jogar mais no padrão. Então, claro que tem suas diferenças, mas eu acho que essa leitura dentro do jogo, questão de capitão também, vai ser muito da hora de assistir.
I remember that Berlin meeting quite fondly, and it appears a number of those plays are living rent-free in some players' brains. But as we've already talked about, there have been personnel changes, right, on both sides. And so I think they can largely put that, you know, to the wayside and think a little bit more about the presence and how they want to overcome a behemoth like NRG. We need to move on to MIBR and talk about how they might be able to get it done, because as was mentioned in that shot there. They had a 7-0 lead at one point in their previous meeting. They definitely know they can overcome this team, but they can't falter, I think, in the mid-rounds if they want to get it done.
I think the biggest difference between these two squads actually comes from that kind of IGL figure. You know, Murray's has less experience, less ability to kind of have that insane read on the game, but all of the firepower is there for MIBR when they're on. They're a bit of a team where they like to take fights, they're going to play aggressive with you, and if they're hitting their shots, they're going to cause a lot of problems. But they're a bit up and down because they decide to fight so often.
Yeah, I think for us as a team, when we find our comfort zone, that's when we are hitting our shots and when we are like feeling confident to push and to do and to kind of use the firepower that we do have as a team. But the second that that switch kind of switches off, it's like we're not playing as confident. We're not really trusting each other 100%. And that's where like I think this kind of experience aspect is going to really play into it, because the second they maybe stop trusting their IGL or stop pushing or stop trying to get those peaks that they normally do in their scrims, then, you know, it might kind of be over for them.
Yeah, interesting thing with this team so far is that we've seen a decent number of 3-map series. Ultimately, they were able to push Loud all the way back in week 1, the distance, while falling to them in the end. And I think if we take Series 1 of the day as any reference, we underestimated Cloud9 and the one map they were able to take over Loud as one of the better teams in the region. And I'm starting to think the same thing might be true here for MIBR. Are we not maybe necessarily indexing enough into the strength that they've shown us, even in, say, a loss against Loud?
Yeah, I think you look at the first series of the day, you're expecting it to be two teams close in the mid-table. This one is much more spread, NRG punting at the top and MIBR a bit further towards the bottom. But I think the key is what Crashy's talked about earlier. Actually, the skill differential is not that large in Americas. It's a stacked league. Even the teams towards the bottom can have upset results. And so it's not going to be a walk in the park.
Remind me real quick, if you can remember your power rankings from the top of the day, where these two teams were.
Okay. NRG in the 4th position.
Yes.
MIBR, where did I put them? I think I put them in 9th or something.
But did you reduce them all the way down to 9th?
But the gap between the 9th place team and the 5th place team is really close. That middle of the pack is very, very tight. I do, however, think NRG are a step above that middle of the pack. They just got to showcase it.
All right, let's talk about some difference makers here for MIBR. I think, no surprise, Heat's going to be one of the names on that list. We even heard a number of the players talking about what a star he has been in the past and his matchups against the likes of players like Ye. But JZZ is someone that I want to put right next to him because he's fragging out as well.
Yeah, I mean, both these players definitely contain that firepower that we were talking about. They do contain that punch that MIBR kind of brings to the table. But he obviously, on that jet, his mechanics are just insane. He is so fun to watch, you know, jumping up and down, going crazy. But then JZZ also, you know, he is supposed to be, you know, that initiator for them. And he's still fragging out consistently and bringing that firepower. And that's something that you do really need on a team. A support player kind of bringing it back as well. Like, support player that can clutch.
Right?
They're
I mean, duelist turned initiator is disgusting.
But they're also very aggressive players. You actually heard the team talk about it before. We had this video earlier where Def was talking about 10s and having to rein him in a little bit because when he gets a kill, he swings for another. Everyone on MIBR, if they get a kill, they are swinging for another. And that's the kind of playstyle where if you're having a great day, suddenly all of the kills start flowing and the momentum, you look unstoppable.
Yeah.
But if NRG are smart enough and good enough to be able to shut them down early, maybe that will snowball into a loss for MIBR.
Everyone? All 5?
I mean, there's
Who's going to turn for a second kill?
Okay,
who's got the reins? Who's pulling back on the reins
I think
if
they
that happens?
all just overheat.
They all overheat.
I mean, there's a lot of players that are down to do that. I mean, even the players that are playing smokes a lot, like RGL, he will take fights very aggressively.
Look,
so there's a lot of aggression.
I'm not going to fight Action. If Action wants to play out on the map, let's let it play out on the map. As we mentioned earlier, VCT Twitter can get pretty spicy. There's always drama, but believe it or not, there is a positive side. Let's check out some sweet tweets.
I'm reading from a tweet. All hail at Asuna, king of Icebox, #100T, #VCT. Thank you, but I am at the moment a Sage player on Icebox, so I don't think so. I might be the queen.
C93 Curse. I think Jake Val is the LeBron of Valorant. I've actually had like a lot of support, which has been kind of surreal to me. All these people have been like doing watch parties in my Discord and like just looking at me on Twitter on stage, and it's been super nice to see like the support. Obviously there's gonna be haters, and trust me, I read every single hate comment, every single support comment, but I do really appreciate the support from all my friends, family, and like even just the random people that come into my chat.
When you live in EU but still want to support Crashies and NRG, Oh, that's nice. They were at a LAN that we went to. I think it was Copenhagen, actually. She's always been a fan, so thank you for supporting me, and hope to continue to win for you guys.
Son buenísimos, sigan avanzando con todo, que acá vamos a estar entrando con todo. Es muy cute sentir como ese apoyo. Sé que es una persona, pero sé que esa persona habla por muchos. Sé que mucha gente piensa lo mismo que él y nada, se siente demasiado el apoyo y estoy muy agradecido con toda esa gente.
Oh my jog, can I be cool as Jogmo when I grow up? It feels, very inspirational. Like I'm actually reaching out to people and stuff like that. Like I think the first day I moved to LA, I had met somebody in Best Buy, and like he was like, "Are you Jogmo?" I was like, "What?" I was like, "I just moved here. Like, how do you know me?" It's pretty cool. I enjoy it every single time.
I was so ready for Jake and reading the LeBron James comparison. Just be like, yeah, basically I am. Like he went for a much more tempered approach to answering that tweet.
Also, he's new to Tier 1 Valorant. Don't read all the comments.
Please don't
do it.
Save yourself.
Not a great
Definitely
idea.
save yourself on that one. I mean, you could probably talk about your experience as a player and how like social pressures can get to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, especially when you're kind of giving the expectation and you can't meet it. Like, that's not your fault.
Right? Yeah, when the expectation is given to you, careful if you give yourself an expectation, because then you got to live up to it as well. We're all set for our second match of the day. It's time for us to welcome NRG and MIBR to the stage here at the Riot Games Arena. Heavy adjustments in the walkout meta here for series number 2 of the day. A lot cleaner, if I do say so myself, which gives me high hopes for a full 3 mapper when it comes to NRG versus MIBR.
And I said earlier that MIBR, I had them ranked at 9th. I mean, having rethought that, they were actually 8th because they had that really close win over Crew, who would be down at that kind of position. So, this does end up being a bit closer. 4th versus 8th, that's not too far away, to be honest. And definitely there is an upset chance. Definitely there are chances for MIBR to be able to take a map at the very least.
I mean, I think this game in general is going to be super, super explosive. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Finesse, see that?
Yeah, well done.
Finesse kind of is going to be able to kind of adapt to how this other team might just be like pushing. Like he might not even get the chance to adapt. So I think in general, it's going to be a really, really fun game to watch. And I'm actually hoping for a 3-map series.
I hope so too. And I got to wonder how you outthink Finesse to get to a 3rd map. And it might actually come back to the idea of speed, right? It could just be about how quick can MIBR push the pace with their willingness to swing angles, take trades, and push through onto the site.
One of the advantages that MIBR might have off the rip is that NRG have been perma-banning Ascent, whereas MIBR have got a map pool where they've been target banning their opponents. So taking one of NRG's maps out very early on, like Haven, for example, where Finesse just looks spectacular, might be really key to getting good maps in the pool that MIBR might be able to squeak over the line and take this one in a very close game.
That's a super interesting consideration based on the question I asked you for the first series of the day, Athena, where I was like, what is the strategy? Focusing more on securing your own best maps or putting your opponents on maps they're either uncomfortable on or just simply don't have the experience or willingness to play?
Yeah, I think coming into it, it's going to be really, really interesting. I think, the Lotus ban coming in from NRG. You were just saying that they you are so wrong.
I mean, they were getting rid of Ascent very frequently, and this has thrown a spanner in the works, and it's actually MIBR that end up getting rid of it. That is very unusual to me. I mean,
that makes sense for me.
Maybe the fact that NRG got rid of Lotus made MIBR a bit afraid, like, they've actually been working on their Ascent, it's in the back. But This is a bit strange too. It's allowed NRG to get a very good pick for them. Icebox is excellent. I'm thinking as we go further, I'm wondering if anyone's going to try and go towards Split. Both of these teams got destroyed by Loud on Split the last times that they've played them. If we, if someone forces it as the third map, that would be very interesting, assuming that we get there.
Yeah, it's really safe to say that both these teams kind of pick their safe haven kind of picks, the picks that they feel the most comfortable on, the maps they feel very, very comfortable on. We've seen them perform on these maps time and time again, but it does look slowly like Fracture and Haven are taken out. So we will kind of see that Pearl also coming in, and I don't know. This is going to be such an interesting map to see play out, because we did see MIBR recently play Pearl, and they actually kind of smashed on it.
But at the same time, I've seen NRG be so good on that map. Both of these maps early on are right in NRG's comfort zone. So I think the chances it even gets pushed to a third are difficult. If it did go there, though, we have no idea which of these teams is better.
No, of old, like 2 years ago, we're talking back in 2021, I would have said, okay, Finesse actually pretty comfortable on a map like Split, but we don't have the data necessarily more recently to make that kind of a call. Either way, we're going to see two entirely new maps from what we saw at the top of the day. Diving into agent select now for each of our teams here for Icebox, map number 1.
Yeah, going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what kind of outplays that NRG are going to do, because this kind of meta of the double controller, Harbor, and Viper is very, very common now. And NRG just kind of sticks to their meta, sticks to their bread and butter, and sticks to what they kind of like to see. I know Harbor and Viper, that double controller, just has so much delay, so much ability to take space while completely denying the other team information. But Crashies and Victor here on that Sova and KO, like, they really got to pick it up to kind of get the information past those walls.
I also think we've seen Sentinels play this kind of comp, that the Harbor Viper with the Sova instead of the Sky. And it put insane pressure on TenZ, and he couldn't do anything. So without somebody right there to go aggressive with Heat, is Heat himself going to be able to frag off the recon dart and actually do enough work himself? I think he might just get shot down.
Real quick, before we head out there, predictions. Who takes this series? NRG, MIBR?
NRG 2-0.
Boom.
I think NRG 2-1.
Ooh, 2-1. I want the 3, and I'm going NRG as well. We can't get into our first pistol round without sending it over first to our casters for this one. Here's Vansili and Riv.
Thank you so much, Dash. This is going to be a very interesting one because, yes, I'm as surprised as at the desk to see that this first map is going into Icebox, that MIBR actually wants to take the fight to NRG on that map.
It blows my mind that both Icebox and Split are here, even in this. So the teams have to have something cooked up as we get into this match. Vansili and Icebox. That Heineken 0.0 first as we get into the match. You'll see who's chilled out here for the second match of the day. Looks like our wall could start towards that left side as we see from the side of NRG. And going towards mid, they're going to have a little bit of focus to start this one off. 3 stacked towards B for MIBR, though. I wonder if they play for a quick orb here and try to get RGL a little bit focused onto those throughout the game. MIBR is a team that you see focusing those alt orbs throughout game to game. 0 point and turret over towards A, so NRG is just trying to get MRB to think about where to move first, and they hold steady on defense.
NRG definitely not afraid of this composition against MIBR. They've seen this before last week against Sentinels when they absolutely thrashed Sentinels 13-2 on that very map. And for this round, it's the slow pace, as you mentioned before. Now finally starting to bring the Owl Drone out close to that minute mark, clearing out towards yellow. MIBR actually has 3 players getting ready for that.
Placing swarm grenade out.
Finesse with a really good lurk here. Start pulling a few numbers of MIBR, but they have not let NRG through that long yet.
There's that first contact with the buddy system, but that initiates NRG to move inside this B site. And it seems to be MIBR who are as comfortable as Song to play towards yellow over here. Answered back by Artist, but low on HP, gets a nice little dink, but is now getting chased down. MIBR are coming out strong to win the pistol round.
Great gamble on the B stack. I think we'll keep an eye on something I've been noticing in MIBR's games is they are so unwavering when sitting in a site. They believe so much in the util. They believe they can defend it, and rarely will you see MIBR shy away for a full retake. We'll keep an eye on that. They are staying 3 in B, just creating a brick wall for NRG to hit, even with the flank coming through kitchen. Pretty decent buys here. Vandal for Maurice, Phantom for JZZ. This, if NRG plays this right and extracts the util out,
finds a way to get close to MIBR. This round could flip very quick. Switch towards A here, Vansili. It looks like they're going to try to stick together to get these pistols, these frenzies to work.
Yeah, sitting as a group is going to be very important for NRG, at least to try to get that spike down. But with the first play coming out of Heat, the player now switching back into a Jet, right? We haven't seen really MIBR come out and play this map since the changes of Chamber. So you have Heat coming back now as a duelist, as a Jet. He opens it up there with that Bulldog and expect to see that Operator coming out into that later rounds here of this map.
Absolutely. He actually gets the Phantom thrown over to him, but you're right. He is very much so activated by MIBR. Always on that Jet. When he doesn't have the Operator, there's utility flying over his shoulder, so he can be even more activated and facilitated to do those actionable moves. They get these weapons sorted out for this first bonus round here. Low buys for NRG as they try to do that frenzy buy. It does hurt the armor a bit. And a push forward for Murray's. Getting a little bit of focus. NRG continues to stay with this A strat for now. Pistol round B is the only time they've gone towards their wall. 0 point finds nothing. MIBR is not giving out a lot of info, even with the drones finding one. NRG hasn't gained the ground, so that drone is almost nullified now.
Information was there for NRG, though. They saw and pinged that Viper.
Yeah.
They saw the Owl drone towards screen 2, waiting for that utility to come down so they could initiate the hit into the A site. Pushing all the way towards the back. A rarity to see Finesse actually coming in for the entry and scores a first blood.
Set up on a nice Sage plant. Decent utility to come back in, but this long lurk already coming around from Finesse could become a problem if MIBR does start to do damage. Great defensive mollies. Great delay coming out here from NRG on the post plant.
This is definitely big. Yes, JZZ and Heat open up, but there's that flank coming through, but Finesse unfortunately loses it to RGL. MIBR regaining control of the site, leaving Artis once again solo. Another 3 versus 1, and another 2-player waiting to greet him on the re-peak. As MIBR capitalize on the bonus round, on the attempt of the flank. I mean,
yeah, they do play for the retake. They play back and safe.
Yep.
I just said they don't do that very often, but we see that they can still coordinate the strategy. 0 point was completely hidden from, and to think about the flank from Finesse that late. If you haven't seen him in sight, you got to wonder where he is, and MIBR calls that one correctly. Now into round 4, still a few buys that feel comfortable for NRG as they are setting up towards that B side. It's been a lurk so far here, towards the mid by Sam. It was taken up by Finesse last time, but they will be your 2 workers on the other side of the map. Quick harbor wall. So this is actually the same setup that MIBR used before, stalling NRG from having any sort of rush tactic to get quick peeks to come out and play together. And now it's the audible. What's the call? Moving towards A. Spikes is a little far behind, so they can choose to still get out of this one, but it looks like a Sage plant after util clear will be the goal.
Nanostorm hasn't been popped. Finally does so, and the push comes in. Nice underhand flash. Cell play by Victor. And that first blood once again coming out from Finesse, who now becomes the entry fragger, then falls back as the turret's watching the flank, then he becomes the flanker himself. So lots of things moving through. Victor was playing a one and done, hoping to catch one off guard because of that stage wall that came up from Artis. Still, player advantage for NRG. In great position to play passively. A 1-for-1.
3v2.
Reckoning available for RGL, but Buck has been dueling down onto the spike. Not too sure if MIBR is going to use it. It's just going to be an entry instead. A dash in from Heat. Stop on a high-low. Good enough for 2 kills for RGL. Keeping it expensive for NRG as they get the first round into the board.
Nicely collected there. MIBR almost coming in, but it wasn't enough. NRG switches up the strategy, finds the low buy win, and they change how they do it. That first time we saw them going towards A, they droned, alerting MIBR that they were taking the site. NRG fully walked up for contact there. Yeah. Like you said, Finesse over here, forgetting, he still thinks he's playing Sky, just entering in and going. He's been playing so much of it, it doesn't matter that he's on Killjoy. And yeah, they vibed on that round. NRG much needed 1 round back there. And now into round 5, they still keep this A play. A little Murray's rope is cheeky to get that info. And you also have somebody backed on the generator to peek, so giving NRG a double look every time they come around that first A corner. Much slower this time, Vansili. The recon didn't really find anything, and they're wondering if MIBR will misstep, give them a little knowledge of who might be in front of them on site. This take could be a big retake by MIBR with Reckoning available here for RGL.
And for MIBR, we're just scaling that free utility. The high tide to come up and potentially even the toxic screen right after. Owl drones, so a lot of that util from the initiators for NRG were used early into the round. Yes, you called about the recon. The knife also came out. It pushed everybody from MIBR back. But this is still a stalemate, trying to really break that timing off these walls that are coming out from MIBR. Look at them all falling back.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lot of like looking at what's coming. How can they read MIBR? Still early in the game, seeing if MIBR will push here, tendencies, what can happen, but also NRG looking to come up with a strat. It's a wall up in mid. It's a trade of kills.
There's still 3 players inside the site, and the Reckoning comes out. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. You have to commit somewhere, and everything is blocked. You can't fall back under tube, so you have to commit into the kitchen with 15 seconds left. The trades have to be immaculate if they're going to be contested. So MIBR decides to fall back instead. Finesse on the lurk, not working out. On the cross, trying to get the plant. Victor comes in, and he's going to be able to put this down. But NRG are still 1 player behind in terms of the disadvantage into this pulse plant.
Once that wall goes down, this operator comes into effect a little bit more.
Big fight here.
Toxin screen down.
It's going to have to be Sam hearing the footsteps coming up towards the tube.
Here.
And that's JZZ getting some support out of Maritza as well. Nice stall come in from Victor to not allow any other type of utility to come out on the defense. So this allows for you now to play passively. Good recon out too, but it's still Victor in the back of yellow. The lineup of both now to 2 versus 1. Out to Victor to make the clutch. There's that tap onto the second, not even halfway. So he's playing it patiently. JZZ gets the kill, but there's not going to be enough time. NRG will now score 2.
Oh, and taken out. The money dwindles along with the weapons. NRG clutched this one to bring it back and bring it down to the wire on that round as well. I think they like what they saw in the positioning of MIBR at the late part of that round. So we may see NRG trying to string these out a little bit more here to really disrupt that MIBR defense. Almost. Oh, Victor with such a good play there, playing both sides of yellow to be able to come up with a win for the team. Has been pivotal so far in these round comebacks. Still set up towards A, but they're changing up the 3-2 split that they have with 1 and 1 in mid and B. And the first push for Heat here.
Exactly. Shorty too. Orb now being picked up by RGL. So far MIBR trying to get that up ASAP into the Reckoning in early in the first half.
What a read. All the way back in spawn. Sam's looking down too. Spike is still on the ground here. So you can see they expect MIBR to do something a little funny. And the commitment will only be after NRG feels good here. Not thrown off just yet by this double controller comp. NRG still seems to be making their own space. As soon as that drone goes in, they're able to follow. And it's, like you said, it's been finesse taking it, right? So you almost have more of what Victor has to offer there. Artist's safety, which is a res this round too. If they do lose somebody, you can get a battle res in. So a lot of answers right now that NRG has seen, or had for what they've seen from MIBR in these last few rounds.
Look at the gamble stack from MIBR. All of them towards the A site. First blood comes in though for Sam. There's still players inside the A site for MIBR. High tide to come up. Running through Artist. Gets a spray through the high tide as JZZ falls. And that stack becomes nothing. A crack in the defense instead. NRG ties up the game to a 3-3 scoreline.
Just waiting it out, like we said. All right, where does this operator for Heat go? We see that back online. This folds over into Bladestorm, so it actually may be a more aggressive round for MIBR, but NRG can answer. A lot of ultimates on the board. They have a way to fix this. We just see how clean they are being able to take these sites. Fist bumps all around as we get this game tied up. A hit again, Van Silly. But the wall as well. Seems like we get a push on this towards mid. Yep, MIBR pushes up.
They're doing so good with this, and one's stuck on an island as JZZ, but not getting pushed. Now the knife fully pushing them back. Oh, there was an opportunity to get an early 5v4, but that allows MIBR to actually get a lot of information. Not getting any pressure. Look at that shift out from MIBR towards B.
NRG wins the numbers game here, but MIBR has that utility to keep it down. Everything used. Great scaling by NRG here to get themselves close to the site, but still not in the site just yet. As Molly start to go out and delay even more. Lockdowns there, Vansili. A little breath before the action.
Heat actually not allowing NRG to get any breathing room. Suffocating him with the first kill on the operator. As a res comes up after the plant. Hunter's Fury to come out as well. Zout on the defense as Crashies is finally looking to answer back towards Snowman. It pings for a few. And he finally gets one onto Heat. Spike, no matter what, has been up. It's inside a Viper's pit. Finesse once again into a super late lurk, but there's an alarm bot just waiting around the corner and 2 players waiting there, but Finesse is just happy to wait that out. When NRG inside that B site are not feeling any pressure. MIBR's falling back, guaranteed round coming in for NRG, as this has been a non-stop round after round for NRG since that Thrifty that they won.
Just a search out now as the spike goes off. For the last few members they can steal a weapon away from. Yeah, NRG's on the roll right now. Whether it's somebody else initiating, Finesse, as we've said, everybody is on the same page here. You have to be. Nobody on this team is diving in for you. Everybody has to trade. You have to anchor each other. There's no Jet, no real, well, I was gonna say no real duelist, but no duelist on this squad for NRG. So
exactly.
A lot of teamwork needs to come in, and they sync that up very, very fast. MIBR now to call a timeout, see how they can stop that teamwork. I think as well, MIBR might be giving up a little too much space here, Vansili. NRG walked through that pretty clean last map, knowing it, you know, MIBR would be playing and try to work that off or work a weaponry for Heat somewhere, but they're able to find it, avoid it. Once they take down Heat, it seems like so much pressure is taken off that round.
There are some attempts from MIBR to try to fight towards the A side, but you see from NRG's is like the slow orb, shock dart, and snake bite combination. Almost at some point catching that Sova on the push being JZZ, but overall it's just allowing for NRG to get so much space wherever they want to go, towards the A main, towards the mid lurk, and even a late hit towards the B side. They're not really allowing MIBR to get that type of information into even the mid rounds. You kind of have to really start guessing.
All right, how do they come out of this? You know MIBR has a timeout, and that means NRG is going to be just as ready to stop whatever counter MIBR may have come up with that time. Operator towards A. Again, it's not really been a fruitful position for MIBR. They're trying to figure out where they might hit NRG first, but I feel like their first angles are either reconned off or you have a smoke in your face. And already they fire a Viper's Bite straight up into this position, as you said, and nobody really gives that belt peek, right?
Recon got shut off early, though.
No one wants it.
So Crashies threw one onto the default spot into the A site, immediately shut off by JZZ, allowing Heat to still get some sort of off angle, some sort of position to lay waste here with the operator. Now he got spotted by the Alazone, forces the wall up for the defensive side. And NRG's already scaling up just behind Maze, and it's a split on a 3-2. A rarity that we see as well on how we want to execute towards the A site.
Down A.
Nardis, though, falls first. Som on that fight towards Boiler. A second one to meet up with him just under the tube, answered back by Moritz. It's now even up a 2 versus 2. First one spotted, second one on top of that too. Connected onto Victor. As Crashies is now left on the clutch. Up now, creeping up. A tap onto the spike!
Oh my God.
Moving up on the ropes though. Heat was waiting for it. A quick scope to end the round. And we tie it back up again for MIBR.
And as much as Heat gets activated by MIBR, I think NRG was activating to go for Heat. Once they knew the op was there, it missed. They closed the distance instantly. It's a lot like what we saw Crew try to do on Pearl. Once they found Heat with an op, Crew would just blast forward and try and close that. But Heat still got his distance, still got his shots down. You can see the battle going on in the middle side of the map as well. Just after seeing the head, Crashies there. Heat's able to come up with the kill. Operators coming up big now for MIBR. Buys are able to be threaded around. As you see, Heat still on a low buy to keep that weaponry going for MIBR. Ult down immediately, Vansili, where they have been getting a lot of that early utility from NRG as the B push is slowly coming into play.
Everything's on lockdown now for MIBR. Viper's pit on A, op down, looking the angle, looking down the cannon of mid.
Yeah.
Now players to play the delay on the B site, both being FRZ and RGL. Finesse already slipped through towards the right side of green, is already able to tap down RGL down to 14, allowing NRG to slowly move up here.
Null command is ready. Nothing found on yellow, so they may wait to move that null command in a little closer now with the spike.
But look at that poison orb coming up. That's from the defender all the way towards the east side, and Heat, has been watching that angle the whole time. Victor pushed all the way through, but the ping coming out from the null command gives away his position, so still has to play it passively. Heat somehow letting that shot onto Victor. Reckoning coming out, Artist just getting stunned after stun. For the third time even. It's him and Sam, both falling down. Wow. And MIBR have been fighting back strong here coming after this timeout.
Yeah, the timeout has seemed to flip a switch. We were saying NRG was working the map, getting MIBR to move off their first angles, which they are not anymore. They're staying very steady, and knowing that NRG is going to take time, they're going to try to get a little bit of utility out of MIBR at A, then some mid, and usually finish on the extremities. I think at this point, then you need to worry about mid, right? Because if it's been an A hit, B hit, A hit, that change-up of the NRG strategy may be to go through mid now. May need to see if Heat will give you that 1v1 that 2 or 3 people can stack up on. So maybe if they are going for the find Heat strategy, put that little mid pressure on to start things off with a smoke to give yourself the angle you want.
It's a good idea to look at that for sure. Heat, as soon as he gets the position, kind of just anchors that on his lonesome.
2 rounds in a row now.
If you're able to at least get that trade, it's a great opportunity, a great advantage, because in that pulse plan, in those retakes, Heat has been actually quite good to catch the players rotating away, falling back from a plant, and allowing MIBR to take the advantage for the retake. Reed's definitely calling stuff out here.
See if NRG's timeout has the impact. MIBR's could also trying to stop that impact with a timeout for sure. Chat gives the team words of wisdom, if you will. And we'll see this buy coming through. Crashies is going to hold off here. He does not have too much, and nobody can really drop him too much. Maybe the Bulldog there. Yes, it comes from Finesse. Good IGL. Reaching into the pocket. Says, I got you.
Prioritizing utility onto Crashies to make sure exactly
of
off
course.
that. Trying to find out where Heat is.
It's one of the most important things here. May not be the trades that they want, but it's the info first so they can make those trades a better possibility for themselves. That A push stalled out by a 0 point once again, so we go back to this kind of default strategy by NRG. Still no mid to be worked, though. They keep themselves on site in that extremity watch. Finesse was able to grab Heat last time in this position, so you see Heat's more than happy to stay back in sight with this operator. Cascade up through mid with a drone.
And they've done that previously with a Cascade and a Recon Dart to see nobody on mid. MIBR happy to just play this more passively because they have a lockdown to work with. Already comes up. There's that Molly. Shock Dart combo trying to break it down. Did it land close enough? It didn't. So that lockdown is still to come through. It's actually going to potentially even lock down one. Heat on the rotator cross on the Raptor. Lands it onto Crashies. The defuse already comes down for MIBR. Snake bites then to retaliate out from Som, slowing it down for a bit more. High tide, look at the scaling coming out from that utility from both walls. Both controllers doing so good. Now we have to fight behind it.
Oh my God,
as Som opens it up onto FRZ. We have yet to tap onto that spike. Finally, we'll break it down onto the Cove. Now the Cove disappears and that Finesse gets the kill. But then JZZ already comes back out. And yeah, just a simple lineup coming out from Victor. I'm not calling the lineup simple, but I'm saying one lineup could have made the whole difference.
Yeah.
And the difference made it so that MIBR could really scale back into that site quite easily.
It's impressive, especially with the operator in those close quarters. RGL throwing up the high tide as well, kind of cuts off the op, so you only get to use the right, like, it's definitely against them. There's some spike planted and everything, it obviously is, but even more so as you're trying to retake that quick of an op. So yeah, the finesse coming out of MIBR right now, honestly, on these retakes. And we do not see That timeout doing too much to MIBR's momentum from NRG. Up to the top. Maurice has been playing the rope, but now plays it a little different on it. Way on the top of 410. They gamble this one pretty well for their push forward, but not in numbers. If NRG finally decide to go for a quick hit.
Oh, they do.
This could be it.
They do. The knife, the flash already behind. JZZ, though, traded off by Finesse, who where also crashes, allows NRG to get a plant with the player advantage. The lore buy that they have, an upgrade that you just saw getting picked up. And all of MIBR late on the rotate.
Yeah. A really neat pop flash by Victor there. You saw it, not even time to turn. Just absolutely lost in the sauce when Victor came around the corner. Here's the retake. What can they do?
Recon Dart already slowed down for a bit. Crashes is looking for a super late lurk down towards the A site. Big knife to come through. That might give the timing to get through. As Artist playing from under. The flank might not even be needed. It's just to come in to not allow Heat to save the operator, as the rest of NRG were really good into the A site.
Look at that mini-map difference, too. We'll see it in the replay a little bit, but last time NRG had gone back behind pipes, behind that maze area. This time they stayed in sight. All the frags onto MIBR were up towards that catwalk and over towards screens. So the repositioning there of NRG to not give up that sight space was a very, very big choice and reason they were able to grab that round 11. Little changes from round to round here. It's what you need because I feel like both teams are playing right at that same level. It just comes down to the last few plays. Up towards his belt once again. It really hasn't been a B-oriented game for NRG here once they figured out how to defend on this side. Just looking, Heat's ready to pull that trigger in such a scary spot too once he gets pinged out.
Oh,
he just dodged it! Can still dash.
Dashes as he gets the pick onto Finesse. The res comes up though. That allows Finesse to move up with the lockdown if they want to. Getting a timing off the high tide coming down. Same thing here on the attack. Good on Victor to fall back and not go for the flash because that high tide, the toxic screen was coming down. As Artist tries to go for the self boost for a kill. All of MIBR continuing to be very strong on these retake plays. A drop in! As Som greets him. JZZ and RGL on a 3 versus 2. High tide to push forward, gain space for JZZ, catching Finesse. Oh my god, almost missed that one. But it's a 2 versus 1. The first one was a little bit shaky, but he was crispy on that second kill. Al Jonas saw him as dancing the way through on a 2v1 clutch. Now gets pinged. Has to dance and play behind the wall. Shark Darts are coming in. Oh! Destroyed it for the 2 kills! And the Red Bull clutch had tied the first half, 6-6.
He may still be creating content, Vansili. He may still. Som, what a play coming out there, topping the scoreboard before the halftime comes through. But oh my gosh, this guy is bringing out the unexpected quite often.
How does he get 2 shorty kills at that distance?
I don't know. I can't get one from that distance.
That's what I'm saying. He had like a rifle with so many bullets. Like, no. Just digest that, friends. Digest that.
You know, when the players are feeling it too, when they're like, wait, that happened.
Oh, yeah. Well, with that, at least let's see the desk, how they felt after that 2K clutch out from Som.
We had a whole segment planned, and then that happens, and that's all I want to talk about at this point. Som, like we said, content creator, and now to carry for the team, topping the boards there with a 2K clutch to bring it to even at the half.
Yeah, I think that was like a super, super close half. At the beginning, it was kind of looking like MIBR knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, they were abusing the fact that, you know, they kept using their util early. They didn't really let them use it later on. They were abusing the fact that they were catching off their mid lurkers constantly. I know you wanted to talk about that. And so, like, you know, MIBR just looked like they knew what they were doing at the beginning.
Yeah, I seriously think that a lot of NRG's game plan was to have mid lurks. In the post plant, FNS died a number of times. Heat's watching for it. They tried to send 2 down there in round 8. Both ended up dying, and NRG just had to play a very straight up game where they just ended up hitting A and playing full post plant from A.
And that's the thing. There was so much patience for those mid lurks too, right? Like, because they were changing up the timing on the mid lurks, and every single time MIBR did not flinch. They did not blink. They're like, I know somebody's gonna come walking down here in just a bit. Heat finding a few kills.
kills. JZZ, by the way, someone that we have to talk about. We mentioned how big of a fragger he's been for the team so far. And he's shown up and more here on the first half across from his counterpart in Crashies.
Yeah, they were talking about how Crashies' play with the Sheriff lives rent-free in their heads from the last time these two teams faced. But it is definitely the Sova on the other side of things that's been putting up the numbers. Even in that final round where Som had to deny him with a shorty, JZZ was still out there making it winnable for MIBR on the retake.
Yeah, I mean, 341 ACS is just crazy at the end of the day. I mean, he's really putting in the work. He's really doing the best that he can for his team and really like kind of just making sure that these rounds are set. We have the information. We have the fact that we have two controllers. We can deny them running in. And so like it's just working out really great for MIBR.
It's even at the half, but last time NRG played defense, they went 10-2 up over Sentinels. So they are nowhere near out of this.
That is a scary stat, but so is 17-5-0 for JZZ. We'll see if NRG can punch through the power that JZZ is packing here on the back half of Icebox. We're handing it back to our casters to get the match underway.
Thank you, Dash, Myrna, and also here to Sideshow. As yes, they do bring up a great point here. Can we actually fight back for JZZ and the rest of the crew for MIBR? Because NRG on the defense, saw him on the spot at yellow. Forced to be reckoned with. I want to know what plan MIBR comes up to try to push this man away from that spot.
Give me some more. Cascade forward. And a mid push from NRG right off the bat in the smoke, and they recon dart through it so they can get the early shots.
First contact already comes out. Woody's forced to fall back. He only has support from one other player, and that's going to be FRZ. But he's just hiding instead. Meanwhile, for NRG, after that first kill, don't want to go for a triple flank. It's actually just a rotate back towards the A site, towards screens. We're actually, by crossing over, they saw the high tide. They know this hit's coming.
Yeah. NRG's playing a little audio warfare here. They're like bounding everywhere they go, right? Let's get back to A so MIBR can't plant safely. They don't know where we are, you know? You hear 3 people running in and it cause for pause right there. So almost the plant coming through now. Still waiting on this. RGL's gonna get through Cove plant. Or they wait for the peaks. They're just trying to play off of NRG over peaking.
Also trying to see if they can waste out some utility. But Sheriffs are coming into play into this pistol round. A 1-for-1, but a 2-for-2. As the plant finally comes in with 30 seconds left on the clock. Both players down for NRG. Working together. Pass towards screens. High tide comes down. Now separated on a high level. Artist still wins that one.
One enemy remaining.
Saw him now. W player. W streamer. Gets the flank there onto JZZ. And also gives NRG the W into the round. He's gonna find that Sheriff.
Yep. Where to go? Easy grab. He did indeed give us some more. Sam comes up with another big round for NRG. They continue that streak in the... I actually got a little scared there when they split and went 1 up, 1 down on that strategy because that, that creates the 1v1 you do not want to see, but able to still get that backside at JZZ as they make the play happen. And of all people to be in the 1v1 against at this point, right? The Death's just talking about him too. Marshall for Heat. Always looking to have a scope to look down within these rounds. It may meet Artis on the other side here. Artis loving the Marshall too, and they can dip into it. And we're gonna get this B-long fight to start off. 2 still towards A for MIBR.
Easy shot. First one to fall.
Yep.
No armor here for the attack of MIBR, so while Artis meanwhile gets a second life. Tapped by the Marshall. Forced to reheal and also forced to fall back. What ground has been won for MIBR is at least the orb control. Adding another ult point for RGL. 2 away from the reckoning.
0 point already used towards A. This is why we're seeing Crashies rotate back over. They didn't see anyone on that 0 point. I'm sure MIBR is thinking about that too. Now they can use this time to go back and get a little bit of a rehit while leaving FRZ. Ooh, almost figured out something to make a play, but Crashies is very aware of it. Okay, good rotation already. Numbers still for MIBR to get this plant down.
Victor opens it up, waiting on the top of the screens.
Wow.
Finesse and swinging out on the top of the rafters, and that's only 1 more player left trying to do that econ damage with that Marshall. Trying to land one more kill if he can, which would allow for him to get the Reckoning into the next round. It's not going to happen. Artist stops him with the first and last kill into the round. And NRG get a flawless moving into round number 15.
Now 2 marshals into the bonus. Let's see if they keep these. What great rotations from NRG there to sit back, wait, not get caught off by MIBR's kind of strength towards A, then towards B, and keeping themselves safe in the situation. Like you said, Artist to start it off there and give the team the 5v4 conversion to pull through on round 14. Mid coverage here, coming out of Finesse. Still playing within range of a few, but not that bot. Let's see if they do a little global setup. He will go back to mid. Okay, Cascade to go forward.
Deny the orb right away.
Yeah.
Don't give it to RGL when they're moving into their gun round.
That 0 point really made him think about peeking twice at the situation. Still wondering if anybody's pushed up towards long, so NRG's kind of putting things on the plate for MIBR to think of. Still have to scale up into this area, wondering if the play is there. Oh, wow, heat. So I'm thinking about that, Phantom.
There's a pop flash there from Victor, trying to get a timing off the peak, but MIBR, no players were affected by that.
FRZ, how long are they gonna wait for this play? So this is kind of just like the round we just saw. The rotation back, they have even better numbers this time and weaponry, so this should be a plant into the site. It would be incredible if MIBR cannot get in before the rest of NRG gets here.
Finesse is already in the back of the site. Nana Swarm on the left and right. Activates the first one when the alarm bot came down. Recon Dart also being thrown delays on the util.
So much delay.
No plant coming down at least. Push in from NRG as MIBR are all stuck towards 410.
They're already in sight, defending every corner. MIBR
There's
trying to
18
get in.
seconds left with the spike going down.
Spike down.
A trade-off here as shock darts are even coming through on the defense. Some on the top finally stopped.
Player standing.
And the bleeding also stops when they hit in to the A site. Bonus round not converted now for NRG.
Comes down to the fights. MIBR feels good on this close combat takes right there. Really interesting though. MIBR is giving a lot of credit to NRG, but also not going to run into util. But still, these plays, MIBR has to almost call another audible on the play they're making. Stopped for so long and to still get in the site. Spells good things for them to be able to get a little bit of a comeback going here. If they can start winning those firefights, I guess you think what doesn't matter if they can really yo-yo back and forth with energy in the round. If you can hold sites and take sites like that, it becomes your game to pressure. So NRG may be feeling that pressure now. Drone out very soon to see what MIBR has for A.
Just spot to look back towards the fence, and as heat updrafts away, Artist is waiting on the top of pipes to get that kill. So first blood now coming in for NRG. Player advantage with a Reckoning available for MIBR as they have to still rethink where they want to hit. You had that lurk coming out from B main from FRZ. Still being watched. Jiggle peeked by Som. Just at a default spot of that B site. Footsteps were heard moving forward, so he decides to fall back and they play the delay. Oh!
What a peek before the wall goes up. They throw the high tide, but peek just before it gets clearance, or cover rather. 4v4 now.
Spike planted.
All the way over at A though is Artist. So that's gonna take a while to clear. Let's see how fast NRG moves in sight with 3.
High tide was just used. But we still have a toxic screen available. Reckoning then coming out. Finesse being pinged out. Flank battle being heard now by FRZ. Artist is the one on that flank. The backstab. Where's the communication? But at least it gets traded out. Finesse down towards yellow, trying to put an alarm bot, a turret on the top of yellow. But we're closing in right now on a 2 versus 1. Make that even a 1 versus 1. Tap onto the spike. Victor looking to bring it halfway. And just pre-firing the shot, but it's still going to be the round for MIBR. Tying up the game back 8-8.
They find that momentum, even with a bit of a slip up there. Really great way to recuperate there after losing a 1 to the flank. And a good play in the end to make sure they get the round. NRG, they are fighting back strong on these. So MIBR has to figure out what is going to be a stronger post plant for them, because it cannot get this close every time, Van Silly. I mean, it can. It could be really cool if it does, but if you're the one playing, you don't want to see that happening over and over again. 8-8 here as we get into this next round. Low buy for the side of NRG. Ultimates quite on deck here for the side of MIBR with a few to use. And it looks like they'll get right in the face of NRG, but Artis will do the same.
Oh, Heat moving up though. Artis still has the opportunity for a surprise. The Al drone's about to come up.
They didn't check.
He's dodging it. Oh, the flash even saves him too, so he gets that first kill, dropping down for the second one.
Artis.
Now they push forward on L. Stopped by FRZ finally. Spike going down, 145 damage after that Sheriff shot. Actually, was even through towards the wall as Victor finalizes that frag with the fragment onto the ground. The lurk then coming across, unfortunately at Finesse. A second time that he comes in with a knife out, gets picked off. And Maurice on the lurk. A dangerous lurk, somebody to look out for in these moments is Maurice on that lurk.
Had 4K after 4K, right? And MIBR was then stringing together 3Ks to take their Pearl match recently. You cannot underestimate those guys on the lurk. Artis doing such a good job here. I love the 0 point that comes in as well to give him kind of an idea of who else might be around if Artis were able to live a little longer in that situation. You see Maurice. Quick message sent with that lurk, and they do get the mid play to pay off very big in the late round. Mid play is going to be the name of the game here coming into round 18. Up onto the tube. Did not see this type of aggression really coming out from the side of NRG on their side. It was more to play yo-yo and push and pull the map, but MIBR is really looking for some of these early fights to gauge how the round might play out. This double push is a little weird, Vansili. This could get awkward.
Oh, well, there's the flash first. Victor looks up. Heat falls, and oh, the wall bang then comes out from both players rotating back of MIBR. So in the blink of an eye, Finesse makes it at 4 versus 3. The lurk didn't pay out, but at least the site is open to allow MIBR to move in for a plant. Off that timing, unfortunately. Wow, oh my god, even an ult coming out deep. This might be a call here for Ashley, still with the player advantage, still very doable right now. That Viper's Pit went too deep towards screen, so this double flank coming out from NRG could pan out.
Another round by Maurice where it just switches. Oh, big ult.
A huge one. Now a flash to come in. Maurice fully blinded, cannot find Victor. But after that kill, they know he's still stuck towards greens. The two flankers are still coming in towards 410 as the fight still comes in into the thick of it. As Maurice decides to put the pit down. Get picked off instantly, and Sock comes in. Supporting NRG onto the fuse. As they tie up the game, once again 9-9, and we're starting to see the chaos coming out from both of these teams.
And I think mitigating that chaos is a good point for NRG right now. If you look at how they approach that situation, it probably looked pretty weird to see the Viper's Pit come out, but when you think about the flank coming through, that means the flank can gain so much space knowing Viper's not going to be in the play along with that Sova. So really nicely done by NRG to kind of just slow that down and make sure they were able to cover Maurice in some way. The play was really towards the site though. 9-9 here. Both teams being able to figure each other out round for round and bring a little bit more of the firefight. Oh,
a flash to assist though. This is huge. What teamwork from NRG into this mixed buy that we currently have from MIBR. The two rifles that remain are actually still stuck towards spawn, running towards the A site. But as we rotate across, who's there? That's Finesse. All of that utility. Off the alarm bot, but man, that was such a good fight by NRG.
Such a disgusting set play. The turn as well. To get that flash through, you just saw how timed and calculated it was there for NRG. They get back to play defense here as Finesse starts off on Maurice. It's just Meister. RGL. And he goes down to Artis.
Especially against everybody else there from NRG. Flawless round coming in, and you know, for our team right now, looking at NRG that had, 10 rounds on the defense against Sentinels last week. A team that also is very strong on defense overall. Since the beginning of the year at 61% clocked in here on Icebox. You still have to give it up how MIBR are still able to make this a very, very close game and also making them work for these rounds against NRG.
We haven't seen MIBR since Chamber days on Icebox. So they're like, what do they have? Well, actually, it works out really well. So what do they have in the tank, right? What's left? This seems like it is pushing each other, or they are pushing each other to the max here. With what strategies are going to be used. Just back to the A-B hits. We do see this 3-1-1 lurk coming through. Drone quick coming out for Crashies. He might get one rotation off that site as they start to lean towards B, but coverage on mid for NRG here. So this is really up to MIBR to take their space once again. And not be given that space. NRG is playing really far back to be able to split out the middle of the map here. Thinking that Heat maybe gets a lurk, maybe FRZ is going to be there. But yeah, they're really worried about what could come down mid.
With this drone being heard by Som, we're already rotating across now from Kitchen. Support here from Victor, who has a null command. The reaction to come out from the 0 point first, then on to the Viper's Pit.
Oh.
Countered back by a lockdown from FRZ. That might cancel out the pit, or Som might not care. Just stay in there. Decides to fall back instead. As Mauritz's watching that flank, unfortunately dropping Finesse and Crashy. He's trying to go for that double flank. That might be it for this round, especially with the Reckoning to gain that space. Finesse is staying inside this A site, afraid, aware of the potential lurk coming out from Maurice. Double combo pushing Heat out of position. Heat out of dodge. And that might seal the deal right there. MIBR fights right back to tie the game 10-10.
And these are the rounds that make you wonder. Like, that's a pretty incredible round from MIBR, right? Usually the flank is something that'll come in towards the middle to end of the round, and they're not seen. They're playing hide and seek. But you have somebody like Maurice able to get 2 kills on the outside, but besides that, the lesser number of MIBR members able to still take a site, able to still work off that flank and make sure they don't have to worry about what Maurice is doing. Just use the wall that he can provide them. So MIBR finding a way to make these rounds work even without the full squad propping into site. NRG now tied back up with them at 10, or I should say MIBR now tied back up 10-10. And we'll see how they can get into this next round. Just again,
It's being watched too.
with eyes on him, right? That's even more crazy. Maurice again on the flank. He is indeed a tank on the flank. NRG calls a timeout, I believe, as we get back into this one. They're going to discuss Vansily. I'm not sure at this point. I mean, mid is sometimes something to affect. They might have gone to it and defended it at a detriment to that point, not really getting the information they wanted, but expecting and playing reactive to what MIBR was doing. So take the space. Don't just drone to A if nobody's there, right? Take that. Maybe meet Maurice in a 1v1.
On the other end too, for MIBR, playing that double controller, sectioning out the map here of Icebox. Also doing a very good job scaling slowly and really clearing out towards yellow. You know, fans right now, Valorant fans of NRG, would even like to call that spot at yellow now Som, pretty much, as how good he's been playing that spot. And Sideshow mentioned it at the desk. How he's so good at playing that spot is because he also has support breaking out that util from other players inside that site. But there's a couple of rounds where we've seen Al drones coming out from MIBR not being shot out. So when you identify that nobody's there for that support, nobody's playing towards yellow as Som is playing more passively to be more reactive with that pit, MIBR is just very comfortable to fight and continue into the scaling of the B site.
Exactly. The double controller comp reminds me of when people used to bring the Viper or whatever in Neon in, right? You have the 2 walls to progress through.
Yes.
And that really worked well when you had an aggressive team that wanted to push through on the next set of initiation utility. Here, you have all the walls you want to really layer that and keep going aggressive.
Drone.
Big setup for Killjoy utility now over at that B site from Finesse. Switched up a bit towards Kitchen. They, like we said, they put a little too much towards mid last time. Don't worry about it as much here and focus the extremities. Drone up towards B. Heat again, first one to look for that fight.
And
nice hit on 0 point.
Som's playing passively, and at least in terms of support, there's still a poison orb up there, where it's Finesse playing this time with the KG utility towards yellow. And now we standardize the positioning for NRG in this defensive round. A passive look into Kitchen when they haven't been pressured that many times here by MIBR. So the turret's playing super passively towards the deep end of the B holes. And there's that push up. Spot it now. The flash, then the fight. And vulnerable, Maurice gets the easy kill onto Victor.
Wow. The round they take away the alert bot from Kitchen. Absolutely ridiculous how they're making these calls to go away from the utility and play the right angles. Now towards A.
30 seconds left.
That was the null command. Victor had null command up and was already playing A. They were expecting to be able to deny this Vansily.
There's the updraft, the right click's missing wide.
Oh my gosh.
But FRZ moves in from the ropes, dropping down Artist. Song trying to get a timing towards the back of the site. The recon dart to come out. He sprays on the first as there's 10 seconds left. The shock dart actually canceled the plant initially as we have a 2v2 into the site. Heat still, when he updraft, was still alive into this round with 26 HP left. Alarm bot now in, but RGL's able to stay away from that radius. Heat watching the left side. The beating out coming out from Finesse as he swings across for that kill. Crashes on a 2 versus 1. Tries to even it up. Not forcing the second one, and Heat watches the angle as Crashes re-swings out. And MIBR, they take the lead once again here on Icebox.
Really great identification of the utility. I think once they noticed Alarm Bot and a little bit of that KJ util was at B, along with the kill, obvious kill there on Victor coming in from Ariza's lurk, which we have just been looking at all game. They go to A, and really nicely done, like I said, to get away without Victor having no command there. And MIBR really getting the things they needed on that round to come up with a clean win and the lead, 11-10. They split a little bit more back to A to start this one. NRG's gonna keep the same defense, but now put someone in mid just for that lurk to happen right away. Here comes the drone. Just waiting. Just saw JZZ.
Recon Dart also just saw Artist, who still held the operator in his hands. So look at MIBR seeing that on the X-ray, pull back towards the B site. But Artist is already running, bolting himself towards Snowman to reposition
Get
on
that
this
op
B
in
hit.
place. Oh, the Prism op. Definitely A+. A+ choice. Around the corner. Oh, here comes the drone. Nice slow by Artist. Is it enough?
Oh, okay,
Sees
but
the gun.
just saw the gun, and it forces Heat to dash away. Both nanoswarms also coming out. Now the toxic screen's gonna come down on the attack, waiting for the next cycle to move in. And look at that, the re-pivot back towards the A site.
They're moving so quick. They want NRG to act, and they say, ha, just kidding. We're going somewhere else. Even if that's slow. Even how they cut sound. Look for the contact.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, contact found.
And RGL at least was able to stop that, not allowing multi-kill to happen for Som. Finesse caught on a rotate. Now Artist has to play close with an ult. Reckoning to come out too, null come in. Retaliated by Victor, but a little too late. The wall, there's still a gap in it, so MIBR can still plant. Off shot missed, and things are looking grim now for NRG. As MIBR flood down across the map on the post plant. Crashy's trying to get a timing here.
One enemy remaining.
No res to come out, gets the first kill. Util being broken here from the shock dart as the last two players are playing very passively for FRZ and RGL. It's gonna come down to those fundamentals of that turret. As soon as Crashes comes across, now gets spotted. Here comes the high-low on the second tap. There's the first and the second. MIBR, surprisingly right here on NRG's map pick, or at map point.
It's such a big one. There's so many questions coming in on Iceboxes, and as many coming in on Split. We have not really seen these teams putting those maps up as much. More so, NRG's on Split. As the desk was saying, if this goes all the way, it's going to be hard to tell who can take it. But right now, Icebox for MIBR, they have been able to right so many wrongs that they're finding that the NRG's getting through on and finding themselves in the site, numbers advantage. They're really playing the map well. They haven't been winning those fights outright in the beginning, so they're playing the map super well to make those fights advantageous for themselves. MIBR switching it up here, going from their really, really aggressive style usually.
Exactly that. I was going to mention the difference here from MIBR and NRG. Both of these teams throwing a lot of utility from the beginning. From NRG, it's going to be the slow orbs with the snake bite and the recon dart or shock darts. For MIBR, it's just cascades. So everybody for NRG, because of this util coming out from the double controller, also fall back. And this gives an opportunity for NRG or MIBR to just move into these sites and plant. Heat with the first blood onto Artist. 4 more to go here for MIBR to upset NRG on the first map. Victor has something else to say until RGL comes in for the event, the revenge. No plant coming down yet. 40 seconds left on the clock. Finesse trying to get a timing, but stopped. And it's all to one lone man. Saw him here on a 4 versus 1. Got the Rebel clutch in a 2v1 before. But now he has to fight inside a pit. First one on the contact. Clean shot onto RGL. Oh! Through the smoke, JCZ falls, but the pit's still up. Heat just at the top of the tower. Saw him trying to run in. Gets fought by Maurice. And MIBR will eventually get the first map here. 13-10 over NRG.
I think NRG here showed up big at the beginning of the rounds, more than we may have seen the first kills on their side. Heat had 7, right? JZZ was 3-0 first kills, first deaths. Same with Maurice. He only had 1 first death through his 3 first kills. And if you look at the other side, those numbers are not the same for NRG. So a lot of the time starting down 5v4 in these rounds, not having full util. We saw one of those main rounds be Victor with no command was supposed to be the A retake. So MIBR really shoring up the mistakes in this one to come out with great map control, I think is my big point. They played so well around each other with that map control being a main point.
It's a huge thing. The Devs talked about the activation of 2 key players being Heat and JZZ. But there is definitely one unsung hero through all of this is also Maurice with the calls, with the lurks. And they have an opportunity to do it again on to the second map here with Pearl coming up right after the break.
Stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, there's no stopping me. Stop me now, I'm having such a good time. I'm having a
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where it was NRG's map choice, but it's MIBR who comes out on top in Icebox. A close map at that, but ultimately going to feel good to come away with the victory on your opponent's map choice and get the revenge that you've been looking for since Berlin 2021. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell MIBR was looking for that revenge. The way they were playing, the way they were hitting their shots, the way that JZZ was just like going off, like all of it was just amazing to watch mechanically, and the way they were playing, it looked like they kind of made NRG play to the way they wanted them to play.
I think on an individual level, it's difficult to outclass NRG, and yet that's what we were seeing in this game. And that's what I said before the match started. MIBR's talent is good enough that on a good day, they're going to be able to outclass people and get upset results. And I think that this should be considered an upset happening here, because NRG's map pick, we've seen them dominate on Icebox before, and yet so many moments where just straight up MIBR willing to take the fights, win the duels, and then the whole area of the map just belongs to them.
And what a beautiful thing, right, for your addition to the squad to be a former duelist, now initiator, who's still putting up duelist numbers alongside Heat.
Yeah, I mean, even on the post plants, the retakes, everyone was just fighting, and MIBR was not scared to take those fights. And I think that's something that they finally held over NRG. I think that their nerves are finally gone in that aspect.
Also, I mentioned before that without the Sky in that composition, JCC actually does have to be crazy aggressive. You can't just send a recon in and hope that Heat does all the fragging. So the fact that JCC's willing to just get stuck in there and brawl is very helpful for making that composition work.
And while those were the two names that were tips of our tongues going into the series, we heard Van say right at the end there before the commercial break, another player that we have to call out is Maurice, who's holding it down on the flanks and finding a couple really big clutch two pieces here to snap some round wins.
Yeah, I mean, just the precision on this guy's aim, knowing that he's an IGL kind of puts me to shame. I should be playing like this. I mean, he really proved that you know, when they say IGLs don't really have to frag that much, well, I mean, we just all got proven wrong, because he not only fragged, he took map control, he took space, he set up lurks, he denied lurks as well, and on the post plants, he was just playing like an amazing game overall.
I'm writing all this down. This will be my report card for you in the future. Yeah, I'll come back and be like, so how do you think you did in all of these different categories as the IGL? Now, earlier, we had a chance to speak with Maurice about the team's outlook coming out of week one and towards the rest of the split, considering that tough loss to Loud.
Bom, com certeza, jogar da forma que a gente jogou contra a Loud dá muita confiança. É um time muito bom, um time campeão do Champions, vice-campeão do Lock-in, então a gente sabia que o nosso trabalho tinha sido bem feito, que a gente jogou uma ótima partida, e a gente também conseguiu concretizar isso reassistindo o nosso jogo com comunicação. A gente percebeu que a gente conseguiu chegar mais ou menos no sweet spot que a gente queria do campeonato, como o time estava se sentindo, como estava sendo feita a comunicação, o freeze time. Então a gente viu que realmente a gente tá acertando, tá chegando no ponto certo, e a gente sabia que isso ia deixar a gente muito mais preparado e mais confiante para esse próximo jogo.
I mean, just in a couple of short clips that we've seen from this squad today, Sideshow, I am wildly impressed by the kind of the vision they have for the rest of the league, and how, while they can recognize there are favorites, you know, around them necessarily, Loud being one of them, of course, they don't look at any team as unbeatable.
No, and that is not the case. I mean, there is so much parity within this kind of middle of the pack and upwards within the Americas League. I mean, there's not that much of a gap between the teams that are fighting up at the top and the teams that are fighting to just get the first kind of wins.
Yeah, well, speaking of parity, maybe later in the day we'll have to revisit those power rankings that you decided to dive into at the top of the day. Because I think those might be, they're going to get shaken up. We'll do another power ranking segment tomorrow. It'll be week 3.5 or something like that. Now, before map 2, let's go ahead and head into our Aim Lab shoot around. For this one, we're going to be watching over the shoulder of none other than Victor for NRG, looking for him to maybe create some magic here, map number 2, and give us a third one in the series.
I mean, the magic he was doing was already amazing. Not only was he setting up Sam for amazing plays, he was setting up his entire team and utilizing his own utility in such a way that he was, 1, granting himself kills, and 2, granting his team plays that they can make around it in order to open up the round. And I think like him just overall as a player just did a really great job.
Yeah, I'm always impressed with his performance on Icebox in terms of how he uses his utility, but also he's 1 and 5 in opening kills there on Icebox, and I think that tells a bigger story. Almost twice the first kills MIBR had on Icebox, almost twice the gun rounds won when it's full buy versus full buy as well. So overall, I think there was a bit of a fragging differential going on. Sometimes NRG can be slow to start in these maps, but that's their map pick and they've just lost. It doesn't bode that well. Even if we go to map 3, we don't know how good they are at split.
Right, exactly. That's a total unknown later down the line if we even get there. But I think the stats that you just threw out are really, really interesting considering the map score, right, or the round score in that map. It was only a 3-round differential, but as you say, it was MIBR coming out on top of the gunfights far more often than a +3. And that speaks again to what NRG can do from a strategic, tactical side to keep themselves in it. That if they do start finding 1 or 2 more of those first duels going in their favor, all of a sudden we could be looking at going the distance.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really something to do with the comp too that they were playing. Like they were playing the double controller, like only 1 initiator comp. They had information, but they didn't have as much fighting power. So they kind of took it in their own hands to force NRG to fight and play to their strengths, which was fighting and making sure that they could get the control by fighting.
I think it was really impressive the way that MIBR were able to get value out of that Viper Harbor comp, right? When, that's not a team that we normally associate with that. It's also really good on Pearl. And not just that, globally in VCT, that comp has less than a 40% win rate. So actually getting value out of it showcases that you're better than most of the teams that are running it. You're up there with, you know, the ones that are really getting great value and understanding how the composition works.
Well, we talk about tools. Let's see what each of the players, or each of the teams rather, come into map number 2 with when it comes to utility that they'll be equipped with. We see all the way through 3 picks for either side at this point.
I'm expecting this to be very similar, like mirrored picks on both sides. We've seen both of the teams playing this double smoke kind of composition on this map. The only difference has been Artis, you know, picking up the Raze heat on the Jet. So I think really though, when you look at the execution and how good it was from Murray's and from RGL, MIBR look dangerous here.
Yeah, I think if they really, like, honestly, I'm expecting to see Heat just be set up on a line on that defense side, on attack side, just set up on a line with his off and be able to just hold it down. I know that he can get pushed off by Harbor, Sky, and Viper, but I really think that they need to put way more trust in Heat as an operator to be able to hold it down and be able to just get them the information they need without actually trying to use their own Sky for information. And I think that that is something that both these teams, like, I mean, MIBR can do it because they have the Jet op. Artis, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be able to, if he pulls out the Raze op, I'd love to see
I was about to say, what, you're not feeling the Raze op today? What's going on?
I'm feeling it, but I mean, definitely, I think Artis definitely, you know, on the stage was a little wide swingy. So I think it would be really cool if he pulls out it off, but we'll see.
Athena's feeling it. NRG's got to be feeling it if they want to get us to a map 3. MIBR, though, hoping to wrap it up in 2. Let's find out if this one will go the distance as we send it back over to Vansili and Riv for the call.
Thank you so much, The Desk. Yes, indeed, we're moving now into Pearl. Yeah, we see Artis coming out as a Raze, but thankfully to start things off on that second map, we do have NRG playing on the attack side first, which then allows for you not to focus and think about that hop yet, and maybe think about those paint shells to gain that space.
Yeah, paint shells, get your double controller walls out there. We're on map already, seeing Victor get that arm ready to fire out his walls. There he is. In the game, on to Pearl. Can MIBR keep themselves in the lead here and just take NRG down with this aim, these shots, getting these 2K, 3K rounds on the lurks of Maurice. Quick B play to set up here for the side of NRG. And we'll see this wall from MIBR constantly on that mid side of the map. So keep an eye on that high tide if it changes. Slow push up on the Cascade vans, but they're committing pretty well here with the spike pretty far up with Sam's Harbor.
Yeah, similar things on the attack too, playing this double controller.
Yep.
Cascade up, then you have Flash trying to clear up behind the pillar and also in that cubby towards long B. Now you go for the wall execution. We're just ready to play a very aggressive flank now for MIBR. As you have a comp at least here for NRG that could play that pulse plant with paint shells, nanoswarms, snake bites. There's great opportunities to play off-site at long B. But it's just Victor by himself. Getting that first.
Victor!
Oh my, okay, that works out.
Two class.
Maurice watching from the spawn. Patient play from MIBR, thinking that NRG was going to re-aggress out there. Ra and now RGL. Trying to regain towards the map. Frenzy on a 1 versus 1. Some at the top of B Heaven. As the Cove comes out to spray onto the Frenzy, but there's almost no time. Som's playing this perfectly. And a round's gonna come in here for NRG on the pistol.
Wow. Victor, surely you don't get 2 classic kills on 3 that are coming at you. Absolutely incredible play. Really big, important part of the round to get those impact frags for the retake. And stops the main flank. As you said, the aggressive 3-person flank coming in. Got a banana clip in that classic or something. I don't know. And really nicely played here by Sam. Little ring around the rosy, cat and mouse on the Cove.
I also like that the turret was probably intentionally down there for NRG for them to think, oh, they're probably still playing towards the site.
Right.
Victor played it perfectly there behind control.
Come flying in, feeling safe and secure. All right, default Cascade to Guiding Light here. Orb control. And
denied. Finesse now moves up. And here comes the shots from the Sheriff. There's going to be so much info now on the 3 players, but the spike has fallen.
3v3.
Upgrades now coming out or looking to get picked up at least towards the boxes. As a nanoswarm clears them away. Alarm art then pushed down. Artist gets the wall bang onto RGL.
High tide
Maurice
going
is
down.
still here with the Bulldog. High tide indeed's about to come down right here. And as it comes down, he gets the first.
Player standing.
Answered back by Crashies. Fra now with this Spectre.
Remaining.
Good trade-off in the end. A gamble stack towards the A site that makes it very expensive here for NRG.
That was huge by MIBR, especially. It was kind of a late hit, too. They allowed NRG to feel like the Cascade, the Flash didn't find anybody, and then they surge into the A main area to find that fight. Nicely done playing on the walls, but NRG still able to find the win there. Buys a round. Their bonus round is going to be an expensive one, Vans. They just go full in, so they're not thinking about anything else. But yeah, low armor is okay with the Vandals to fight back. He is obviously going to be finding that operator in a few rounds, and we'll see if MIBR can get activated before that. Another A push, but it's NRG B.
An expensive round indeed for NRG to invest in here, but this orb, super important for some. Reckoning to open up the site potentially, then you can play the long range because we saw Guardians in the hands of Crashies. For me, it leans towards a passive play. Reckoning not getting any pings towards anywhere towards the site. Cove then for the plant.
Spike planted.
Molly's in the rest. Artist still going forward.
Towards that B-Link. Trailblazer out from JZZ. It's gonna get shot down by Som. Not gonna spot too much. Vulnerable by a snake, but big flash now. As Frog gets 2 kills, Artist on the backstab for the B-Link. But it comes down to those 2 players that we mentioned before. With Pulse Plant utility, Nanoswarm down on 2. Victor still has potentially lineups here with the snake bites. The first one comes down. The Guardian for the first kill. And it's up to Victor on a 2 versus 1. Who does get that pick onto FRZ. Now there's not going to be any time left. Wow. Victor answers back. JZZ saves, and it's NRG with 3.
I almost broke a sweat.
You wonder how the economy will work here. The rounds look good, but this may be a pressure buy here from NRG, and MIBR will be feeling the same. That gives them a bit of money to go back in. Now they'll be fine being able to throw weapons around. So NRG feeling good after that bye. We'll see this one more time. I thought Artis's push over onto B-Link was just too strong for him, right?
Yeah.
It's knowing the team can then focus the rest of how MIBR is coming in without having to worry about one of the most impactful areas of a re-entry. They're setting themselves up for success on the side of NRG right now. Marshall's bought up here for MIBR. And NRG just moving forward. That delay was necessary because it does not look like W will stop being held by NRG this round.
And Trailblazer 2 being set down. Alarm bot not being used by
my gosh.
into this round. They want to save that utility into the next, not using too much here into the half buy that they got. JZZ with that hero rifle, saved from that previous round. Moving up now. Oh, saw him on that timing.
One less.
Gets picked off. Artist looking to avenge his teammate. Not allowing a second player to move on to pick up the weapons as JZZ continues those duelist numbers on this initiator roll, this time as a Sky. And that's 2 weapons that get picked up now by MIBR into the late round.
That initial energy control looked amazing. They had a line of agents all the way up the middle of the map. It's the moment they turn around at B-Link, all of them get taken down. So unsure why they wanted to give that space back up. We did see the spike was dropped, which is why this late round is then going back towards
30
B.
seconds left.
It's going to be a tough hold here. 4v2, but it is a shorty and a sheriff on the other side.
Lockdown in. They're looking for the second one. The flank back gets it. Back into the frenzy to break it. It's a 2 versus 2. Snakebite into the B-Link. The awareness out of this player coming out from Victor is amazing. The attacker killjoy will allow Victor to reposition down towards the back of the B halls, especially with the toxic screen coming up. Flash now, full blind, it's up to 1. JZZ with a 4th into the round. Crashy's making it a 1 versus 1. JZZ cannot get the ace. It's Crashy's instead with the Red Bull clutch.
It keeps going down to 1, but it just looks like NRG is not in a position to lose these situations. 3 rounds now. Victor having some outstanding plays to turn MIBR right on their head. Solo double kill there, moving into the destruction of the lockdown. Just instant thought process, right? It's not even giving the other team a moment to think. And it's a good push. Knowing it was the Marshall and the shorty, you might find a Phantom. He plays that game, and he plays it well. Crashies to be able to pull up on that. Clutch to bring 4 for NRG here. And they go back to A, work this orb.
Sometimes you got to gamble for those, and it works out. Heat now with an op, a second flash to come out to fight back. Trying to get a shot before he dashes away. Trying to get a lucky one through the cascade. But now it's a showstopper. Artist looking to clear space. Early shot. Oh my God, Heat gets one through. Finally onto the high side. Pete now. Pit now comes out, sorry. As Artist at least, yes, has fallen under, but has created that space to allow NRG to play that pulse plant. Travelers are out on the attack, on the defense, on the retake. Snakebite to also stop any players from running down. It's only 1 tap onto the spike. Still 1 more Snakebite available here for Victor. Just threw it down. Here comes the heal. Flash does not affect players. It's a 1-for-1 there. And it's Marie still fighting back. And unfortunately here for the rest of NRG, they got plowed by MIBR's retake.
Having the cover almost of allowing to get all the way up from that Viper's pit. It hurts, but it helped a little bit too, so they could keep swarming that choke point. Nicely done by MIBR. They really only had 1 choice there once they identified that nobody was Art, nobody was in the extremities for this flank. And that was actually one of the tougher rounds to win. So they pushed through a big ultimate use round by NRG there. Showstopper coming out, Viper's Pit coming out. So things may be on the up and up here for MIBR. They have their own ultimate to use for Maurice. But that operator, now for Heat, set up on screens at Long B. Again, this mid play. This is the second time they've done this. They leave Artis up to get that first frag, and this time takes a lot of damage in a flash.
Here.
Thankfully, though, at least it pushed back the defender FRC back towards Vines. The spray coming through control. JZZ, man.
What a call. Heat's like, I see a head. Shoot here on my ping. Great little comms teamwork there, identifying the position. Oh, Jake, what a smart Trailblazer, too. They're reading so well right now where NRG could be, and that's a big sight find here for that Trailblazer.
Even repositions, ready for a flash. Should there be pressure coming out from NRG out towards B-Link. But things stay quiet into the round. NRG trying to hopefully catch somebody off guard. Trying to punish a mistake off a rotate. You heard that turret being placed down towards the spawn. Every angle is currently being watched now by MIBR. So NRG decides to move into the B site. High tide coming out on the defense. A crossfire setup towards the back of the B site.
Last player standing.
And unfortunately, there's only one more player remaining. Yes, we're able to punish one on that
Yeah.
rotate. And Finesse is trying to do more econ damage if he can. But it's a flank on flank. Reese closing the gap. Heat holding close range, just pinged it. Heat's ready for this. Easy kill. MIBR with 2.
And you just saw the dedication the two members of MIBR had to watch that B-Link, right? Heat has long,
we know the drill.
nothing gets through this.
Stick to your
Heat doesn't
roles and
die,
we'll crush
no
it.
one gets on site. So the choice for NRG to try to get through that little bottleneck was unlucky for them. MIBR with the reads as well. JZZ with a great trailblazer to identify, right, that they could keep those defensive positions pretty late into the round. Really putting a wrench in what NRG wants to do here for the last few rounds. And again, the operator control, slowing NRG down. They are not wide swinging these angles as they were before. Here, banking on if they can fight Heat, but they won't find him right away. Let's see how NRG reacts to this. Turret up, force forward with Cascade, and nobody across the map. If MIBR chooses to take space here,
There.
could get some good info, but they're all staying behind. Here's the Reckoning Van Silly. Let's just wait to see who they can push out.
And Trailblazer actually went onto the right side instead. Still gonna be able to get a plant out from Som.
Yeah. Spike down.
I don't know about this idea of playing outside the site. A pit's available for Moritz.
I've got your trail.
FRZ moving in now for the first blood on the retake. Seekers on the attack to push out the defenders. Snake bites, nanoswarms, everything's up. Heat on the top of the boxes looking for this kill onto Victor. There's just too much utility as the pick comes back. Out on the defense. The
Hove is
spray
there.
out. Heat dashing forward. The pit then comes back down. And it's NRG across the board. Finesse with the last 2 kills. As, oh my god, it got chaotic. Lots of utility being used. But that's all you gotta do. It's the Phantom spraying through those smokes, and
Yep.
it's just NRG getting all the kills.
We are seeing quite a bit of Phantom supremacy lately, and MIBR knows how to get those defuses, and I think NRG knows that MIBR is good on those ninjas. How many times were we saying it with FRZ defuses last time, and Maria's defuses where MIBR was able to sneak those because they tapped the spike, play for the fight long, and then use the cove. MIBR still had the cove there. They just didn't get a chance to use it. NRG was not allowing those ninja defuse games to happen. So you're right. Unleashing the cover fire through those smokes as soon as they could. MIBR timeout coming through. Not doing too bad here figuring out the rounds they've got back in, but it doesn't seem like there's consistency. Figuring out where the op's going to be most effective maybe, because if NRG makes the site, they really deplete Heat's use of that op more and more the closer they get.
Yeah. And that's the tough part of playing an operator and against a double controller mentioned multiple times now. This current attempt of the meta from teams trying to pivot towards this double controller play to really nullify against the operator, when back then it was maybe that breach flash double initiator playstyle. And now here, at least for MIBR, off this timeout. They've been good at it the last time they called the timeout on Icebox, and we saw the comeback and even the victory from MIBR on the first map of Icebox. If you've missed it, make sure you watch back the replays later.
And this being an important round, you can see Murray's 6,600 credits spent, meaning dropping that weapon to RGL. If NRG can get another one, they make that money, that econ sting. Straight back to A. Who's hunting for an orb? It doesn't look like anybody's on deck just yet for NRG, but they are going to get some good denial on the Seekers for FRZ here. Or JZZ, rather.
Not allowing JZZ to get Seekers indeed, and even a lockdown coming out on the attack. Should allow here. I mean, there's still a gap on the right side. Thankfully, there's a high tide that allows for you to push in. Artist gaining that space, can get onto the top of the hut, but now is, oh my god, lurking in to get that entry onto Moritz. Plat comes in, FRZ, making himself known on that flank attempt on mid. Artist continues to push forward. Pain Shell's now available again. pushing Heat even further back, even a boom bot! As he eats it down to 11 HP, now getting sprayed by Artis. The opener into a 3K, opening up the site, and forcing MIBR to retreat.
And they calculated the timing perfect, too. Right as that Viper's Bite went down, Artis said, perfect timing. They're going to expect a bit of a delay. He flies straight in. The rest of the team was kind of there already. We saw the harbor plant going down from Som. So they really were not delayed too much, and I think that really caught Maurice off guard when he just sees Artis standing in front of him at the spike getting planted. Yeah, right on through. Artis did not stop on the train tracks there, getting a beautiful round to shut down a lot. I don't think this operator comes back up. So like we said, that was going to be a very big round for NRG in terms of MIBR's economy. A few low buys coming through here in the right side of the map. Nope, they're hovering over to the left. NRG looks like they'll get mid control and just see what this new setup from MIBR looks like without an op.
Exactly, it's what Bladestorm's instead into this round. So you force around a Bladestorm half armor, and you want to fight towards long B. Heat moving forward, dancing around, hit by the flash, and even forced to dash away. Thankfully, he'll get a heal out. Support from JZZ. But yeah, that change of pace, the change of strat from MIBR was quickly spotted by NRG, and that spray did a lot of damage. Heat still under heavy attack. Second cloud burst already used, has almost no utility left. It's gonna be down to his daggers. As MIBR shifting towards the A side because of all of this pressure. Trying to gamble stack towards there. But for NRG, 1 minute mark, still just playing that default.
Yeah, you see the alarm bot just placed down as well by Crashies. They want to be able to hover this area for a little bit, but they don't have time to check out that long. So just leaving, you can see pulling that alarm bot that was just placed, and the intention for this round starts to fall towards B. They've yo-yoed a little bit with that defense from MIBR, knowing it's on a low buy. So all they want is low numbers on this site, and they've gambled correctly. I wonder if we even have Artis pop in here, they play as much contact as possible off the wall.
NRG's just waiting for the target screen to come back down to execute, even throwing their own flashes behind the defensive walls. They tap in, and we are playing very cautiously, anticipating some sort of a gamble stack for MIBR towards the B site. Becomes a safe plant. But MIBR have been good on these retakes from JGZ's flash. Artis playing in front of it, getting the first blood here. Right click misses, and support comes down from Finesse. A satchel kill onto Heat. So we talked about the good retakes from MIBR, the slight change from just the forward position from Artis.
Yeah.
Really coming to shine in the last 2 rounds. Once again, MIBR having 2 players forced to save.
And we do say it's kind of a Heat activated MIBR is the way they play. Well, this is activate Artis. As soon as you saw him go in the back hall, he was just after Finesse's guiding light right there. The timing they have on the set plays right now, even if we saw MIBR back hall, it looked like it would have ended up pretty bad for him. In the end, it still does. You have Finesse with that really nice backup. So NRG playing off each other super well. Everybody kind of solo understanding the situation and never second guessing. That's what gives you these type of rounds here. 7-2 as they get back 5 rounds for themselves. Even with a few in the middle, they bring it back. And mostly to these rounds where they're getting the spike down, right? You can see that on the scoreboard. So they're getting into the site, finding ways to just stall out MIBR, and that's going to call MIBR to bring in a timeout.
Yeah, a nice little victory so far in terms of the battle of coaches, as already in round number 5 of the second map. You're already forcing both timeouts out of MIBR, so that's none left moving into the second half, where Chet still has the opportunity of using both of his should things fall not into place, actually, for NRG's playstyle. But so far, no complaints.
It's interesting, recently when talking to coaches and early timeouts, they always say, well, at the end, you always feel like I should have used it anyways. So just use it early sometimes. Again, in the case of NRG, not feeling like any of those need to be used, but MIBR wants to get ahead of these problems. A little bit of that overhead look from the coach to make them realize this is our goal. A lot of times you forget what your win condition is if you start playing to the other team. The desk said it. NRG might have been flexed to play MIBR's game on Icebox, which we just saw here. NRG much more in their own stride. as they come in round to round. Showstopper is back up for Artis here. We actually just saw this a few rounds ago at the A site, helping them penetrate through with that Viper's Pit. And we'll see where else they decide to go.
Time to mobilize my pack.
I think that's the change.
Stop.
MIBR now going back into putting a Vandal into the hands of Heat.
It's a good call.
So allowing maybe the flood retakes to happen too.
That's exactly what I was going to say. A lot easier to retake. Big flank here, or lurk, I should say, by Victor. All the way back. Looks like he might even want to buy another gun on the round.
While he waits passively here, all of MIBR pushed out towards Plaza and rotated towards the B link. So there's already 4 players inside this B side, but it's a showstopper to come out. Unfortunately, doesn't land. Another Rosa as the Seekers are being answered back by JZZ. So an all for alt, a stalemate with 1 minute left on the clock. We're waiting for the rest of the utils, the next wave of the walls to come up here. Meanwhile, that lurk was lost from NRG. Oh, the drive-by denied, clotheslined. 1 more left to go, spotted by JZZ. As that's a great read by MIBR.
We saw how much they stalled it out until NRG had to actually come into sight without utility. That's MIBR just shooting ducks as they crossed into the site there. The mid-fight, I think we're going to see a little bit more now. FRZ and Victor lurking around each other, and FRZ was able to get the better of that round. I think it was really, really big to be able to deny that wall, right, that NRG wants to use to get into sight. So quick plays around the map actually affect what's going on in sight. Props to FRZ there for winning the 1v1. And it looks like they will play not super aggressive towards mid, but MIBR has now put 2 on that B link where we've seen Artis going quite a bit in the beginning of these rounds to see if they can trade back that harbor wall. And the frag. So that's the guiding light they would use until Artis goes in. Right there. Maurice is ready face to face.
NRG's just waiting for the poison order to come down. There it is. Cascade now with a Trailblazer around the corner, and Artis.
Oh my gosh, doesn't
goes
matter.
for a drive-by without the satchel to get the kill. But RGL just heard that footstep. It's close. Putting that crosshair placement in, the wall bang across, and Artis again with another entry, make that even doubling it up.
I don't think we have to question anymore if he feels like switching roles has an effect.
Reckoning into the site. Heat now on a 1 versus 1 in the front of control. GZZ with the support to watch his back. So that's a spike down. Heat dashing forward to fight against Victor here. And wins it. Wow. Okay, the pivot. Spike just got picked up. We're rotating back towards the A site. Artis is stuck by himself in the back of the B halls. Just trying to keep them isolated into the B site, allowing now NRG to try to clutch a 3 versus 2.
Looking at the map for a moment there, Vans. It was so spread out, I was actually wondering who was on offense or defense the way that it just panned out. NRG is really trying to spread themselves so they can figure out how MIBR is playing. And now 2 to defend the site here. Util to come in. It's just a heal for the team. Guiding light might come up soon there.
Player standing.
The updraft misses him. Trying to get the backstab timing.
Ness?
Oh, lights at the 2!
My ult
And
ready.
it's not even a half. He has the flash to come out, but Heat then swings wide.
Oh, they tried.
And MIBR is able to save that round thanks to that play from Heat, but that was so close there for Finesse.
Heat. Absolutely turning it up on that one. FNS with the idea of where the last player was. Just a slight sidestep mistake as Heat was still approaching. Artis here doing so much work in this round. The lineup happens, and then just that shoulder. Finesse being closer to the wall, Heat being further away. That's the way it plays out when you get modeled like that. Nicely done for a round to get picked up there as MIBR save another one.
You're actually happy that he missed the first couple of shots that allowed that unintentional lineup.
Right?
2 kills.
We love the collats here.
Last round to go. Full gun round for both teams. As NRG are once again fully focused on the same conditioning towards this B side.
Man, what a few rounds here that MIBR has been able to pull back And we said they've been going down to the 1v1s almost all the time. They've had to work for it as NRG is putting up this huge first half fight. Artist, again, first kill.
Pain shells at the top two. JZZ is going to be forced to just get away out of that position. Satchel charges up. As now a Reckoning now comes out on the defense from RGL. Hit by a Trailblazer. Artist somehow still survives in the back. Is doing enough to allow just all of NRG to play the pulse plant. 2 Nanoswarms are underground. The lockdown's not going to do much because we played already outside of the radius of the lock-in, placed down by MIBR. Artist still looking for more and has done some damage. The first Nanoswarm to come out. You hear now the high tide coming down too. As that Nanoswarm doesn't allow MIBR to tap onto the spike yet. Finesse now stuck in the corner, just running that clock down, doing what he can. And now finally tapped onto the spike. We're just spraying back, and there's just no time left. NRG will still capitalize on the first half to win it 8-4.
NRG coming out in the second game on the top of their game. Artis is 5 kills, 0 first deaths right now. There's no wonder to why they're playing so well in these rounds and being able to convert, because everybody is also there on these retakes, on these site helps. They have such good defensive B. Let Sam throw in mollies, play it patient. Really, really smart stuff from NRG in that first half with MRB slightly coming back. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see how they break down that first half.
Thank you so much, Riv. It's an 8-4 first half in favor of NRG. So after dropping their own map pick, they don't seem to be or have lost any confidence here on the second map, putting 8 rounds together.
Yeah, I think they looked really, really solid. I think as soon as they were like, okay, well, we can copycat your comp, and we can deny your op, and we can deny everything. So we're back.
The site execs just look so well put together for NRG, but this round was bonkers. I mean, JZZ gets 2, and then Victor's forced to scrap in the dirt, bringing it to MIBR, pushing up behind them to be able to take down the lockdown. And this clutch from Crashies to win an anti-eco round that never should have got this close. I think just demonstrating that NRG are forced to kind of get much more brawly in order to bring it to MIBR.
Yeah, JZZ with a 4-piece there, almost the ace to complete it all, but Crashies had something to say about that. We also charged NRG with controlling heat on that op, as we already mentioned, and it was a big difference there between the Jet and the Rays, and ultimately it seems like the answer is just throw every single piece of utility at him at the beginning of a round, and he won't find anything.
They definitely denied his control of any part of the map, any line, nothing. He was not able to, even on the retakes, he couldn't even peek out with this op and try to kill, like the post-plan scenarios. He was literally stuck behind loads and loads of walls and util and mollies and everything, to the point where his team at the end started just getting him a Vandal. I mean...
Yeah, and the adjustment came a bit too late. We saw a good timeout where MIBR won a couple of rounds after that and really just tried to counterplay the execs that were coming through, especially on B. But at the end of the day, that is a really good bounce back from NRG. They often start these series a little slow and then come out of the gates map 2 or later down the road looking very hot. It seems the same here.
Yeah, now, of course, that all has to get done now for MIBR on the offensive side. They've got 4 rounds plus 1 to make up if they want to wrap it up here in 2 for NRG. Looking to extend this series to a 5th or a 3rd map, rather, and that would be split if we manage to get there. Back over to Van Silly and Rib to get us into the game.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, Sideshow brings up a great point, actually, Riv. NRG usually known to start very slowly, whether in series, whether in tournaments, and then usually bounce back very, very strong. And it looks to be the case, at least on how they displayed their attack on Pearl so far. As now that difference comes in, now Artist continue to play that race, now on defense. Don't think we're going to see an operator with how he's been playing on the entryway of the attack, but let's talk about this battle right here off the flash. It's still MIBR in the top, at least for a short stint, as Victor fights right back. Comes in for the 3rd into the round and even picks up an orb. That's a great start here for NRG. To be brawly, to fight like they wanted to, and also take control of the spike.
FRZ looking for a big lurk here, but it wasn't the right way. Still thinking somebody is coming over from the side of B. Once NRG actually has all 3 around that spike, it doesn't really matter where MIBR is going to come from. So just looking to pick up these final frags. The Ghost from Maurice could definitely do some work, but I like the defense we have. The trifecta here 2 classics and a ghost sat over by the spike. Just making sure nobody's grabbed it. Easy. So NRG look like they're going to start off with another round for themselves. This obviously could get pretty freaky, but like you were saying, as NRG does get this energy going into their games, a lot of the times it kind of looks like...
Last player standing.
Looks like potentially Victor with an ace.
30 seconds
As he gets
left.
4 into the round.
Finished
FRZ now spotted by the turret. And Victor and Crashies, the dynamic duo here.
Turret destroyed.
Just looking to play together. Swing off contact as the nanoswarm still available for FRZ. It's not going to do too much. Now both of them are swinging out. 8 HP left. But there's no time. One of them is going to run away, and that's going to guarantee the round then for NRG. And Victor on top of that will get the ace.
And finishing that thought, when they do start winning, it always looks like somebody is wowing you, Van Silly. So how about that? That actually worked out really well. It is. It's whether it's Artist going into the side or Crashies getting a clutch. There we have an ace coming out. When NRG are able to come back, it feels like they're gassing up one of their teammates, right? And that it just absolutely flows for the squad. A nice ace to come out. That'll definitely gas you up. Feeling pretty good. Victor almost close to ult here to be able to deny where MIBR could go very early. This heat goes for that Marshall. MIBR wall towards A, wall towards B.
Okay, so
Starting
maybe
things off.
we are going to see eventually an Artist on an operator on Raze because he's already out here with the Marshall this round. No contact on that. At least know that he's also wielding a Marshall into the second round. For the rest though of MIBR, all pistols, lurking, breaking util.
Yeah.
With this lurk out from FRZ out towards Art.
Go get him.
So they throw up default wall on MIBR for Viper. Just to mess with whoever's at B, but this is never the hit, right? MIBR back and forth. Yo-yo the map. How can you push and pull that defensive energy? I think that orb may have been grabbed already. If not, they probably run right by it to start here. Nope, just a little bit for RGL. And we're going into the site Vans. Great choice on the gamble here for MIBR.
Som just spraying with the Spectre. The first blood there onto Heat. Ori's playing on the top of the staircase to land one between the eyes of Crashies.
Spike planted.
There was a slight delay as he was able to pull up a small nanoswarm, allowing the rotate to happen early for NRG. As FRZ, we mentioned that flank, that lurk. But it's weighted by Finesse. Another one to fall here, so it's going to be an attempt of another person to lurk into the late rotate. High Tide's already come up, the Cove too. Guaranteed a halfway defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Now Artist just continues to spray through, goes 2 kills. Doesn't even matter for this flank. NRG is now up at 10, and they are looking very convincing on this map, Pearl.
2 very quick rounds. They want to see split to decide this one. See what the weaponry is. It is going to be just that Spectre coming out for Finesse will be fine to call the shots and use the guiding lights. But looking at MIBR, this is the attack background. Can they stop the momentum of NRG? If not, this could just fold over into that victory as NRG is commanding and demanding how this map flows right now, even from the defensive side. Killjoy utility over at A now, push up to B. The NRG is just trying to make MIBR play sweaty and get in their faces right away if they can.
Even a Trailblazer is only going to spark 1. NRG wants to give that up right away.
Reckoning now comes up. They check the site. Cascade 04 looks like this actually may hit right now. If we get the dash in from Heat, that's going to be the trigger for the go from everybody else. So not yet. Not yet. This is just waiting.
Ooh, okay. GCC gets a nice entry, though, onto Crashies. Finesse now spotted in the back of the pit. High Tide then retaliated by NRG as they're trying to crawl back into Flower Pot. And Artist gets the paint shell kills onto JZZ. Nobody's really going for a plant, which is going to want to go for a last-minute plant, potentially towards the B site. The Reckoning comes out first. And Heat catching Som, running away. Heat also dashing away. But all of MIBR is actually looking to re-hit towards the A site.
30 seconds left.
Artist on the off angle.
Last player standing.
Everything being well watched by MIBR.
Really nicely contacted in that's not often you see once utility kind of takes a breather that a team will just walk in, especially Heat. Heat walks forward, JZZ just behind, and only once they were in the site for quite a while did Heat then activate his dash, ready to move. So MIBR playing that one a little differently to not alert energy on the re-hit. Nicely done. Little mind games, and they're able to take that round and garrison the site well. Not many go down for MIBR, which spells good things for economy, and we're going to see that down in the dumps for NRG here as we get to round 16. Bit of a B play with that A extremity push coming from NRG again, so MIBR looking to get early fights. 3 just swinging out right away here as they love to trade in the beginning of the round.
Victor's about to cross over. He just got spotted. There's going to be 3 players spraying there. Thankfully, he's got the toxic screen. Manages to fall back. And already an early rotate with the amount of shots that came out here onto screens. He's looking for backup. And all of NRG is currently doing that.
A little bit of a rethinking of the situation here by NRG. You see Crashies move back to B-Link for a little bit of an audio cue if anyone moves through mid, but this back and forth from MIBR. The shots are hitting now, and from Icebox to this, they're still working the map so well to make sure they'll find where the site is freer to hit and safer to post-plant.
And for NRG to gamble the way that they did towards this B side was, of course, seeing that they have Valora buy into this round. So with the amount of shots that came out, where they were hoping for another one of those super late round hits, or super late hits rather, into the round like they did the previous rounds for MIBR. But instead, it's going to be the attackers planning towards the A site. And NRG are really clearing everything around the map, trying to find where Maurice could be.
Well, no matter what happens here, a lot of ults for NRG. Next round, it starts off in the back dugout.
He's just holding everybody back. You could definitely see it here for NRG. We're not really trying to go for a tap or anything, trying to keep MIBR within the radius of the spike to go off. Crash is waiting just behind the high tide. Here's the footsteps.
Terminated.
And then here's that flash. Finesse trying to get the last 2 kills outside of A-Long, but he gets stopped himself. MIBR, no matter what, will still get the round.
Another A push coming in. Obviously, that was going to be a tough one from NRG. MIBR cannot let those rounds feel like they play it slow. They have to be dictating what happens from B, then to A. They haven't worked mid. NRG had a very big focus towards the middle to late game of first half of working Artist mid, kind of finding a fight at B-Link. It just seems like it's where's Heat going? Everybody's got this, one of those little baby ropes onto Heat and just follow him around, right? At least 2 people have that trifecta of assistance to help activate Heat. And then once you've either fought at A main or fought at B main, you back up to the middle of the map and re-hit with some gusto. 10-6 now as MIBR start to close that gap. Here, NRG is going to call the timeout.
First one now being called by Chet. By the way, has been looking very handsome lately.
Right? Stoic.
Must admit. But yeah, definitely seeing how NRG have been playing towards this defensive half. Been trying to play more reactively and delays off the Killjoy utility that's being placed by Crashies. They're reading it correctly into the moments, but into these retake plays, into the battles when it's supposed to get brawly. MIBR still seems to pull ahead. And that's what the Des was mentioning before too, how MIBR's played on that first map on Icebox. Look at this one here, especially playing into the double controller. You want to play inside that little pit that's created from both of the controllers? We'll fight in that. And MIBR slowly finding that groove on the attack as well with that type of playstyle.
Oh my gosh. Reading each other's minds, Vansili.
It's always like that. A couple of flashes on both ends. Still losing Heat for Finesse is a big plus with how Heat's starting to activate onto the second half. Meanwhile, here for NRG, they still have their own duelists as Artist is pushing back.
Yeah.
Holding it with Sam! Who they both get picked off by Moritz, allowing now MIBR to slowly gain more back control.
Standing.
Now this man, talked about him before. Unsung heroes in a way that he's been actually lurking around on Icebox before and has put up a stellar performance on these lurks against Crew last week. And we're definitely seeing why they managed to scrape that victory against Crew last week, 13-11. And are looking to bring the comeback into this second half on their attack half against NRG.
Their choice of Pearl. We'll see if this is the reason, right? If their attack half is the one they can really get going. Super cool take into the site. Smart play after NRG's timeout. Recognizing Artis could be going for ultimate. Well, JZZ is one away well, and they did get the orb, so Seekers for next round. But that was an instant fight to shut down the showstopper from coming in. Both ultimate possibilities were there fighting at A main. And MIBR just comes out swinging on that. So the timeout snuffed out. And MIBR now 3 away on these rounds to get back into this game for a tie. No real different setup here for the side of NRG. Looks like they'll keep 2 on one site, 3 to the other. And we'll see if MIBR even changes up their way of protecting things or pushing into. Still no real mid play we've seen coming from them too much. That was kind of one of the first ones we had an art lurk going into. So here we go. They are going mid.
A mid for attempt of potentially a crunch. A lower buy for NRG. Trailblazer coming out, forcing Heat to activate a dash very early.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little trade-off for utility. Heat still has it activated, so might try to look for something here through the double doors of B-Link. Gains control of Plaza. Finesse is forced to fall back. He's not going to find anybody to be able to heal him because it's him.
They might be able to identify too. RGL being there with FRZ. A lot of the times you'll see Cascade and Guiding Light being thrown together. So that could be even more info for MIBR than we know right now. Well, they just got that too. Harbor's on the right. So that info is now privy to MIBR. Good lurk here by FRZ. But it's going to be the B play, the B hit. They're going to walk right into Crashy's utility to start this off. Nothing really to clear that util, so this is all going to have to be in the moment.
30 seconds left.
30-second pit. And Victor has to play inside it with the Guardian. High Tide now comes out. So a perfect call, a perfect read for NRG. Here comes now the Seekers onto the attack. He's going to come in from the B-Link, so that's going to spot Victor right here. Just trying to stay alive, just trying to keep this pit up. A counter Viper's pit on the attack with 10 seconds left. Victor just holding it across the corner. Crashies is there for 2 kills. Comes out to Heat to fight back. Now the spike has been planted. Maritz now dancing out of his pit to be able to get the kill onto Crashies. Showstopper out. Clearing out towards the back of the site. Both did not have to move in. What? Oh my gosh. Maurice still dancing around the pit to get the last kill onto Artis. These preemptive showstoppers that are coming out from Artis, trying to land these shots, trying to catch opponents off guard, just misses the mark so many times on the executions here for NRG.
So many neat things to pick out there for MIBR. Just 2. Obviously, we saw one at the end there, Maritz playing the dancing game, being able to just get the upper hand, but also the entry onto screens with Heat going up and RGL going under. They would have had such a cool way to penetrate that Viper's pit if somebody was looking up quickly for Heat. So a lot of little in the play distractions. Protocols they were creating there to make that happen. 8 to 10 now. The gap gets smaller. MIBR closes within 2 rounds. They play the same strat we just had from last round. A little bit less B-Link focus to start, but this spread of the members is normal. NRG, though, taking way more space than usual on this gun round. And they do get a bit of info to start off this, but they'll reset. Noise towards B. NRG is going to start leaning one back over there. Artis starts to change position. And they're just leaving A. They're happy with the retake here, Vansili. Plus, they're expecting a reckoning probably to come through.
And interesting enough here for this round, FRZ has an operator in his hands, locking down towards the A site. As he hears nothing, Artis in a battle in a late lurk against Maritz. who now falls back. Seekers is going to spot at least some players very close. Wow. Only 2 players are playing inside the site. Reckoning to come out on the attack. Som's just trying to get some sprays through the high tides. Now he pushes back with his own high tide to regain space towards the A side, but Heat has already dashed in. Pain Shell's now out from Artis. A little bit of damage onto Heat. But then the Cove comes up in an attempt to plant for MIBR. 13 seconds left. Ran through, but saved by FRC. Another attempt of a plant. As we're just spraying across, JZZ answers back on the Som. 4 seconds left, and finally the plant comes down. Finesse then gets
4v2.
slumped by JZZ. As a 2-player disadvantage comes out for, make that even up. 3-player disadvantage. Crashy's trying to come out for the clutch.
Wow.
As MIBR, man, they are fighting super well in these close quarter battles.
And Vansili, that round, the minimap told such a story. With such a site hit coming in from MIBR, we saw Victor at B almost until the spike was permanently planted. They were not ready, right, to come through. We see him now coming in through the R area, but there was such a reluctancy to move, to think MIBR could still be hitting B. This is what they've got in NRG's brain right now, right? NRG is waiting for that fake play to happen, that move back to the other side of the map, because that's all MIBR has done, and it is paying off so well.
Now here comes the last timeout out for NRG as well. So early called into the half. Both teams definitely using here to try to figure out how they want to work their attack. Something that's been mentioned from Moritz as well for MIBR when he was talking about his team's play style. Kind of giving a lot of hype around this roster, around this team, where it's not about like trying to copy the top dogs of Brazil. It's not trying to play the same style as Loud that puts them at the top. They're able to develop their own style, which really, it's a lot of mixes of, yes, you could activate into like the W style of how Heat could be activated thanks to the initiators, but they could also do a lot of these defaults. A lot of slow plays, a lot of lurks that could still work very well for this team. So it kind of really keeps your opponents on their toes. There's no more of that signature hold W Duarbala here for MIBR or just for the Brazilian region.
Been a while since I heard that. But the thing is, I should say, and the thing is, the teams still expect that, right? They wonder, are they doing it? Are they not? So when you don't, it's almost even more of a loop to be thrown for Heat onto Artis, starting off this round.
Spotting it and identifying it. Finesse is trying to do everything under his power to try to get the trade with that Spectre. But would make it out unscathed. 50 armor, 100 HP on Heat. As NRG into this round, yes, a timeout was called, but it's also to try to figure out into the next round, as they'll finally have a little bit more coming through in terms of that econ.
You just mentioned this, fans. They don't always go, that slow can happen.
Yes.
They have such a good style now to where they've been hitting site after site, toying with energy, and now it's just silence. How are you going to react to this? Also, I'm sure MIBR doesn't want to walk around a corner and find any of these judges or shorties. Som has been firing off throughout the series. So they keep it safe. A few of the gun trades around. FRC gets the off here as they head into sight.
Fake bot dance law.
30 seconds left.
He dashes in now because of this Vandal to clear the space. So that's what the trade was for. Allowing now MIBR to do a very safe plant inside the B site with 18 seconds left. Crashy says lockdown though. NRG's closing in. And Crashes gets that first kill on that retake attempt. Som on the top of heavens. Util being used, Util being heard. We're playing behind the high tide, but it's still NRG to fight back.
Enemy remaining.
A 2 versus 1.
Not planning for long.
And it's usually was FRZ that had that lockdown and never had a chance to use it. And because it's not planted for long, it's an easy defuse for Som.
Ultimate ready.
That, it comes down to the plan, Vansili.
The crowd's like, where's the up?
Yeah.
Where's the up? We didn't want to give it to Artis anyways, right?
No, not gonna happen. Just a Marshall if you want that, right? But yeah, that came down to the plant. Interesting choice to want to switch it up for that one, just in terms of safety, but it does cost them the round, and they can't keep the op either. That's a retake. coming in for the side of NRG, though. Cannot deny it. They have been beaten and battered down the past round after round, and they finally stopped the bleeding on a Thrifty. This push happens again, though, so they're not deterred from pushing up and trying to take this space. MIBR might be hitting the shots, but NRG still trying to formulate plans to putting this game back to a win.
Yeah, that plan there for NRG is really trying to take control of that top B halls. And just trying to keep MIBR aware that there might be some players now positioned, posted up there, forcing them to move towards a different side of the map. They rotate quickly, but as we're jumping across, I don't know if that was actually heard here from those lurkers, from that forward push from MIBR through that mid connector.
One of the few mid plays we have here. I feel like a play like this can activate the Reckoning from NRG and maybe use it falsely, but it's something MIBR has to be aware of. The post plan is not going to be easy here, as NRG is going to come swarming in with a lockdown and Reckoning. Already a main control Vansili. They got to be aware of that.
That's the thing. Two players playing on the top there. It's traded out, but that's perfect. And Crashies is still alive, so he has that lockdown from that previous round. And him staying alive is huge because it doesn't allow MIBR to play a post plan. Even catching players pushing forward to try to take Crashies down. Some fights one and kills one from behind. 20 seconds left now. Seeker's now coming out. That is courtesy of the attack here from JZZ. Some under heavy attack, hit by one of the Seekers. 13 seconds left. He's being saved by Artist, who comes out toward the back of the site.
10 seconds left.
Things are looking good here. Until then, Spike now falling down.
Spike down A.
So I'm still watching it on a 2 versus 1. No time left for the plant. So no matter what, it is going to be map point for NRG.
Nicely played between the ultimates. They knew how much they could delay. Lockdown gets saved for this round for NRG. They have a bit of a fail-safe. Playing their life in sight is a possibility, but it could be dueling lockdowns. We have a lot of ults to come in here. Vansili. A play still gets the Killjoy utility. NRG will switch up a bit, but I think they watch mid a little bit more here. They realized MIBR did try to make a play through that mid area to get NRG off on the back heel. A judge for Finesse. Looks like he wants somebody to come right through that B link this time. He's itching for it. It's the B long play, however, is all of MIBR. Swing for the first frag again. Big damage on JZZ, but it's traded.
There's a gap in that high tide, or that cascade, that allows for MIBR to move now into this B site.
You should run.
Already, all of the ults are being used into this round. Plant coming in, done. Low HP is RGL, but still stays alive. Throws another cascade, blocking off some vision. Crashy's moving in, doesn't care. Couple of players detained on both ends. But that's a big kill that Crashy's needed. And for the rest of MIBR.
Only one Viper bite.
Here comes that Cove out for the defuse. Half and halfway, but it's being sprayed by MIBR. Only one player left. They're so low on HP. One snake bite at least. Kill from the grave is gonna be Victor. But MIBR stays alive. The thing is right here, though, Riv, is that they used all of their ults into the round to be able to win that round. But the silver lining as well for MIBR is that they're forcing potentially a low buy, an eco, out of NRG. So this may come down to the last round of regulation once again.
You still have the Blade Storm to come up from Heat. Do they activate, and how hard do they activate Heat here? Rotation in mid from FRZ. 3 stacked by NRG towards A, but also art control if it comes to it. Few ultimates away, so orb grab here would only be for what could happen later in the round. They set up the same start. B cascade, B wall. Let NRG see the same thing. And it might be changed up here towards the middle part of the round, the mid-round calling for MIBR to come into play.
Different for Victor. Look at the toxic screen coming up to try to cover up.
It's
this
much
might
bigger.
help for the retake for NRG as well. As MIBR once again are looking for this B hit. Spike's already moving through. Victor already fell down, so that wall for that retake that we just talked about cancels out.
This post plant's gonna be tough to retake.
So I'm so close here. Waiting for the high tide to come down. The flash for the peak. RGL not affected by it. It will eventually come down to this last round of regulation. The last 2 players only with frenzies for NRG. Well, I mean, did some damage there from Finesse. 2 kills with that.
But the buy comes through, Vans. What is this last one? Light armor. Looking at NRG for a moment just to see what they do have. Seekers.
Yeah, exactly. From those 2 kills and a death, those Seekers are now available for finesse.
The frenzy actually comes up so big here. The fight for A main, though. Do they go for this artist showstopper fight again? It could also be a reckoning depending on what they want. And it's just a retakes mentality. Look at where NRG's playing here. MIBR is going to be able to grab this site, and if it's a plant for Maurice, it's a pit as well. So they could lock this down really quick.
They might just want to go for the orb too, because there's 4 players. Everybody's stacked up from MIBR on that side, and there you go. Orb now picked up. Pit is available for a plant. Meanwhile, on the other end, though, we've picked up the reckoning for Som. So this might become a very, very gruesome battle in the last round of regulation.
Overtime on the horizon.
And the plant comes in once again for long range. There's that pit. There's an early Seekers. Heat pushing towards the spawn. The first blood to Som. Everybody's dropping instantly for our NRG. Crashing's low on HP, even at 1 HP inside the pit. And we are indeed going into the extra rounds as MIBR looked very convincing on that hit.
Wow.
Overtime.
And MIBR's timeouts, after NRG's timeouts, it just feels like they have been able to reset and find themselves the round needed to get this comeback here. You see the team vibe and Heat feels good. Maurice, that's me. That's not them. This is our game, as he's saying. Oh my gosh. Overtime, round 1. Let's see what we got. Looking at the compositions, he does it again. He is going with the naked up. He loves this pressure. He loves to put this pressure on his opponents, on the defensive operator. Onto the screen, he's posted up on his perch.
Placing swarm grenade.
And they actually are going to stack the left side of the map here, leaving Crashy's all alone by himself.
Keep in mind also that NRG's utility on the attack with the double controller setup, though, we're really good at nullifying these aggressive positions from Heat on that defense.
Right.
So that's an early Trailblazer, just to really clear out towards control, counter flash to come out.
They're ready for MIBR to be up long B already, Vansily. You cannot second guess anything. MIBR's around every corner. And Heat here on screens. 13.
Finally has to activate it. Trying to swing out, and he's actually in the radius to get re-healed now. But Saw's watching it. Headshot now, advantage out for NRG, moving into the site. Flash attempted by JZZ, trying to push in through. Artist is getting the satchels in. RGL though continues to spray, putting down Artist. Spike has not been planted because of all of the pressure coming out from MIBR. But thankfully it's still on the back here of Som, falling back towards the pillars. Counter spray is coming through on both ends, but it's just light damage being done. At the end of the day, it is a player advantage for NRG with 30 seconds up on the clock. As this might be the cue for NRG to fight right back. Flash in 3 seconds available. Make that in 0 seconds as Victor just got picked off by GZZ. Or sorry, the opposite. Killed by the snake bite. As RGL now in the back of the site.
Spike planted.
Information's already there. Crashes gets the kill, and NRG's back in the lead.
Can we talk about that Molly on the screen? What the heck? Really awesome distraction Molly coming in. NRG with all of the answers there to make that attack and post-plant look easy and take it away from MIBR. And they'll call the timeout. Chat wants a word. Let the team know this, and this. Just the 3 points, I promise. And they'll be coming into this next one. MIBR, though, I think they're going to come out very, very strong. We talked about how they gas each other up, and overtime is not a moment to slow down. He still waiting on his buy. He's trolling us. He didn't buy yet. Wish I could tell you. But he may not go for the operator. We saw Vansily switches through MIBR, giving the op to FRZ. Rounds when Heat, after they were not winning with the op, going back to a rifle to allow the team to initiate together. So that might be the choice here. When we come back on screen, we see Heat with that Vandal.
An important timeout indeed. Looking now here at NRG on the defense. It has been at least the weaker side for both of these teams, actually. Now to see, do we want to fight back towards that mid? There has been that pressure before coming out of MIBR. Do you want to push outside of that? Do we want to get aggressive through the middle instead of the extremities? Yeah. Just to try to catch MIBR off guard. The defaults that MIBR are currently playing, so you want to really try to isolate at least one of those key lurkers, being Maurice. and then deal with JZZ later. I mean, if I was NRG playing, I was like, I gotta avoid JZZ instead.
Yeah, I was just about to mention him. The desk brought up JZZ as well, and mentioning that all of MIBR is on top of their fragging ability right now to make these comebacks happen. NRG forces through. It looks like they find the aim and precision on the last round of overtime, I should say.
Okay. This changes a bit. You have a flash coming out and then also a trailblazer, but no support coming out from Artist. So only a solo hold in that area. That condition that NRG has been doing towards that B halls before. You saw it being pinged earlier on there by Moritz looking at the control. And because of that, look at MIBR. They're moving towards the A site where there's a 3-player stack from NRG.
Seeing if they can draw any of this utility.
Oh. Pain shells.
Oh, nice mouth.
Thrown early. You talked about trying to force out early utility. They're able to do so as Crashies gets instantly traded out by JZZ. Now it's up to 1 player in the back of the site. Solo hold, solo play.
They go back to A here?
Probably not.
Probably not. Not the dive in.
The spike's committed. And Finesse does get the first turns around on the other end, but JZZ's still there. Spike now moving forward from long B. High tide to move up. And this is not supposed to be some sort of back rotate. This is going to be a late lurk coming out of FRZ.
It's going to have to start coming in.
Tap first onto the spike. Oof. Now the full plant coming through. Again, buying some time to allow this flank to happen. It's up to NRG to decide if they want to move really quickly now into the site. Boombot already trying to clear out the angles. JZZ prepped up with a flash. Not even needed. Pulls out the rifle first and does get that 3rd kill into the round.
2v2.
And here's that lurk from the bottom to make it a 2 versus 1. Low HP is Som at 2.
All targets clear.
It's time to stretch your legs, chat. We might be going a few extra rounds here on Pearl.
Another overtime between these two teams. FRZ comes up big with the lurks, being able to be the pivotal player in the end, that key factor that is the win condition for the round. And it was great call, Vansili. The plant tap to get NRG excited that it's plant, but it was a delay on the plant to still allow the lurk to come in. So way to play the time. If they had planted, maybe NRG comes in right away. Yeah. And they don't have that lurk timing. So really smart stuff by MIBR to be able to just delay the round a little bit. Now call a timeout. Both coaches going to go right in to get this info to their teams in a tense moment. And MIBR with a chance to close this out. I mean, that said, kind of an upset here when you think about it. NRG was not expected to lose. Now maybe 2 maps in a row. Vansili.
Might just be a day of upsets if this happens. C9 earlier on today, getting that victory against 100 Thieves, this time MIBR.
Yeah.
Showing that top dog ain't top dog. That maybe when you're looking at even at Plat Chat in terms of the tier lists that they have in their rankings, maybe there's no tier break. MIBR definitely pushing NRG to the brink.
Yeah. Five seconds, we're back into this one. It's going to be MIBR back on defense. No real pushes are on the map for now. This B link has been covered a little bit more, knowing it's a common place for these two teams currently to find that 1v1. A quick hit in. Artist has found a few of his opening rounds there that really got NRG what they have in terms of being in the lead, but that has been closed up by MIBR's map control, playing off of heat, and really using this double controller composition to the max. We see a deeper high tide actually coming through to start for that mid control. Usually just goes around the inner wall as MIBR look to take this space and figure out what NRG's doing right off the bat.
They've done this, getting the high tide out, but usually rotates over the B link. This time, it's MIBR that's looking to push. Crashies is waiting though while the execution happens towards the B side. Crashies gets the information on 2 players, so some room to breathe for NRG to plant inside this B site. The heal coming up now for Finesse. On to his teammates. The plant's a little bit deep. So there's an opportunity to do a safe defuse if MIBR can move in here from that B link and then initiate the defuse from there. Only Artist is playing towards the back of the site. Maurice is moving forward. That flash assist allows for him to get another one. Finesse answers back. There's only 1 left to go. It's RGL, 31 HP. Cove up, full HP and armor are 2 players. He lands a nice one there. Cascade up, tap onto the spike, the gun sink it through. Victor's so smart. Victor's so smart for that win. And NRG once again regain the lead.
He gives him the barrel of the gun, Vansili.
Match point.
Oh, that's so cheeky. Not even the jump peek for the shoulder, just the barrel of the gun. Wow, that's a heady play right there, coming in from NRG. Easy, quick shot to end it out. RGL. I thought RGL actually had an angle there, especially with the cascade coming out. So really neat to see how each player is just interpreting the situation. NRG make that look quite easy as Victor picks it up. 14 to 13. NRG back in the lead here, up to MIBR for the aggressive strat. So we're about to get the wall drop.
We're getting the Doug and Sideshow treatment.
We are. The longest
Bear is about
second.
to come up and then boom.
Technically, it is a pause. KJ or Killjoy Utility is going to be set up at B here for this, and an interesting time to have a pause. I'm sure MIBR wants to get right into this round, focused on that B setup strategy again, where it doesn't look like they would end there unless we see the kill in B link, unless we see that FRZ has been able to identify either by audio cue or visual cue on his util. There has been a bit of a rotation. That's when we see MIBR really use the snap judgment. We see artists here talking with Stage QA.
Yeah.
See what is up.
There's definitely no visual cues for now, as we seem to have a monitor issue now with artists. So we're just going to get that fixed real quick and then
turn it
continue
on
into the overtime.
It helps.
Did you turn it off and on again? Did you try that? But yeah, that definitely breaks the hype that you're bringing into the following rounds here, especially how NRG was able to retake or at least hold the pulse plant. MIBR was usually very good of like using JZZ to flash, have the other ones push out and get the first entries, the first kills on a retakes. And this is one of the few moments here on a pulse plant on B. They're able to hold it strong for NRG. It didn't have to be one of those moments where it's just like 5 guys spraying through smokes onto a long B plant.
Honestly, I feel like that's what we're getting a lot of the time. Phantom Supremacy has reared its head quite a bit here recently in the meta. We still see Vandal lovers around, but man, the amount of double controllers, Phantom just plays into that. NRG bring us to split if they're able to take this next one, which honestly is kind of a toss-up for both of these teams, with NRG having a map on it and feeling pretty good. We do not know very much of what MIBR can bring to the table, so I think we get another very back-and-forth game if we go to that here. Tech pause in our second game, second overtime too.
Yeah.
They're going into third, or I guess still second overtime, second half of all the twos. I'm partial to thirds, honestly.
Too many numbers. Too many numbers for me to think about.
Never. The 70% to the 6 now. I'm just kidding.
No, but at least when you're looking back here at these compositions for both of these teams playing this double controller, how do you see this play out so far? For me, it's very hard and very difficult playing around like this single initiator, at least on the defender, have to try to get information into the late rounds, into the mid rounds, because there's really only that sky. How do you rotate players across? And for the rest, it's just, okay, well, if it's not going to find information on one, get re on another part. You're gambling stacks off rotates of information that you're potentially getting or not getting off the sky. And when you're playing against a team that defaults into a double controller, it's very hard to get those correct reads. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of back and forth here on the defensive side.
It's almost really a mirror comp, except for Heat and Artis. I think that's why you get such an even matchup on these takes. It's kind of a mirror of the utility you'll have to answer each other, create your own angles, and then it's what can those duelists do? What can they promote? I think for the side of NRG, we said that star power is one of the things that plays in big here. If these rounds are coming down to the 1v1s and whatnot, you want the SOM getting the 4Ks, the point where they can gas themselves up into these situations. MIBR has been very lurk-oriented in the way they get these kills. It's always very kind of under the radar is the perfect way to say it, that they have the back of NRG. So I think if they can provide that again, they can start to work the map. NRG doesn't have a chance to get these highlight frags or double multi-kills coming in.
Yeah, and let's talk about that difference between the Heat and Artis. I don't know if you did, Hubert. I'm sorry, I just had
no, you did.
Saying that
I was saying
monitors,
numbers about kills. So obviously numbers.
But let's talk about those differences here between Heat and Artis. The op versus the rifle as well. The type of entries that you're getting on Artis so far versus Heat on the operator from round to round. How do you see this playing out? What's the plus and the minuses for the duelists from both of these teams?
I think with Artis, NRG has to be, and this is kind of a plus and a minus, is that NRG has the chance to explode onto a site a little bit faster, but I feel like the distance the Raze creates is a lot harder to catch up, right? If you talk about cutting off the duelists from their team, I feel like that's much easier to do for a Raze and their team than it would be for a Jet. A Jet's going into the smoke and creating chaos and still hidden. Raze doesn't really have much to hide in unless that utility is facilitated already. So the fight happens right when the Raze goes in. Everybody has to be there. The fight with the Jet, it's a little more surrounded by the team before Jet pops out of the smoke and plays a jack-in-the-box surprise. So that's a big difference. I think that calls upon Artis to really have that first kill potential, which we've seen in this series, called upon and answered, and they've been able to shut down Heat in the other sense of that, where Heat's not getting a lot of those frags we're seeing this time. Still 19 and 20, but usually leading the charge in a lot of these, and NRG's able to shut that down.
Artists, for me, at least what I like to see, potentially, maybe, you know, I'm not the IGL, I'm not how the comms are really going right now here for NRG, but I'd like to see them hold on to these showstoppers a little bit more when they're trying to regain space or gain the space into a map so that everybody can, exactly, and everybody else can keep into positions or get into positions before we're able to actually resume into the post plan. And speaking about resuming, we actually had a chance here to reboot the computer of Artis. So we're going back into the game. So thank you so much, friends here in the Riot Arena, for your patience. I saw a couple of you do the wave right there.
They're ready. Gassing themselves up in the tech pauses. You gotta love it.
And ready for a third map potentially, because I heard a lot of NRG fans in there hoping for this third map to happen. And it's almost there. Map point now for NRG, 14-13.
This setup has been rock solid for NRG. They play it every time.
Poison's off.
You said, what'd you say? It was rock solid for NRG?
Rock solid, yeah. Every time. I think we actually might get a tech here, as we did see the play wasn't according to Artis on his screen. They're going to be looking back to QA, so we'll get another quick pause. Fans, you cursed it. You absolutely trolled everybody.
I think I was Gucci. I mean, we podcasted getting ready here into the map up, but unfortunately, yes, everybody's just trying to figure out, can you spot the differences on that rooster of that B-Link door?
Can you? Yeah. They're the same, by the way.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see what we currently have here as soon as we get the updates for you here, chat and audience, to let you know when we could actually get back into the game. But again, this is going to be a little bit unfortunate, though. You're looking at the early rounds where it was a very slow start for MIBR. Once again, another one of those slow default rounds, and then an explosion into the B-Link that could indicate a lean towards a mid-hit. But now, that could potentially be when strat is just out the window.
Right, you play that, you hope to be able to make it work, and everybody's on the same page. I think it's the do we run it again kind of potential. Yeah, I think they do. It's a solid start looking for the 1v1, and you can play it anywhere else on the map. Just for a quick idea, we are going to get that round replayed, so they're just going ahead, resetting it. We're going to get back in, no problemo for this one. Just a little bit more of a wait. Thank you so much for your patience online and here in-house. But yeah, looking at how that works, it's the 1v1 fight, so they can go to look for it anywhere. Yeah. I don't think we get these, orb fights for long, right? Nobody wants the orb, but that is a place you can fight for a 1v1. It just becomes more of this. Everybody's piled up. I think the corners favor the side of NRG when you're getting that A fight. You have the box to hide behind and a few more angles, so maybe the mid fight happens again, or MIBR does their, we're rushing out long B, give me a quad swing by everybody and see who will give us the first peek. It hasn't been Victor. Victor's staying back on his util. They keep that wall up and just make sure that they can clear. And I like the way that NRG's been coming back in to clear. They don't take front side of Hall, they take back side of Hall when their B wall is up on defense. And they're able to kind of hit more of a two-pronged attack on it. I think that's why MIBR has been having such trouble. The words are hard at that B site post plant.
Now for MIBR, you're looking, you talked about the pushes towards mid, the work towards long B, the explosion towards long B, and not too much talking about the A side in terms of like the early rounds for NRG, especially on defense, when you're throwing the high tide rather, and the guided light trying to push a triple play from NRG on that side of the extremity. They've been very, very resourceful and successful at not only winning the gunfights, but also orb control. So maybe that's one of the things that MIBR is like, okay, let's try to forfeit that a little bit more into our early game, into our early plans, and maybe try to finally, once they find the opportunity to work back towards the A side, add that extra piece coming out from one of these timeouts, definitely not tech pauses, but one of these timeouts here that could be called out from Maurice and from BZK to make sure that you can try to capitalize on NRG's aggressions on these extremities.
MIBR has played the 3-1-1, whether that's 3 towards A or 3 towards B, leaving FRZ and Maurice on the flank. We're going to be diving back into this one.
Yep.
Straight in. If you're just joining us, it is second overtime here. Possible game point for NRG.
Definitely give yourselves a round of applause here, chat, and also to the audience for your patience as now, once again, we're restarting things, resuming things with NRG. Back at map point, looking to push this to the third map, which would be split. If they're able to do this now, if they're able to hold another round against MIBR, who once again are looking for a very fast execution, at least into the early rounds towards the B side.
NRG with that mid control right off the bat. You guys saw Trailblazer almost go all the way into spawn and spot out FRZ, but I don't think they actually got a catch. That's definitely aware that somebody is in B shops. This is really first time Artis is being the one committing to a site here. Usually that's Maurice. Artis is not floating on this one. He's gonna choose B.
I love as well from MIBR. Yes, you had somebody that got spotted towards B shops, but they had 2 players watching flank. And while Maurice actually got picked off by, or at least a guided light to give his position away, you still had FRZ at the top, leaning forwards towards the top of Plaza to hopefully catch somebody off guard. But now that they realize that there's no pressure coming in here towards that mid side, that's an opportunity for a late lurk. That said, though, with 35 seconds left, running into the site, the dash through an Artis greets heat by spraying across, but the snake bite evens up the tally on a 4 versus 4. 30 seconds left, everybody's forced to fall back, re-heal, and re-hit for MIBR towards this B site.
4v3.
Sprays across the end, Artis falls. But we still have at least some players inside the site. Some moving towards the back end.
Delay.
10 seconds left on the clock. The flash! But it does not connect here onto JZZ. MIBR still has something left to stay. They still have some grit. They still have some fight. And we're going into another round of overtime.
We don't even need to plant the spike that time. Just pushing through the site. And almost in a solo scaling formation. Right? One back calls, another pushing, knowing that they just had numbers up, confidence in each other to get the anchor. And after MIBR had dumped all that util, it came down to the accuracy, and they came out on top. Here, Maurice just pushing forward after those walls fall. JZZ on back haul as well. We just mentioned those 2 members. Still able to bring up big frags. 14-14 Van Silly as we go OT once again. Mid control now for NRG. No pushes. I thought we were going to see MIBR push out towards A main here. They may still choose to do so, but it's just going to be a Trailblazer to check and get info on the map. They feel like they don't know what enough of what is going on.
Cautious about it, right?
And they keep pushing, though. So using that to get the extremities, as you were talking about.
Yeah. So you could definitely see it from that radar. Jiggle peaks coming out from Maurice. Meanwhile, though, Finesse rotated back from Art onto the top of Plaza and heard that Trailblazer on the other end. So they're like, okay, well, the flash still on the other end towards the A site. Less utility now for MIBR towards B to try to stop any type of pushes that we could do here towards the B site. But it's heat glass cannon.
Yeah, that op ringing out. Forced to push out of the site. Great little bounce on the molly, and now they're going to have to retake fully here. 5v5.
Oh, the timing on that one, too. Oh, he dashes! Face plants right into the wall! And Artis runs him over. Now here comes the Boombot towards the spawn. Just to see and spot another player towards spawn, and it's all players of MIBR looking for the high-low. A big play off the flashes once again from JZZ. Artis is blind, forced to fall back. There's only one player playing towards the back of the site, and it's an assist for a flash to allow Son to move forward. A good look so far on NRG for a post plant. High Tide about to come down. Artist with a third. Allowing NRG to get the third into the round. Only one left. And it's Sam putting NRG back at map point.
Almost a flawless as well.
Switching sides.
NRG saw the op. I feel like they punished the op, right? Well, we did see Heat smashing his face into a wall on accident on that dash. The amount of space NRG took as soon as they heard that first op shot, again, depletes what Heat can do from that range.
Yes.
We a broken record, but it's how Crew really started to take Heat down as well. NRG's identified it, and they keep doing it when they can. Now onto defense. It's up to NRG to stop the aggression of Heat and the team who went back to the Vandal buy here. This mid play, once again for the 1v1, a quick one-way will stop it for now. But this is just a rotation back to site now for NRG. No early fight, so they go for quick and easy fundamental site holds.
Even on the A side, it seemed like we pushed forward to grab the ore for Artist, so denying that one on the attack, anything for MIBR. Three players re-aggressing towards A long, giving up all of the mid connector, all of the A site.
Blinded.
Trying to fight against FRZ, who does get the wall bang through the wall, but Som's around the corner. And there's that first blood. An advantage for NRG that could come huge. But we talked about the space that was forfeited towards the A site, now gained towards middle for MIBR as they're looking for a 2-2 split.
Back call for two. It's a big defense for those. All up to Crashies and Victor now, unless the team can get here in time.
Cascade, Jiggle Pig, Victor now snake bite on the ground. Dash coming in from Heat. An assist potentially coming across. Support from the end. It's going to be Artist at the top. Only one kill needed. It's Maurice at the bottom. And it's a Sacto to the kill. Artist comes back to fight with the rest of NRG. And we are going to a third map.
That is a sigh of relief from NRG. The entire team coming together there at the end. Artist being able to pop off as well to bring us to a third map, to bring us to split, to decide who's going to take it between these two teams. And they can't have given everything here. That was a long one, but game 3 is going to ask for even more here at Van Silly.
It's insane. It's intense so far for both of these teams, definitely. It's a long day for both of these teams, and especially for everybody watching these two series so far. We saw a great series earlier on today, but this one right here, promising now a great third map coming up on Split. Both of these teams that we haven't seen too much so far in the Americas on this map.
It's going to be awesome. I think we have to actually see both teams reach deep into that strategy back here on the next rounds. And we'll have to see different styles of play. We'll get that operator back on both sides. We'll have to see what Artist picks for and what the teams decide to continue playing here. NRG, we saw them actually from one week to another switch on to a double controller comp. So they're adapting. We've seen the adaptation from MIBR, Van Silly, and it's giving us one hell of a series.
One more time, thank you so much for your patience at home in the chat and also here in the Riot Games Arena. Go stretch your legs, go grab some hot water, hydrate, because when we come back, it's going to be another map here on Split.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, where it went the distance and then some. They're on map number 2. It took triple OT and eventually a defensive-sided victory sideshow for NRG to push us to a third and final map.
Good God, I didn't think there were any of the teams were going to be able to win a defense round at any point there. But I think it showcases how good the comps are at being able to, push away that early round aggression, get into a plant. However, those comps are also supposed to be really good at retakes, and they just could not figure out how to get it done. Both teams at like 20% retake win rate.
Yeah, I think ultimately it came down to the Jet versus Raze difference in the comps, because that Raze had the nades, had the satchels. Artist was able to take sight, take space, take fights. It was really, really good delay, for the plants and everything. And I feel like on the defense side, his nades managed to help them get the round at the end of the day. The way that he was playing it, his satchels were really, really good. Meanwhile, he just kind of got denied anything the whole time. And obviously, once he switched to the Vandal, he started getting more impact. But then again, it's like he doesn't have nades, he doesn't have delay, he just has space taking.
Yeah, to that end, Sideshow, we got to go all the way back to round number 9 to get a good example of it. But we did see NRG doing work to contain heat on the Jet.
Yeah, and this is an example where he's not even opping. But look at that. I mean, he's got smoke in his face, flash in his face, Cascade pushing him back as well. There's just so many moments like this. And when he was picking up an operator, he even tried it in OT one time, where he was just stuck on the site with an op in his hand, and he's got no way of knowing where people are coming from, got no value, just caught out. So, yeah, I think that they did a great job of neutralizing that threat, and that was something that they weren't able to contain on Icebox. He just ran over them, and so did JCZ. Whereas this time, you see Artis actually able to get much more value, like you were saying, and find more opportunities to fight. Although everyone was just on B the whole time.
Yeah, everything was on B.
Everything.
We saw that tweet.
Yeah, everything was B.
Everything was B, except for there was that one brilliant play on A, where we were blocking shots, the pass-through shots from Cubby, which was pretty epic. I mean, that was the one MIBR round that I was like, all right, see, A's an option.
There are some bonkers rounds throughout that entire map, to be honest, and it again just showcases how close these teams actually are. I don't think NRG were expecting MIBR to have a good Icebox at all. And even when MIBR are happy to pick Pearl into NRG, we know both of those teams are decent there, it goes the full distance. There really isn't that much the gap between these two teams, and who knows the third map.
No, I'll tell you how little gap there was, too. We still have another round to look at. That's round 20, because I think if there's any round that MIBR is going to be kicking themselves for, it's this one here. It's NRG on an eco in a post-plant situation here for MIBR, and they let it slip away.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing that we're talking about, where all the util comes in so handy, but NRG just came in, they ran it down, they ran into back hall, and they could not get denied anything. And obviously this plant spot was so bizarre, because at the beginning of the round, they got the site for free. NRG gave up the site. And so planning in the safe spot really, really ruined the round for them. Obviously not really able to get a kill on that diffuser, and at the end of the day, it's like, what do you do against that?
Right, exactly. A tough spot to be in. A sick thrifty there for NRG, and it would give them the one round that they would ultimately need to be able to take the series in the end. A quick message, though, for all of you Silver players out there, and I guess I should be saying this to myself, too, then, as a Silver player represent. Good comms, they can definitely win games. Check out how NRG and Sentinels work as a team in this open mic.
We stay out this and we flood after if they go here. I go C there.
Yeah, it's not B, it's not B.
Yeah, it's not B.
Not C, I think.
I can flash,
The 3 off. Can you get in, John? Can you get in? We don't need you off. Play Spiral.
I'm playing Spiral, I'm gonna smoke ceiling.
Heaven, in heaven.
Yeah, close is waterfall.
120 on Killjoy.
Watch out of this, okay? Heaven dead.
Don't peek, guys. He doesn't know I'm here.
Try and help Artist if you can.
One more god.
Don't peek. Don't peek.
Nice! Hunting.
They can be indoors, so...
It's pointing first if we play out
I
here.
can. Careful flank
Get
side.
out. We gotta get out as soon as this goes.
Open tree.
We gotta get back out. Come.
Yeah.
Side.
Come in.
Okay.
Go side right now.
I'm blind.
Close.
Flash
One
first.
more default.
He's middle side, 29.
Just side.
One more. Yeah.
Nice. I'm blind.
Tapped it.
Nice!
He goes there.
I'm flashing, ready? Go. Flashing.
Yeah.
Fight.
I'm blind.
He's in the smoke, around us.
More, peeking.
Nice.
Live.
I'm smoking. They won't expect your god, John, if they're god.
Come, Artist, you're just gonna bait me, okay?
Yeah.
They might have dog.
They have a wall or something.
No, no wall.
I'm gonna smoke off tree room. Wait. Everyone
Pit. Nice.
I smoked
Maybe
tree.
tree. Molly's up.
Yes!
Let's go.
I got... Yes! Good f***ing retake. Good ult off.
Tens. Come on, buddy.
Communication is key as always, and I think doubly so when you think about moving on to a map where there's so little data about how either you or your opponents are going to play on that. And that's what we were talking about when we looked at Split being the third map in this series here, Athena. We don't know much about how these teams are going to approach it.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if it's going to come down to another comp diff, because we've seen both these teams have their moments. We've seen both these teams have players that can multi-frag. We've seen both these teams delay, post-plant, retake, everything. So I think for this matchup, obviously with how close it is, it's going to be really, really interesting to see, which comp is going to take it to the next level, or if it really is just going to be a one-sided map for either one of these teams.
It's so bizarre because they've both recently played against Loud. That's their both most recent games, and they got destroyed.
Yeah,
by
not
Loud.
many rounds.
13-3, 13-5. So I think also another part of this is which of the teams has been in the lab and created something different. And that might be a comp change, or that might be a different way of approaching the map, or it might just be getting more familiar with it because some of these teams, haven't been scrimming all of the maps. Not many teams have a full map pool to really work with. So I don't think we know which team is going to be favored here whatsoever. It can go in either direction.
No, so let's wildly speculate, shall we? No, I mean, I think one of the questions too becomes, what did you learn in playing against that World Championship team in Loud on this map, right? Because you could just as easily theory craft it yourself. You can also take a loss to another team and try to emulate that going forward.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they know there's an A site this time. Who knows?
One can pray. One can pray.
I mean, the B site was working. Why would you change it?
Yeah,
Why would you ever run towards A when you're winning every attacking round on B?
Yeah.
I mean, neither team could stop it. Split is so different. There are so many different comps that can work here too. And if you're going to look at the obvious duelist matchup, Artis has got another good opportunity to play Raze.
Yes.
They could play no duelist compositions here pretty easily too. You can play double smokes. That's viable. People have played double duelist. That's viable. There's so many different ways that you can approach this map. And I think more so than any comp being better than anything else, personally, my thought is it's about the approach that you have and how much is drilled. To me, Split is a lot about how you retake space on the defense side. Do you have a protocol where you can retake B main in the mid round in order to gain back that information? And I think proactivity is going to be key. When I'm looking at these two teams, MIBR are fearless.
Yeah.
I don't think they even need a plan to retake areas. They're just going to swing in. Just absolute Chad behavior.
Yeah, I think NRG starting on that defense side is going to be really, really important for the momentum for the rest of this game. Hopefully they bring the momentum from that last map into it, and they kind of show that, we can be fearless too, because like you said, I mean, taking map control, taking that early space, or being proactive is a lot better on this map than just being purely reactive.
All right, well, we do get a Raze, and actually a Raze on both sides, so he's going to flip over to the Raze from the Jet, but it'll be Victor manning the Raze here on the side of NRG.
It is a swap up, and it's actually somewhat reminiscent of the kind of times where we've seen them play, Lotus before, Crashes in FNS, out there playing the double flash kind of composition. Didn't work great from there, but I think Split's more of a map where Victor can be empowered to just dive in super deep and get those entries working.
Yeah, I mean, that stun coming in with the flash, the dog clearing space, I think it's, again, a lot of work for Jet to work with, but again, we do have the double controller, so they do need that extra initiation to kind of set it up.
Well, there you have it. We all know that MIBR loves to go to a third map, so this was basically inevitable. Let's go ahead and find out, though, who comes out on top as we send it back over to Van Silly and Riv for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash, Athena, and Musacho. Yes, indeed, third map being split, and Sideshow was wondering who's going to be in the lab after they got, both losses to Loud, and it seems like both of the teams did, because we have a switch up in comps, a switch up in roles, especially into the NRG camp, and we're now looking into this game where we're going to try to figure out who's going to get the best out of this, because this is brand new for both of these teams going head-to-head, face-to-face with these different comps.
God, that zoom in, seeing the size of Split, that was disorienting. The size of this third match and what it means for both teams too. MIBR, like the Death saying, enjoying third, so they know what it takes to be in a match that goes this far this series. And NRG is going to start on that defensive side. full util spread. Here we see 4 artists across the map. We talked about that role change. And keep an eye on how it plays out. Early utility to come out, figure out what's going on at A here. Victor is deciding whether to go back and forth. It looks like a re-hit from MIBR, but they're going to cut noise for now.
Lots of frenzies in the hands of MIBR too. Uriz with the ghost. Trying to clear it out, allowing here a little bit of that space to be gained and work towards the A heavens. Meanwhile, for Victor, trying to get a lucky spray through the smoke. But is going to find information after this boombot comes out. As soon as it pings something, oh, he hurt the shots at least. But it won't activate the pain shells quite yet. Only spotting the Viper is huge because this is still no indication that it's a hit towards the A side for MIBR. Usually just a lurker playing that. A little bit of tap damage being done, and Victor's done his job.
On util search right now. Just bounty hunting whatever utility they can find. Is a nade up towards the heaven area possibly? No, Heat's nade is down. They're going to have to take this by force.
And Som doesn't have any stars to go for Gravel's paint shells, so he's just trying to peek out with the frenzy. Nato's starting to push him away, but we're committing now inside this B site for MIBR. Artis trying to fight back and will be able to do so. Uriz trying to gain control of the map, dropping from the heavens.
Artis!
As a fault line comes through, the assist for Som to get the kill. A 3 versus 1. FFRZ answers back. Plan attempted, running out, gets a headshot to finesse, but there's not going to be any plant coming through. The round is still going to come in for NRG.
Incredible classic use there, as well as just overall picking up the last frags in the round that are necessary by NRG. So strong in these rounds, and we actually see the retake here. It is a difference as we watch the replay of a compositioning having that double controller, but also you see NRG with this breach. So good at retaking on split in the alleys and little hallways that breach can really use the fault lines and flashes. So NRG will always be very happy to kind of swarm back into the site with this composition that they have, backing each other up on that util for the double controller of MIBR. Now to the right side, we see this Viper wall already down by Muriz. Same as first half, so rinse and repeat for the first few seconds.
They can cuss.
See how they take the play after this. No damage there. I thought that actually was a dog bite real quick. And another point to that is, you see that he makes it up that ramp by himself. It's going to have to be a guiding light, right? This isn't an Omen comp. There's no paranoia to help that. They all have to work together very big if they want to take this space.
Just trying to slow things down. Pain shell for fault line. Flash to allow MIBR to move up towards the A ramp. Slow lurk though. This could, oh, okay. I was gonna say this could be another one of those let's go down the ropes and then move in here towards the B heavens, trying to prod the map to see where they could get an opening. Instead, it's space gain, no kills, and MIBR are looking to regroup here towards this A heavens.
Just kind of figured out how weird it was that Victor still has a frenzy and 1,500 in credits, getting the first kill of the round. Yeah, NRG making this work and stalling MIBR out on this A hit.
23 seconds left. Now you gotta move. Prachi is trying to keep the trigger discipline. Yes, he falls, but at least is good enough for the last two to pick up the last kills. And that becomes a clean bonus round for the third one, it is.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of money, so if they want to buy for the bonus, not a problem. Okay.
They are?
No shot. An operator on Victor's raise here on that defensive side. It's going to be shooting down through the rope area.
On bonus round.
On bonus round. You have the chance to give this to Heat, and it'll be a quick tell if they win the round and Heat doesn't want to pick it up also. It'll be interesting to see. Same wall coming out from MIBR. They're going to be playing towards the left side of the map and actually putting a little bit of pressure towards mid, so Victor could choose right here.
Chose right indeed, satcheling away. Heat falls, so that's not no op in the hands of Heat. Into the ground round for MIBR. No capitalization on space gain for the Brazilian side as early with 120 left on the clock. Just got to try to figure things out.
Alt orb for lockdown. Could be a quick FRZ play if they want to get themselves into the site with no trouble. They have to lock this. They have to clear that spot, though. Dry peeks it and gets hit by Victor.
Almost
right spot, right time. Yeah, twice in a row now.
RGL got hit down to 19 HP and had to be re-healed by JZZ. That was almost a collateral from Victor, who has put a huge impact into buying this off early in the bonus round of NRG. And now it's time for W Streamer to do it.
Got the dog.
Yeah, indeed.
One down.
Falls
One
back.
shot, one kill.
Has support right now from Finesse. Fully flash coming out here from JZZ as a fault line comes across. A kill from above. Maurice lurked up from the B heavens. Snakebite though missed. Oh, Som does get the hit onto Maurice.
Some player standing.
But couldn't get the second one there onto JZZ. It's up to Artis, a 2 versus 1. You can definitely see though for MIBR, focusing more on trying to win the round instead of capitalizing on getting that operator. Artis does not have the weapon for this distance on this high-low. And it's too weak for JZZ's peak. And that's going to be the gun round coming in for MIBR. And we will pick up that operator in the end.
Did they? Oh, they finally did. It seemed like they were considering it. And remember, that was a huge round from Victor to win the Frenzy out. And you can see what kind of money NRG have. So that's why they purchased. No worry for the NRG fans. They still have money. But MIBR is going to be hungry with this op. FRZ takes it than Silly. So you're going to keep the lockdown alive. Let Heat run forward. You want FRZ to play more of a protective position this round. So that lockdown is available. Crossing the map. They got the 3-2 split like they like to, with one in mid and one on the extremity as MIBR looks for this ramp play. Oh, no control there. Nice job by Artis.
Phantom Supremacy once again through smokes. And that's the lurk down. That's the smoker down. And any type of stars coming down may indicate just a full hit in for MIBR. That said, you mentioned the operator in the hands of FRZ. This is not unorthodox. We've seen that on that second map of Pearl. Now Turret spotting a couple of players, and Victor is about to get pinched from both ends. Boombot now coming out. Victor looking for timing on the top. Oh, and RGL comes down.
No way.
And as he is aware of that, turns around a little bit too late. RGL still gets the kill.
Great patience, too. Just Crashies trying to find an audio coup, trying to figure out where he could use this guiding light next. There you go. Waterfall down? Oh no, straight up top. And here's the lockdown we were talking about from that orb grab previously.
30 seconds left.
Artis is just trying to stay back there. Crash is staying in the back.
Spike
on the radius.
Spike's up top.
Oh, the Ovi gets 3 kills into the round.
Player standing.
That's a 1 versus 1. 16 seconds left. Now FRZ picks up the Vandal. Crashy's just holding his ground.
10
Seekers are available. He's not using it. He's just looking instead to get posted up for the kill. He gets 4 into the round. And that's 3 for NRG.
It just does not matter for NRG. They're switching roles from map to map. Crashy's still feeling comfortable here in the back of the site. Being pushed out by the lockdown, too. Had to back up quite a bit there and still get that long-range angle. Just another day at work. Doesn't even seem phased. 3-1 now for NRG. Ultimates on their side here for the Cosmic Divide on the side of MIBR as they look to focus mid. MIBR keeping the wall up towards A so they can always play toward if necessary if they decide to go rope or anything different. Mailroom delivery coming through.
And it's returned to sender. Victor getting the first kill, but thought he would get the second one onto FRZ. At least Crashes is there for the trade. And that pressure you mentioned there from Finesse, bringing out the breach into the play.
So good.
The mid-round fault lines, the pressure they could add in is just too much now for MIBR. But at least from that battle, a lower buy that you had on the attack, Maurice is just waiting to see if he can pick up that judge. He's gonna get it here. So that's 2 judges now in a Vandal. For the attack side, to just cut noise and try to refine information. And that's great information right there, courtesy of Crashies. Scouting all the way from spawn. To allow FNS here to just, or should I say even Artis to play towards sewers and wait off this alarm bot if the hit's gonna come to A.
Oh, Crashies.
30 seconds left.
Just waiting.
Saw a gun.
Here.
The barrel of RGL pings it out. You're just gonna let them through. okay to play the retake is NRG, allowing MIBR to move out towards the A site. Artist, meanwhile, is just waiting for this wall to come down. The timing on that.
10 seconds
He's about
left.
to get backstabbed here by the judge. Upgraded into the Phantom. And the plant will then come in.
I think they know Marise's position.
They have to, especially after these see.
Yeah.
Divided.
Cosmic Divide then coming out in the attack, trying to play behind it.
They don't!
Oh no, unfortunately. And now it's at least the wallbang coming out from Som, and it was the Seekers coming out from JZZ to find that information instead. And both of them now playing behind the wall. Flash available for Crashies, goes towards the elbow, blinds both players, but no swing out. Waiting for the wall to come down. They know the judge is here,
One enemy remaining.
but it's RGL.
And save.
Yeah, RGL and JZZ were just too strong there behind the Cosmic Divide. And that's a Thrifty coming in for the Brazilians. Song trying. Oof, with the less bullet, got the kill. Was able to save that weapon.
Kills all over the map, too. A lot of that mid action started to distribute what was happening at A. I thought NRG was going to be able to take the round. You mentioned Finesse being able to use that breach utility. We kind of talked about how hard it is to follow arrays, right? How far ahead was he when all of that utility to shut down the rest of his team came in, but did not matter. MIBR still weathers the storm, even numbers down, able to push themselves into A and get a really nice plant and post plant. Really deep back lurk here from RGL, actually. Starting off the round, waiting to make sure he doesn't get hit by a guiding light all the way to spawn, and still playing behind that vending machine. All right, push up here for NRG. How much space does this gain them, though, in terms of kills?
Crashies might have a surprise.
Yeah, that was cool by Artis. Oh! Uh-oh.
Still wants to play it patient. It's not being cleared yet. But at least it's info for the rotate to go back towards this B site. We are playing close. This could be contact with a showstopper on top of that. Despite a lower buy. There's Crashies upgrading that weapon there. The clear comes across. Song gets 2 kills. Showstopper out! Connects onto Heat. And they spot the last player. A 3 versus 1. Spike now picked up. FRZ committed to move towards this B site. A kill in the plant allows for a lockdown to happen. And Finesse is already there to support. Flash available, pushing FRZ back. Gonna be an orb pickup instead. Still time to work with. And still an opportunity to turn this round
30
over.
seconds left.
Back in favor of MIBR if FRZ could clutch this, but now with 20 seconds left, it definitely seems like it's a sealed deal. And NRG's Thrifty is gonna come back in their favor.
So MIBR play this round thinking NRG is going to push, and they just delay the push. And then in
10
fact do
seconds left.
exactly what MIBR is expecting, and somehow MIBR cannot return fire. They get completely caught off guard. Big props to plays over at A.
Thrifty.
We saw the guns being picked up and the patience being played by NRG. Thrifty's back and forth now as we're on to round 7 here of split. So that's definitely going to hurt the economy a little bit. See what kind of buys we get in here for the side of MIBR. And this base was taken so quickly and so unknowingly, right? There was a few jumps behind that vending machine down towards spawn, but NRG continued to slowly walk up. I mean, why not? MIBR usually rushes sites, right? So if you're taking that space, it's usually going to work out.
And they got that Thrifty off the weapon that Som saved on that previous round. So the Phantom allowing 2 kills to happen for NRG this time around. It's MIBR who had a Vandal save into this round, trying to see if on the attack they could do the same thing. RGL also buying across. They saved the Econ from the previous round, so it's 2 hero rifles. But they've already lost Heat early in this round.
Yeah, he cooled down very quick here. And even if it was kind of a utility search here by MIBR, that has been brought over to the side of A. We can see a new setup coming from Artis there. And it may actually play right into their hands. MIBR could full walk into this. The flank's going to be coming in from JZZ. He's had such an impact in these games, topping the scoreboard quite a bit. And this would be one of those rounds, this frenzy flank would come in big. Without Heat, this is so hard to take. They have to be right behind each other. Quick hit. They're hoping for something for Maurice to pick up here. If they can get a kill, Maurice gets a gun, and then they can work the map with a few more
30
weapons.
seconds left.
Knowing that they're at a disadvantage just in that sense makes them move slow. A hit coming in as they waterfall out.
Flash and a double peek. Crashies was only able to grab one. Artist also falls. So those 2 rifles into this round.
Yeah.
They do have an answer for it for MIBR.
Spike planted.
Now, as the lockdown comes out, that forces NRG to play outside of the radius and to play a later retake. But that's time wasted off the clock. Also time wasted off the Cosmic Divide set up by Som. As now it disappears. JZZ with 2 flashes still available. 1 weapon upgrade coming out here from the last player that didn't have one. And as JZZ continue to work in, wow, we are answering right back.
Yep.
Nice.
With the low weaponry here for MIBR.
Getting as close as they can, I think, was the most effective thing there, right? NRG would have good crossfire. The Vandals just able to back each other up. But if MIBR can get there and play the close angles as they did, really plays into their favor with how aggressive they start hitting things. And here in the back, FRZ was still in heaven. They were giving themselves an out if the 2 players of MIBR even went down in sight. So MIBR is being able to put things together here and get themselves ahead of the situation, making it that much easier. I don't think we've seen a change really from Maurice on the right side. It's always watching what the rest of the team is doing and how they formulate this mid strat.
Second time here for Victor.
Kill there. Finesse trying to push up into a B main, but looks like they stall it out with Victor's kill.
So just the same thing. Is he going to go B and get a collat?
You wonder, right? You're always changing your position as a sniper after you take the shot just to keep the team guessing. Here towards B heaven. Sight might be clear, but they're ready to defend it.
Gosh, what a 180 to get that onto Finesse. But thankfully, Som is there and also Victor.
Yep.
Spike down B.
1 through the wall bang, right into the chest of RGL. That's a spike down. FRZ trying to clear some space. The timing to lurk out towards spawn. He's able to get that kill onto Som. Alarm bot and a pin out. And a pit out. We get a plant for long.
Oh,
Walk in the pit. Artist gets the pick. It's now only up to Maurice. Trying to just stay close as he can here. Flashed out. Cannot now move into his own pit. Now as it comes down, all 3 players are there to greet him. Even Crashy's bearing a gif of a guided light in his hands. And NRG will get the defuse.
Right, that operator clotheslining people. Victor is just getting into these peaks so quick, and there's no escape. He's peeking like a jet would peak, right? Almost like he knows how to do it.
Yeah.
It's working out too well. Operator still in the hands of Victor. 10-6 as the timeout gets called. Phantoms purchased up around a Vandal rather as well for the side of NRG. But confidence in the retakes here. I think they're getting a good read at what's happening on the extremities of the map. Seeing that wall come up, I feel like they know a flank from Maurice could eventually come in. So while NRG is holding the sites, they're waiting for a lot of the util to be seen first before they act, meaning, hey, have we actually seen...
Here.
We're gonna try to figure out here what we could do. So Victor was there opping with into the ropes on the top of mid. Maybe this timeout is now okay. This is the second time he has the operator. He still has it into this round. They have great opportunities now to maybe work up towards the A ramp and also towards mid, because we were able to forfeit that into like the first picks after Victor goes for the attempt off that. And if there is a way that we can pin him inside the vents, it's a great way to get an early player advantage.
And you see already set up in the back, Finesse. Looks like they get ready for a fault line down the middle of the map. Oh no, they switch it up real quick. They could be going for a fault line off of A ramp here. Finesse instantly changes position, and they're looking to get maybe a push forward here. Finesse lining that up. Mid play is the answer again for MIBR.
Okay. So it's a turret to try to watch it across.
Yeah.
On this mid pressure that MIBR brought after this timeout. A Trailblazer to put Victor into a position to off towards A main. Here's a jump spot coming out here. Misses a shot, but at least a swing comes out from Crashies after the Seekers to get the kill. That now forces MIBR to just rush up towards B Heavens and try to drop into B. Nano's starting to push Artis away. And even Som playing passively outside the B site. But all those Seekers allowed all of NRG to already rotate up towards spawn. Staircase, the pinch is coming through. But there's players holding out towards Mail.
There are a lot outside site here, Van Silly.
Paint shells on both ends, Artis and Crashies on that flank. Dropping all 3 players playing outside the site that you mentioned, with only 1 left to go. Pinned long range by Artis. And that looks really good for NRG.
That's a tough spot to defend. There's so many angles to come from, and it's not a usual protocol to defend it you have, so that's all in the moment. NRG swarms MIBR. That's a defuse for Finesse for Rolling Thunder to come into the next round. And yeah, just a bit of a mishap there on the post plant. The round looked good from MIBR. I think one of the big things you pointed out, Vans, was the Seekers forcing the hand of MIBR to say, well, we don't want to get caught by any of that, so they all try to get into sight, but really just find themselves with 1 person in sight and 3 people trying to hold the defensive position. It did not work. That Rolling Thunder ready. Look at this, maybe a push-up, guiding light, as you see the positioning of Finesse as well. Keeping an eye on the protocols they set up here, just to shut down MIBR in the beginning. They've left mid, though. It seems like he feels comfortable pushing into mid and getting a bit of space to get this fight. Maybe he wants some revenge on Victor.
Yeah, as much as MIBR likes to work towards the mid, it also seems that the game plan for NRG is really to try to fight Crashies against Maritz, not really allowing this IGL to really get the lurks like he did on the second and even the first map. That seems so long ago.
Yeah,
that's well done to keep him towards his toes, on his feet.
Finesse backs up for a nade, waiting for that fault line. But also, again, the Rolling Thunder. I'd say NRG's playing really far forward for this Rolling Thunder, too. Inside the site, they won't be able to use it right away. And once they find where Finesse is, I think this actually changes MIBR's decision right away. Make sure they go towards or away from that utility. And they're going to try to push from the outside here on A.
And a Rolling Thunder right away to cancel out the Seekers coming out from MIBR. Yes, it hits a few, but only good for the delays, allowing all of NRG to just be posted up and ready for that eventual hit of MIBR inside the A site. And that's Finesse spraying through smokes, getting the first pick off onto JZZ. We're still closing in. Crashes inside the site, playing outside of the Nebula. They're going to let the plant down, and Maurice gets a nice pick off that Bulldog. Aggressive position. Som gets the pick onto FRZ.
3v2.
And with the cockpit, the guy close range with the shorty. Victor gets the pick.
Player standing.
And couldn't pick up the gun on time. Close range now. Som making it a 1 versus 1 against the IGL. Only with the Bulldog. Hiding on the other side of the wall. Now Star comes in. Oh, he heard the jump though. He heard the jump and Bulldog. Wait, side! Wait! Oh, the smoke! As that a wall comes out, he swings back out, gets the kill! The 3 into the round!
To see those types of games being played at this level, Van Silly, absolutely amazing. Som able to come up with the clutch there, and both players pushing each other to the limit there to try and get the most amount of information. Som, smart, an instant astral form to find himself a little bit more cover and cause Maurice to have to play that touch and go, jump in and out game to get the info he needed. Patience. Cool, calm, and collected. Cool, Som, and collected, if you will. A nice round by him. 7-3 now. NRG taking the lead here. The Thrifties started to affect both teams, but it seems like NRG has been able to break away from that.
Yeah. It was definitely a lot of back and forth, and until we had not only an operator, but an operator with rifles for NRG into this half, it's been working well. And Victor, ooh, the aggression, the confidence. Spotted by the turret of FRZ and falls back here at top B Heaven, still posted down with this operator.
Finesse still delivering those early fault lines to keep MIBR off of any insta-rush. Som gets first contact here, seeing one into that B main area. So a few bits of information. I think MIBR almost wanted to give up, right?
Yeah.
And get the peaks. If they're seen, that's fine. And now they can start to switch up their strategy and do something different. What a push into A up at Heaven already. Not going to get too far with an aftershock in their face. But it looks like they do want, MIBR wants to go through vents in the end here.
Counting the utility being used, though. Artis was trying to get that flank across. And that's counting the utility that Finesse was using up towards A Heavens. That's an opportunity to move back up. So NRG had to make a move. Figure out that they could play the numbers advantage. Trying to get a flank across, but all of those angles, all of those attempts fully denied until we're still pushing towards the B site. Stopped by Victor, at least to start. Som, unfortunately, is going to get timing here by Heat. Okay, it was close. 17 seconds left. Now footsteps rotating across towards A. And this might still actually be a save coming out from Victor no matter
10
what.
seconds left.
Keep that up.
Being hunted, though.
Showstopper's ready, so you don't need an orb for that, but you are right.
Spike planted.
Blood in the water. They smell where Victor is. No movement yet from Maurice, but he is hunting, as you would expect. And this will be the true test, right? He picks up the op, says thank you, and starts delivering the medicine back to Victor.
Well, it might give it to FRZ, if anything, too.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they've been playing the Vandal onto Heat so he can continuously go forward. Keep those quick plays up. Uh-oh.
Spaghetti.
Done.
Sorry, you got that in my head. Close range, and that's a shorty onto Heat.
So good.
Spike, of course, will go off no matter what. MIBR will get 4. But this will be good for the confidence of Victor. There's another one in. Seems like even that Spike is taking forever to go off here. As looks like Victor will be able to save the operator again. It was starting to get really expensive there for for JZZ if they wanted to continue to chase it and hunt it down.
Say maybe not. We can still secure the 7-5, but we need some weapons to do that.
Exactly.
So NRG calls the timeout. Victor Showstopper, ultimate. So much to be used here, and they have to worry. Probably just a reminder, the lockdown's there. Be careful of what can happen if Heat grabs the Showstopper as well. So maybe a bit of control to the ult orbs to start here for NRG is what we're talking about in this timeout, because that could be an easy way if MIBR secures an ult orb to see a 7-5 half and they bring one more into their favor.
This timeout coming out from NRG. Is it exactly with that? You mentioned that Showstopper, an opportunity for them to play a little bit more aggressive like they did on their Thrifty, but just try to keep that back here on this retake. I mean, when it comes down to that, they have a great opportunity for NRG to play the retake into the round because the Cosmic Divide is also available for them on the defense. So post out of that up, trying to figure out where MIBR could be going, which again, it seems that they're putting a lot of focus for the attack side to get that lurk up at least towards that A ramp. That alarm bot doesn't seem to do much, but it really helps NRG set up here and be aware of the eventual single double push of the players over at MIBR towards this A ramp.
Spike is actually with Maurice this time on the side of MIBR. This is not normally what we see. That's a solo play for the most of every round so far. And a little bit more patience. So I think this sell from MIBR on B becomes a little bit stronger now. They go for more util, maybe a molly or setting up the alarm bot. There's the alarm bot.
Som was on a one and done, but decides to pull back instead. And it's a lockdown, but a fake Elise from MIBR rotating over towards the A side. Still 2 players from NRG inside this A side, off angle, trying to get the delay. The fault line coming out from Finesse. And Artis catches Heat, jumping across. Even a Cosmic Divide to make things difficult. And everything's just working so well now. Off that kill, Crashies pops out the Seekers. That's gonna spot the last 3. A little bit ahead of one Seeker though, as FRZ is able to pick him off. And Victor's waiting with this op. No util really available, so it has to be a body peek. And Victor capitalizes on that kill. Showstopper to come out, and we are running away right into the crosshair. A Som and a long range. Wow. Showstopper coming out playing Rocket Arena as NRG once again finished the half 8-4.
Timeouts or not, that round was played so well. We talked a little bit about disconnecting the team from their duelist. That's what the fault line's doing, and that's what we saw them do right there to shut down MIBR and possibly getting a 5th round. Let's throw it to the desk, see what they feel about this 3rd match between NRG and MIBR.
Thank you very much, Riv. Right now, it's NRG sitting pretty, 8-4 on the first half. It's a nice round lead that they have for themselves. I'm going to go straight to you, Sideshow, because as we were walking over to the desk getting ready for this halftime, you said it. Heat is struggling right now in the first half.
He's having an absolute mare of a first half. And part of the reason is that he's playing a very aggressive race style, double blast packing into areas, when they're playing a comp where no one can follow that up. I mean, one piece of utility, whether it's a pull, a fault line, whatever, separates him from everybody else, isolates him, and then he dies. He's got 5 first deaths. What was he, like 4 and 12 or something? Died every round of the half. It's just been brutal to watch.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps trying to take that mid control too, and it's like none of his teammates can support him, exactly what you said. So I'm really interested to see coming into this next half, like how they're going to play around the Rays, and hopefully they're going to be trying to counter the Breach, because Breach is going to be able to stun him off angles, and if he's going to be able to pick up that op, is he going to be able to actually use it this time around?
Yeah, we're looking for something different out of MIBR in the second half, because right now everything's working for NRG. Speaking of things that are working that maybe shouldn't have, this round 4 here for Crashies.
Crashies should get 1 in that spot. And he gets 4 and wins the round.
He knows it too.
Yeah.
That's the greatest deadpan I've ever seen in my life. But he gets away with the 4K and a solid lead for the team. Yeah, Heat unfortunately struggling on the other side of it too. We're looking at Victor on the Rays, who's been set up a little bit better by his team, and you can see it play out in the stats as well. 390 ACS.
He's also just been opping, and they can't challenge it at all. There's only the dog that really is effective at pushing him off angles. He's not going to be opping attack side though. He's going to be doing what Heat's trying to do, double blast back in. But he's got flashes, he's got stuns, he's got 2 initiators that can help him a bit better.
All right, answer the question before I was going to ask it, which is, yeah, does he have the kind of support behind him that will enable him to get more effectiveness out of the race where Heat wasn't able to find it?
Yeah, I think for MIBR coming in, I don't know about the Rays, but you know, one thing I am confident about is that they do have a lot more stall power. And so I'm interested to see how NRG can kind of use their initiator flashes to get past the double controller setup, because that is going to be a toughie.
Look, they have fought back from worse deficits. We went the distance on map number 2 all the way to triple overtime. We'll see if we can get anything the like here in map number 3. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters.
Thank you, Dash. Indeed, MIBR now taking a defender side and do have a composition that could delay a lot more. The Viper, the Astra, and also the Killjoy. Even the Paint Shells to try to push people back on initial hits. We'll see if NRG has an answer to that going into this. As we mentioned before, first time that they go head-to-head with this comp versus that comp. And at least from our first impression, it looks like NRG definitely has a grasp of how they wanted to play the defense with Victor on the op. This time on the attack, it's Artis, the first one to open it up with the Sheriff.
MIBR waiting with arms open, the Quadra Frenzy strat. Let's see if they can catch one. Here it goes.
Oh my god, it was almost a kill that Dink there down 22 HP's Heat. Could not escape from that satchel. But there comes the push.
Sheriff.
The support from Artis with the Sheriff and the wallbang. FRZ does have a Frenzy against a low HP of Artis. And that spike towards elbow. Finesse looking for some support. Oh, he turns away. Thought that he was going to be able to get that kill, or spot that he got the kill.
Right.
As now Snakebite comes down. Nice push in from MIBR. Artis is only at 9 HP. Reeds now in a position where a body shot could take him, and he white swings instead. And MIBR, the patience is a virtue, comes in for the pistol round win.
Once they identified there was somebody hiding at A alt orb there in A main, that was really neat. They use Finesse to come back into the round, and then Artis able to clean up that kill. Nice little mind games. Both teams lost quite a bit there. We'll see the buys coming through, not too hard for the side of MIBR.
It was just a nice push and pull too, right? When Finesse moved in to support Artis, that was the cue to Maurice to say, hey, let's just push on the other extremity from screens and just overpower, overtake the players inside the A site. Very well done. Good thinking on the fly. And the thinking now for NRG seems to be that push towards B. right into Vance. It's a crossfire. Almost got that frag there onto RGL, but it was going to get traded no matter what. Big flash to come out, though.
Remaining.
And there you go. A third one would have been nice. Heat makes it out with 21 HP. But now MIBR moves into a bonus round with a Vandal.
Do they bring any more into the play, too? I wouldn't think so. We've seen the teams actually going light buys into these sometimes, even on their bonus, if the money's just right. Yeah, I love the play here. It's everybody, it's an all-in, right? Eco save, everybody goes all in, but the flash out of the smoke, sometimes you just need those little sets to be able to get your frags in and pick up a gun that will be able to help you win the round. MIBR looks like they want to get a push here onto A main. They're going to allow Heat to run and
Nova Pulse.
Victor forward.
So well done. The support system, do we have it behind Victor? And indeed they did.
Yes.
A fault line to a Nova Pulse, allowing Victor to get that first kill, forcing even early Nanoswarm out from FRZ on the top of B Heavens.
It was a night and day difference from even how the defense was able to react, right? When we saw that happening and they were going forward, it kind of just got shut down. Heat was taken out in mailroom, and there Victor had so much to work with to make sure that worked. Yeah, Heat's already coming around. Hasn't gotten the forward fight, so he's going to go for the backs now and hopes to pick up quite a few here. The turret looking right at him.
Maybe not as much, actually. It was still pointing towards the garage, so he gets this pick off onto Finesse. Or maybe too much tucked in there towards the staircase of Ramen. So it's a 4v4. Pain Shells to do damage onto Victor. Now players are pinned. Even Heat's falling all the way back towards the A site. Turret now gets the kill onto Victor, unfortunately, as we're trying to move forward and at least break that turret down.
30 seconds
Now NRG
left.
commits into the site. Storm clearing towards the back. A fake clear, and that allows RGL to move in and get two more with the Spectre. Crashy's trying to clutch it out. Breaking his legs, dropping down towards the B site to pick up the Spike. There's only 14 seconds left.
I got the spike.
Always being wary of a potential
10
flank,
seconds left.
but it's coming from B Heaven instead. And MIBR convert the bonus.
That's one of those unwavering rounds that I talked about when we started this match today from MIBR, that there will be times when they will not move. The utility makes them confident, their positioning makes them confident, and even if the entirety of NRG is walking into a site, everybody from MIBR stays. It's not the retake. There we see 3 members of MIBR holding strong in the site, playing an awesome crossfire, even though NRG was knocking at the door with multiple members. It's one of those kind of aggressive things I think the desk was talking about, where you just don't expect a lot from MIBR in terms of staying back, being able to play safe. Now, they're going to be in your face, but that one was pretty interesting. NRG could not cope with it.
Oh! Victor got a timing with it. Satchel's up, down to 31 HP. Support behind with the flash into Vents. But Maurice still makes it out. Looking to fight back towards Mail. Heat creeping up to support him on B Heavens, and unfortunately crashing. Just pops out of nowhere outside of the poison orb. Free kill. And Heat now clears out towards Mail, and that's gonna stop any type of pressure that NRG had at the beginning of this round.
They're going to be walking right into a Trailblazer. Possibly JZZ. No, that util's down now. This push from Artis is going to be even better if they can get B main at the right time.
Unfortunately, only has a Stinger. And with that, with the Nanosword combo, it works out. Only 2 players alive, but one's already inside the smoke. Marie's trying to get a timing. Smoke now dissipates.
Spike planted.
Catching Finesse, puts out the pick. The 2 players on the attack, though, upgraded it into weapons. No utility available, but there's actually still a star there. Moving up towards the ropes. Som is now on a 2 versus 1. Gets that first one as the pick gets pulled down. An opportunity for Som, who now gets lead and flicks across. Was getting peeked out there by Maurice, who unfortunately cannot get a clutch in the favor of NRG. And MIBR in the second half tie up the game 8-8.
MIBR is doing a great job of getting these frags outside the site. We see 2 already coming down in mid, dwindling the numbers of NRG and what they'll have for the post plant. So I think it's great by MIBR to really start getting a win condition early in the round, not giving NRG too much of this space. We've seen MIBR at A main quite a bit, pushing out Guiding Light to even get contact in the beginning. It looks like they're going to put a little pressure towards mid here too if Maurice decides to push all the way out and get a sight check onto mid. 5B for NRG. That's going to be an ult grab here, looking for Artis. Oh, they're ready to throw everything in the kitchen sink in Vansili.
Satchel's in right now, pushing forward on the Cosmic Divide. Looking for a plant for long. There's still a Rolling Thunder available too if you want to regain that space.
You should run.
2 ults used.
Lockdown done instead, which should now solidify and guarantee the plant, especially with the Trailblazer clearing out towards the B site.
3 ults used.
And Victor's behind it. RGL's just around the corner. So it's looking for potentially a flash play out from Crashies if he has a flash available soon, but it's going to be a walk-off instead. Rolling Thunder then, getting the shot in the back. Crashies then moves forward for that second kill. There's that flash that's available, falls back to safety until Moritz moves through, dropping from heaven to hell. The wallbang coming in, the stars down onto that spike. The tap forcing him away. And it might be our falls back for a save.
Ooh. But man, if they started getting the defuse on their Vansili, that was gonna feel weird. 4 ultimates and no secure, but that's not the case. 4 ults do secure the round. NRG making sure they can start getting some on something over MIBR there, because it could have looked real bad. MIBR was in, I think, in play to make that happen. The flash coming out didn't hit anybody because of the smokes, but just having the Astra Stars there. So many answers for NRG to keep it going and stop the defuse. So they knew what they were doing. Cost a lot, but they got that round. Cosmic Divide and Showstopper up. Heat really needs to catch on fire at some point soon. Activate this guy, because it looks like NRG have found a way to keep shutting him down. Quick hawk towards A. This is the first time we're really seeing NRG give a lot of love towards this side of the site, with their extremity watch being towards B. And that lurk's going to come in from Artis. Good gamble by MIBR, though.
And all those ults, yes, were used, as there's nothing to be used towards the B having control, but at least a flash to initiate a couple of these trades. A 4 versus 4. So now we calm down, fall back from it, and those ults that were used also allows here for, let's talk about that in a bit, actually.
Terminated.
Artis was still lurking towards mid, gets the headshot there onto Heat. And that dwindles down to defense. There's no map control now being done towards mid, so you see on that extremity, on that radar, RGL's now moving up to try to close that gap.
Just searching. Yeah, they're trying to get around everything. Gets into the site now. Nice util for delay here, Vansili. They're forced to wait. This could give the rotation now for RGL to come over.
Not affected by the flash behind screens, though. FRZ comes up. Spike is now down. As Saw moves in, was spraying through the smoke. Getting a 2, and of course, the last one that was hurt here by the alarm bot is now putting RGL into a 3 versus 1. Economy is very low for MIBR. So RGL is looking to capitalize on some mistakes that might be done here by NRG to maybe attempt to go for the defuse, but if not, it's a save, and indeed it's going to be a save. As you can definitely see it, NRG moving up now, 2 points ahead in this map. And I just wanted to point out all those ults that were used. Yes, it was a lot that was used by NRG on that previous round, but it's also to guarantee the economy to come into a strong gun round into here, and winning this one right now actually puts MIBR in a tough spot.
Yeah, you see their credits incredibly low. Looking at about 3,400 across the board. Maybe a drop here from RGL, so we'll see how MIBR decides to sort out that. If they can reach into the piggy bank here and get a few more guns out. Playing so well within the smokes that are actually thrown into the site. So just like, thank you very much. This is our extra cover. Heat not able to use that ultimate again. Last round down to the judge. We see a few buys. It's not actually going to be a buy from RGL. They keep that money sorted. But this A play, once again, NRG tested all the way up to ramp and then backed out before hitting again. I think they like what they're getting out of, NRG rather, is enjoying what they get out of MIBR in terms of util, in terms of who is actually playing towards a site before they make their decision. So it's becoming that much easier for them. Victor right up front. You see how quick Crashies gets there with him, Van Silly.
And Satchel's only broke one of the nano swarms, so that delays a little bit, but it doesn't matter. NRG still makes it inside the site. MIBR is already there, as you mentioned, Riv. Ready to rotate, ready to flood, and it's going to be Pain Shells to initiate. Victor, though, holds back the push initially from a ramp. A late lurk coming out from Artis as his teammates are slowly falling down from long-range battles. Finally, that lurk works out. Important kill coming up here. At least breaks the lockdown. Showstopper then coming out, misses.
It's down.
As Crashes is able to capitalize, punishing Heat. 2v2 indeed. FRZ
remaining.
can the clothesline, putting Crashes on a 1 versus 1. 35 HP left. FRZ only with the Sheriff. A tap onto the spike. Halfway now.
No.
Looking to stick it, and Crashes moves down. The headshot and a save for NRG to be up by 3.
A pros don't fake situation. Crashies feels it. Quick peek. Crashies does go down, though. I mean, in that instance, right? You ensure that Crashies is going down with you, but at this point, they have the money to rebuy. So, little things that are trying to be played here to tarnish that economy. And NRG, like you said, has already set them up in that sense. Chat enjoying these last few rounds. No timeouts needed to be called here. Because Crashy pumping up the crowd there. He sits on the edge, so that's a direct pump up to the crowd. Another Red Bull clutch. MIBR will call the timeout, though, to stall things now, as it is getting deadly close to the end of the game. We're on our 3rd map. There was a timeout, or sorry, overtime that was able to be pulled out on Pearl. We can't count out MIBR for that. NRG just seems to have these answers on the map, though, once they start. This lurk by Artis has been absolutely cutting a lot of MIBR's defenses apart that they want to use for the retake, and very, very big props to him for coming into this game playing so well.
Yeah, that's some great calls, too, by Finesse into the...
Absolutely.
You know, not only into the mid-round, but just into the mid-match. Identifying that push a few rounds ago, earlier on in the half by Heat. Then the push coming out from B main, and they're like, okay, well, if we're not adding any pressure onto any extremity, MIBR feels that. They're going to try to adapt and push into that space. So let's just keep Artis behind. It's been crucial for 2 of these rounds. But also Crashies on these clutches have also been a pivotal key.
Right.
Winning condition here to put NRG up at 11.
And it feels like NRG is just so fluid in the changes they make, whether it's role swaps, whether they go from week to week, changing the entirety of the composition. A lot of flex on this team that makes them so strong. And why people had a lot of high hopes for being a top team after seeing how they come together and play. Being challenged quite well here by MIBR. Victor gives pursuit into ropes.
So close there into the 3rd time. I mean, it worked the first time, and the other 2, they were just inches away. And Trailblazer clearing space, allowing Victor to move up. Potentially going head-to-head against Heat.
I've got your
Now stars are coming down, Seeker's out. Initiation and execution towards this B-side. Aftershock to even clear out towards Hell. Artis is just waiting for a peek that tries to get information, but the shots are going to be heard. RGL's at default, and RGL still gets the first with support from Heat just behind him.
They just stay in sight. They're waiting for the clear. Still going, though. NRG's in.
Victor answering back. Still only 1 player inside the site. It's RGL dancing away into A-main. Caught by Victor, but down to 13 HP, and also down to himself. With the spike on the tap. Nobody peeking out. 2 players up on Heaven as well. It's JZZ and FRZ. Victor looking out. And then that's a nice protocol there for MIBR. The double swing on the peak off the contact. And they hold a strong defense on this B site.
That's what I was talking about before. That's the unwavering defense. So sure of themselves to come up with this win and an unknown number of opponents running at them, right? They were able to decipher a bit about the round. But imagine if both members of MIBR go down there. It's almost a wash right there. NRG takes the round. But those plays where MIBR is so confident to play off their util, play with each other, can take teams by storm. And NRG was not prepared for 2 members to be right in their face clearing the site there.
You almost thought they did because the Seekers did come out on that execution.
Right, but you expect a team to back up, play a little bit safer. Okay, well, the Seekers scared them. They have to have moved. No. They actually hunkered down even more in the same position. But yeah, you're right, though. Right? Everything you expect to have happening, it isn't in that moment, which is why it's so weird.
Yeah, I remember VR definitely didn't want to swing out on trying to find a contact play, on trying to find a peek, and holding the close angles, supporting, making sure that they have that buddy system at least for trades, and they didn't even need to trade. It was just two guys anchoring towards that site and just dropping 3 players of NRG running in. So the timeout being called out by NRG, their last one as well onto this map, at least in regulation. A half buy comes in now onto the attack. As for MIBR, they're leading a lot of players towards the A site to start. NRG just looking to be explosive, orb control potentially on this B side.
Crashy's on a frenzy. They're dipping into the pockets here. You can see the credits for next round, so they'll be okay. But everything that NRG can put on the board here, this is a big round for them to be able to keep it tight on MIBR. A focus is for MIBR here, so NRG could easily get this plant in and set themselves up. Only delayed a little bit by the Viper's bite here.
Satchel's in, onto the top, misses the boxes, but still good. MIBR forfeited the site as Maurice gets sprayed a little bit through the Nebula. Pushing towards the spawn is the Boombot. Victor is just holding W.
They found Artis mid.
But we have a plant towards B main. Yes, it did find Artis towards mid, but it still has the opportunity to play the long range. MIBR, though, doesn't want to give that opportunity until Sam has something else to say. Trade it off eventually. As it's up to Crashies and Artis. The swing out at least for the kill. But as Crashies gets the frag, Artis is trying to come out for the support, and they both get picked off here by MIBR. But it turns out to be a pretty decent Strictly round for 3 kills and a plant. But MIBR once again is closing that gap in this series.
Deja vu, Vance. Are we going overtime again as we get here on to split? Absolutely incredible stuff here from MIBR to be able to keep taking rounds off of NRG, knowing that would be a lower buy round and they could be more confident on the take. And again, finding that flank by Artis so big on the Trailblazer this time. Nobody was lost as they rotated from site to site. And everybody actually stayed out of mid too. They rotated through spawn. So MIBR learning to take the safe route here if they haven't seen where Artis is on the map. And they're going to create a very unsafe route in mid. Viper's pick goes down immediately. So they're trying to put the pressure on NRG to start, Fansily.
And Victor's only 1 away from an orb. So they could pick this up and just open the B site to play the plant, and that just nullifies the pit. All 5 players are leading towards this B site. Even Sam is moving towards there too. And there's that showstopper now, ready and waiting. Faking the runaway. Cutting noise, looking for the re-hit potential.
All 5 are together. So this is a complete re-clear of the map. NRG has to move together. They don't want to use any util to take any of these first corners. That has to happen as soon as they get basically within range of heat. And they're going to cut noise until this happens.
JCZ also has Seekers. He's used a flash earlier on, but could actually initiate Seekers. If it pops something early for information, they could be ready for this hit.
Keep an eye on Victor, how far he'll go forward. Finesses, fault lines, what they're going to get.
30 seconds.
Great detection.
The flash and set to find out information, keeping the Seekers for the retake, but Satchel's misses. Still shoots it towards the air and lands it onto JZZ. So it cancels out the Seekers, but Heat then comes in. Satchel across. Victor, though, gets to pick up the RGL. As there's only 12 seconds left on the clock, the spike is actually down. We have to move in to pick it up, but there's only 1 player left. It's going to be Heat. 5 seconds left into this round, and we're at least going to get the plat down.
Standing.
Artis missing. A double swing coming across, and Victor puts NRG at map and series point.
Match point.
That is almost impossible to trade. The swing was there. The 1v1 almost wasn't even created, right? That was a 2v1 in all senses of the word in the speed that they were coming out. Slowed down there. You definitely saw the separation Victor was able to use between them. but instant reset of his aim to get the second shot and a huge play with the showstopper on the way in to deny the Seekers, Vansili. That was a hell of a round from Victor.
There was an opportunity right there with the spike being down out in the open. If those two players of MIBR were able to grab another kill, but it's Victor that had something else to say instead. And with map point, series point, it's a broken economy for MIBR in this round.
If ever a time for Heat to come online with a showstopper, it would be this round. The team's there behind him, Cosmic Divide as well, to defend whatever NRG brings to the table, and they go for mid again, Vansili.
Yeah. MIBR, though, went for 3 players pushing out towards B main, shutting down that spot, funneling NRG into the A site. With a minute left, NRG's just trying to play it cool. Alarm bot 2, just to try to identify some sort of push into the late round. As all of NRG looking to move over towards this B site. The first contact being RGL, and it's a grab, well, a flash, and a flash even coming out in the attack, and those nades are gonna hurt RGL. Satchel coming out, Artist gets the first blood.
30 seconds left.
And NRG smells that victory. Now pushing into the site. JZZ gets the kill with the frenzy. 22 seconds left, 2 players are inside there.
Wait a minute.
Swing wide to allow these kills to happen. The showstopper onto the spike. And JZZ gets 4 kills into the round. Somehow, with a low economy, MIBR are pushing it once again to the distance.
Keeping that site covered. Even with the frenzies up close, pushing in. What a flash onto Victor, shutting that down, in the teamwork here on the left side with Maurice. Absolutely incredible, bro, that they would stay in the site versus that. It's something else.
A frenzy's not supposed to be
No.
able to get that many kills
No.
when you're pressured.
When you're that confident, it does, Vansili. MIBR has that confidence in stride.
The round changes. Now NRG is broke. Victor trying to do a play. The initiation allow him to get up into the B heavens. And it's quick. It's a rolling thunder into the B side. An early lockdown as well. Just to get a plant in. Because we have the lower buy, we have to play inside the site potentially here for NRG. We're late to move into the site. Crashy still has to cross over, and thankfully nobody from MIBR is there. So the plant comes in. It's gonna be safe. A push towards spawn, and Victor gets the first blood down at low HP. JCZ looking to fight back. Seekers to come out too, onto the attack after grabbing the orb, after grabbing the spike.
Maurice
makes it a 4 versus 4. It is gonna get chaotic right here in the spawn, and it's still Victor. We have 3 players low on HP indeed. Victor still gets another one. Finesse with the frenzy. But we might go into overtime right here. Victor picks up a Vandal.
Again, though?
A drop in, the shot, Marin's waiting for it. And for a second time in this series, we are going the distance.
MIBR, when they're down
Switching
4 or
sides.
5 rounds, see
Overtime.
exactly what needs to happen to bring those rounds back. Whether it's going to be on the econ round and they need to go for the throat and bring that reset to their opponent. So many things that they're able to control at once when it comes time. But you have to ask, why isn't that coming out earlier? Why can't they find this earlier? I mean, you got to give credit to that sense in NRG for being able to shut down a lot of what MIBR wanted to do. But Vansili, every time we get to MIBR's attack round, they absolutely give you the rounds that they need.
Oh yeah. Both teams so far. It's been scrappy for both of these teams on the attack side in the last 2 maps. But it's a trick. I'm here for it.
Oh yeah. Fault line quick to deny any play towards B. And NRG is going to post up around wherever Victor's operator goes. Look at Crashies, just on a tether, right? Just for a moment as they decide where to go. It's a hit towards B.
Heat misses the boxes. Gets punished right away by Finesse, who gets a flash. JZZ turns away from it, so it's immediately traded off. Saw him playing towards the back of the site behind the Nebula. Support coming out from Victor as well. And it's a 1-for-1. Offshot misses. One of the rare misses of Victor on the operator in a crucial time in overtime against MIBR, allowing the attack to get the plant in. Artis then drops in, caught off angle by GZZ once again, who activates the Seekers, goes in for the kill, cannot get it. The trade attempt not working out, chased by the Seekers. And MIBR take the lead now in the game.
I think one of the things we have to recognize, we already have, but in comparison is if MIBR don't have Heat, they still have JZZ, and you actually see that both of these members are towards the bottom of the kill list for MIBR. It doesn't matter, it's the impact in the frags that they're having when they show up. Sure, it could happen earlier, they could have more ults, but Heat, or JZZ rather, has just been an absolute powerhouse throughout this series for MIBR, and you cannot count that out. Big in the last few rounds to find this overtime and overtime win. And now we get a timeout from NRG, Vansili. So much to go into this next round for their attack. They've been pretty aggressive towards the B site. They really haven't been able to figure out what goes on too much today. Victor has taken the B main, or B mail room, with great control from Finesse and the rest of the team. So I think we may see some type of play as such as MIBR go to set up that defense. And we'll watch how they rotate too. Does anybody go through mid? How much are they looking for Artis on that flank that can completely flip the round on its head?
And definitely looking at this, of course, apologies, it wasn't like two good attack halves there from both teams. It was actually NRG doing much better on the defense on this map of split. And now seeing that MIBR was able to capitalize on a round on their attack, and now playing their stronger side on defense, at least with this comp. It's going to be a tough one here for NRG. Backs against the wall. NRG once again looking to bring this into extra innings. And it's a default now for the players. As Guided Light coming out from both ends into the A ramp and outside towards the attacker spawn. NRG rotating over to support Victor once again for the scale up on mid.
Spike here on Finesse. Guiding Light, fault line through maybe. They can catch Heat here for a moment. They don't have enough confirmation to make it happen. Super calm from both teams. Trailblazer's going to be the first thing that goes out, and not even a lead on that, right? Instant denial, instant delay coming from MIBR. So I think everybody on both teams can tell there's kind of a default line going. What's being sent out is being matched right now.
The thing is, though, is the utility on the attack is still available now for NRG as they're pushing through. Maurice was able to drop the duelist, the entry of Victor, but Crash, who's already out there. You mentioned it before, a tether always behind the support, got the kill right away.
The solo overtime plays. Marie's feeling good on that one. IGL down now for MIBR as NRG starting to tempt that A site.
And we're wide on the crossfire setup inside A for MIBR. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Still go back.
We are actually going back towards the B site. Pushing across, the satchel's already being used. Now it's a race towards the B. Heavens! And Crashies and Finesse give the players advantage, at least into the site. And there's also enough time to plant for long.
Vansili, this feels like NRG running an MIBR Pearl strat against them. One site to the next, they rush it, and now it's up to two members, FRZ and JZZ, to keep this game in their favor to get that W, or NRG brings us to another overtime.
And you'd be scared right now because it's JZZ. That's still alive for MIBR. A late lurk coming up towards Heavens. Artis wins it. There's that fault line to come out. As they heard now, JZZ has a flash activated close range. Now spotted on the top by Artis at towards Hell. And Song jumps across with the shorty.
What else?
And we are definitely going into extra innings.
Switching sides. Overtime.
This is a series right here. NRG MIBR. Again, coming in, NRG, definitely. Even on the rankings. On Sideshow's rank list, man. NRG was up there. MIBR maybe creeping up, or is NRG creeping down? Who knows? Yeah. Both teams out just butting heads perfectly right now. This is the Valorant you'd love to see.
One thing that he's right, though, is that it is definitely a stacked region from this so far.
Everybody making each other better. That's what you want to see. Up towards A ramp, and we get a big activation on Heat here. but no ground is gained in terms of agent kills. Just a bit
Travelers are
info.
out. So they know that Crashes is close, trying to get the wall bang on the kill. But all of this for MIBR is just to act for a little bit of presence towards the A main. Still a default. There's still lurkers happening across the map. And it's FRZ creeping up here towards male. RGL winning towards B main, and all of MIBR moving towards this B site.
Finesse. Oh, this is creepy.
It'll clear it. Easy kill. Transferring on to the second one. The spike is down. Ooh, but Heat answers back, and even FRZ gets two. Back into an opportunity for MIBR to close in into the round on the attack. FRZ moving in for a plant, and the plant will also allow a lockdown to happen. So there's the plant, there's the lockdown, and here is NRG. Pressure to fight back. And it's denied once again as MIBR find the lead one more time.
MIBR so strong on these rounds. Confident in what they're doing. Not strong. Both teams are playing strong, but confident, right? Quickly, Heat up towards the top side of A when they're going aggressive. Starting to make people think, well, okay, if Heat's activated on the play, MIBR must be following, but that is not the case. It was towards the other side of the map. It was just to distract. The misdirection play right now is so cool. Even with Finesse coming up with big kills like that, MIBR able to get the post plant and the lockdown. There's FRZ on your screen making those final frags. And it looks like a ramp attempt will start off most of our overtime rounds here, as there's no mid play to come through just yet. Dan's, are they gonna dip right into sight here? They're choosing the Killjoy utility spot.
Oh, we slipped through. Victor slipped through. Got the pick there onto FRZ. As now Maurice is under heavy attack. Sprayed through, then killed by Som. Instantly, NRG moves into the A site. And they get a 5-player post plant.
Need that back.
That was well orchestrated. We usually don't see NRG just activating like that. A lot more goes into sussing out what's the utility, what's the agents. Confidence behind players there as they all go in together. Ooh, this retake. A little bit of util to be used. It's not clicking just yet, but this is gonna have to be MIBR dropping in soon.
They're not dropping in, they're dropping down.
Just dropping out.
RGL still had a couple of stars, but now with that Nebula coming out from Som, that is not gonna make it easy for RGL at all. NRG ties it up one more time.
You get another round of OT. You get another round of OT. We are going the distance again. Operator for Victor. See where we decide to put this. Looks like it's going to be that fast peak mid. This is where he was able to click onto Heat almost right away. Crowd's loving it. Crowd wants to see some shots come through. I think they're going to need it at this point. The tank is drained. The players need it all. And we're going to see if this solo peak can come in through mid here. Not even going to get the guiding light to start.
Avoiding the flash first, trying to walk in. It's a recall now. Victor in position. Turret spots him though. He still wants to hold it down. Ooh, the spoon. Ooh, the ping for the spray. A good read there for MIBR as the glass cannon just shatters.
That's an incredible way to be able to take out the biggest player on the opposing team in the second round of overtime. To spam through the wall. There's outright knowledge of what the position could be through that ping, like you called, Van Silly. They are working towards this gamble of the Killjoy utility, however it be. They got their work cut out for them on the side of MIBR, and Finesse is just ready to deliver a fault line. Great peeks here from Artis, just trying to tempt in what might be coming.
Trying to bait him in. But MIBR is falling back
40
now.
seconds.
We do have a forward positioning, a forward push from Moritz here, behind his wall. The flash then comes across. And as they drop inside vents,
no.
An opportunity for Crashies.
Nothing!
Denied.
30 seconds left.
Into the smoke. Som getting caught off the rotate. Maurice off that lurk. An easy one for the kill. And it's now time for MIBR's chance to get a 5-player alive after the post plant.
One enemy remaining.
Artis.
Last man standing. And it's going to be so difficult here as this agent with nothing to get information early. So only the footsteps to try to bait out their opponents to try to get the kills, but it's not gonna happen.
I'm at BR.
Switching sides. Match point.
Defensive side now. They're not going to try anything tricky with the purchases. No operator as well to come out. And I think the trickiest thing, besides the coming out or not, is the fact that MIBR is going 100 miles an hour on these rounds and then negative miles an hour on some of these rounds. Like 40 seconds in your thought was still to be rotating, giving a bit of an idea towards the B defenders that could be the hit.
Yeah.
But no, it's Maurice on late lurk. The thing we've known Maurice to be playing against and for in all of these games. And he just helps capitalize on the round.
But that's not their game plan here on the defense. Of course,
No.
seeing no operator, because you do need heat on that Vandal off whatever JZZ's using. Keeping JZZ alive is actually a key component right now to MIBR's playstyle of flooding back on a retakes.
It's the initiator, right? They don't have a double. They need that utility. If you can keep it safe and sound for the most of these rounds, then that means your retake is going to be that much more effective, right? NRG's working with that double initiator, so it becomes a little harder. But like the desk said, delay for MIBR. Can they put up these walls? Can they lock out the angles that NRG actually wants to see when they hit the sites with this double controller composition? 3-2 split across the map for NRG to play this one out. Looks like they actually might consider the reswitch and how this plays out. So the double initiator is going to play on the same side. Oh, they just go through mid. I got it.
Yeah, it's Som playing the lurk. Has a star already for the cross. Letting himself getting known by the guided light being thrown here by JZZ just to keep at least that key player anchored for a little bit longer towards that A site. And yes, back into the mid control for NRG. Heat playing inside the Nebula. 1 star in the defense on the top of the staircase. But it's not used for any gravity well. It's just to time it out after the poison orb comes down. Placed here by Maurice.
And NRG is expecting a huge push. Still watching the backside of sewers since they don't have that positioning right now from anybody on the team. So yeah, they're ready for MIBR to make a move, but still NRG has in mind what they want to do to win this round. It looks like they are going to tempt B here, at least with the guiding light, and see if mid actually allows them to pull back and go somewhere else here.
Snakebite down. So at least for NRG, they know that the Viper rotated across, so
Yeah.
Artis is looking for the lurk on the top of the pick. Satchel's in now, could be a fake. Oh, the flash, not good enough. It's mistimed, and that forces now NRG to fall. Only 1 more to go, that's not gonna happen, just on camera. Heat gets the last kill, and MIBR get the upset against NRG.
Incredibly happy to get that one, Maurice, on your screen. The multiple fist pumps. Heat. Everybody on the quick embrace, knowing that they could win it. And that last round was a choice by NRG to change up how they were going to hit the site. I think that's the first time we had a 3-hit 2 lurk.
Yeah.
And with having the 3 in the site, it was not bolstered enough to deny that unwavering defense that MIBR will sit there like their shoes are tied together and never leave the site, despite the utility that's coming in. Perseverance pays off. Everybody playing to their role here and being able to adjust to NRG, changing roles from map to map.
Yeah. A very costly mistake, as you could see the highlights running through, but that last round,
Yeah.
if that flash was only a split second earlier, just to allow Victor to get into the back of that B site,
Yeah.
it could have been potentially a different story because he's been a key player entering the sites, executing with the rest of NRG. But let's just turn the page. Let's change the storyline to how here MIBR once again showing grit, fighting back, and even bringing this into overtime and winning it in overtime. A team where at the desk we started off this matchup and it's like we're guaranteed to see a 3-map series coming out of this Brazilian team. But did we actually expect a victory coming out of this one? Did we actually expect these last 2 maps to be so close between these 2 teams? I personally didn't think so.
I think the answer is no. And you know, we got another answer too. Well, we do see big fraggers. We'll call out every member on the side of MIBR. We know that MIBR can win a game without just activating heat. Very much so now. This took the entire team. FRZ with a lot of the flanks, JZZ with a lot of the multi-kills, and Maurice as well calling the shots so they could get the win. Fist bumps in the mid. MIBR feeling very, very good here at the start of the split, and honestly, not even worried about expectations that anybody had about them. They are plowing forward and showing us how it's done.
But when you look at this, JZZ and Heat, 2 players are usually activated. Talked about it at the desk, and even Sideshow mentioning Heat had a brutal first half. On split.
Just shut down.
Even JZZ, he's even at the bottom of everything else in terms of their fragging capabilities out of MIBR. It's another unsung hero that came out. It's FRZ, it's RGL, the anchor plays from both of these players. The support that they're able to bring on the attack to allow MIBR to win this has been impeccable. MIBR, man, they're definitely here to play. They're not a team that should be ranked down to the lower side of the power rankings here in the VCT Americas.
All right, well, we're going to be taking a quick break. We've still got the Verizon post-match interview to go. The desk is going to break all that down. There's more, so don't go anywhere.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-match interview where MIBR are coming hot off of an upset of NRG. I'm saying by the JZZ and Mateos as well. And I've got to ask you guys right off the bat. I mean, you're taking down NRG. You're challenging the best that Americas has to offer. Did you expect this outcome? Be honest, heading into the series. Did you guys think you two won them like the way you did?
Então, vocês enfrentaram o NRG, que é um dos melhores aqui nessa equipe toda, né? Você meio que esperou essa vitória. Como é que você está se sentindo?
Eu tô muito feliz. A gente sabia sim que ia ser um jogo muito difícil e como foi, mas a gente estava muito confiante com os treinos, com toda a nossa evolução e deu tudo certo, graças a Deus.
I'm super happy about it. You know, they're a very hard team to compete, and we were training quite a bit. And despite all the nervousness and the anxiety, we still took it home.
You can tell there was a lot of confidence, not just in this interview so far, but even in the way that you guys played against them. You mentioned the preparation. Can you tell me a little bit about what that preparation was like against NRG this week?
Então, vocês sentiram muita emoção e me fala um pouquinho sobre a preparação e o treino que vocês fizeram para chegar nesse momento aqui.
A gente fez a mesma preparação contra o jogo da Loud, contra o jogo da Cru, e a gente sabia que a gente estava no caminho certo. Então a gente só manteve o foco, evoluímos com os jogos que perdemos e com o jogo que ganhamos. E acabou dando muito bem, muito confiante a gente estava e deu tudo certo.
Yeah, we were doing the same preparation that we had against Loud and with Crew, and we just kept the focus. And even though we lost some during our training, that just helped us become better, and it led us to this moment.
Led them to a 2-1 win. Now, I want to ask you about overtime in particular. You guys go OT against NRG twice. Can you tell me a little bit about the comms in those moments? Was it calm, cool, and collected? Was there a lot of energy? Tell me a little bit about that.
Então, vocês foram no overtime 2 vezes com o NRG, né? Como é que foi a comunicação de vocês, do time, quando vocês chegaram nesse momento?
Pra falar a verdade, a gente estava muito calmo. Eu gostei muito da comunicação do time. A gente estava muito bem mesmo. E deu tudo certo. A gente manteve a calma, que é o mais importante, porque overtime é emoção, muita emoção. E a gente conseguiu manter a calma e deu tudo certo.
To be honest with you, we were quite calm, which kind of surprised us. You know, we just kept focus in our minds, and calm is the word that comes to mind.
Unreal. Last question that I have for you. Brazil is now 6-1 against the field. Is VCT Americas Brazil's? Does it belong to Brazil? Is that what we're seeing? Is this a full Brazilian takeover?
Então, os times brasileiros estão ganhando, né? 6-1. O que você está pensando? Que a VCT Américas é do Brasil para levar as vitórias?
Acredito que os brasileiros estão muito fortes. Os 3 times que estão aqui são times muito bons e a gente veio surpreender. A gente sabia que a Loud é um time muito bom e a Fúria está surpreendendo, como a gente também está surpreendendo muito. E vamos manter esse foco e tentar, né, buscar essas vaguinhas pro Brasil. Vamos que vamos.
Yeah, we know we have like 3 amazing teams out here. You know, we knew that Loud was already amazing. They won last year. Furia has been taking it home, and now we're doing it. So this is very exciting for us. It's a great time for us Brazilians.
I like how you skirted away from the question. You wouldn't give me a clear yes or no. Congratulations on the win. Let's throw it back to Dash at the desk to break down the day.
Thank you so much, Doug. Now, he may have avoided saying it, but I'll go ahead and say it. Right now, this is Brazil's league. What a series. It goes 2-1 the way of MIBR. We get 2 maps going into overtime, triple overtime at that, but they pull it out in the last possible moment there on Split to take the series.
I mean, that's just a bonkers game. Every part of that, the OTs that were happening, map 1 coming out, the Icebox kind of strategy that they had to even begin with, and JZZ just woke up. He just at some point...
No business doing what he did in this round.
He was no business before this.
This was literally a momentum shift for this team. I mean, you literally were sitting there right next to me saying, like, JZZ hasn't been fragging out as much as he has. And then he turned around and did this. And I think that round was literally where the tides turned for MIBR to kind of get that momentum to shift and push them out into that overtime.
Brother, how are you losing when you've got twice the amount of first kills as your opponent? It definitely felt like NRG's map that they threw away. And I'm not saying that was because NRG made a lot of mistakes, but at the same time, like, they were in control of that game. And I feel like they were in control of the map before as well. And then that ended up going to OT. But it is so difficult to put this MIBR team away. They're so scrappy. They fight every round. They're dangerous on the ecos. They've just always got something going on.
Well, I, to some degree, want to continue the conversation that Doug sort of started or rehashed there in talking about, whose league is this? And at the beginning of the day, Doug and Sideshow here were going through power rankings, comparing the two brain cells, collective brain cells of Bren and Mimi to what you could do.
One brain cell.
To the one brain cell over here. And basically, I just want to throw it back over to you, Sideshow. I've pre-populated a few that I figure wouldn't change just based on the fact that they didn't play today. But I want to know, what's your one brain cell thinking about your own power rankings in week 3?
My one brain cell can't even figure out what it's thinking at this point. I mean, Crew played MIBR extremely closely. If MIBR are actually up here compeing with NRG, then no, I don't even want to put these
Gavin,
anywhere.
You gotta.
I don't even want to put them anywhere.
I'm not letting you go home until you put them on the screen.
MIBR beat NRG, so you have to rank them above, don't you?
You
but also,
have to.
NRG have done so much more in the past. Dude, I hate it.
Well, actually,
He's
you
a
say that,
curse.
and look what happened here, and you still refuse to, right?
Well, then, how about this?
If you need a permission structure to
that's
do
so
it,
wrong.
do it. It does
That's
feel
so
wrong.
wrong.
Oh, I didn't grab an NRG. Hold on.
I mean, surely you have to put them here, and
Here you go.
surely you have to put NRG there as well.
Okay.
Are you
But
saying that
to be honest,
NA is just...
this was so close, though. This was such a close game. It could have gone the other way.
Okay.
And you could feasibly put NRG above them for how well they played previously. But, I mean, listen.
All right, what about the remaining 3? Because let's not forget the first series of the day today. All right, Cloud9 taking the win over 100 Thieves.
This team, I mean, I got bamboozled by a win over EG. EG are giving me some fraudulent data to work with. So, I don't know. 100 Thieves look like they're at the bottom of the middle of the pack.
Oh, that's quite a slide.
Well, because it's not so much of a slide, because they were neck and neck with Sentinels anyway. But the fact that I had them the other way around.
You say that, but here's the thing. These things get screenshotted and put out into the Twitter sphere, and nobody knows whether or not you're grouping these teams close together.
But they're all wrong.
Yeah, right?
It's all wrong.
All right, make the final call here. Sentinels versus Cloud9. Does Cloud9 usurp Sentinels, and Sentinels didn't even get a chance to play this week?
I think so. I mean,
Okay, bro,
I
put
think
it
the
on, man.
Cloud9 ended up
Lock it in,
demonstrating- This
screenshot
is
that.
awful.
Go
This
ahead
is
and
awful.
flame the crap. What do you want to give out your Twitter
That's
handle
what
so
you
people
did.
can flame you?
Yeah, it's at Brencast.
There it is, at Brencast. Check that out. And be sure to let us know your opinions online as to how you think things should be power ranked here in week 3.5. That's going to about close it out, though, for our first day of week 3. I want to thank Athena for joining us. She'll be with us all week long to break down all of the action. But let's take a look at the standings, because who cares about power rankings?
Yeah, exactly.
We care where the teams actually stand. It is still Loud and Furia undefeated at the top of the table, but they have yet to play here in week 3. Those 1-1 teams is really where we're putting a lot of our focus, and we had 2 of those matchups today, and so you can start to see a little bit of separation. Cloud9 and MIBR now holding a tie for 3rd place, whereas NRG and 100 Thieves fall down to 7th currently.
MIBR getting the win today actually is even worse for 100 Thieves and their chances, because all of their competition is outpacing them here, and they don't have that many free wins to go for.
Yeah, I mean, we were even talking about earlier how week 3 is kind of where they kind of show their foundation and show where they are as a team. And so if this is what they're showing us, does that mean, do they have a chance in the future?
2 more 1-on-1 teams playing tomorrow as well. Leviathan against Sentinels. I would expect that to go Leviathan's way, but today's been a day of upset results.
Yeah, definitely. And then pressure's on for the second matchup of the day. That's our winless teams there, Crew and EG, that will go up second tomorrow. And so once again, looking to define themselves here in week number 3. That's going to about do it for us here. So we're going to power down the studio, go get some rest. You should do the same. We'll catch you back here, same time, same place. Thank you so much for watching. Here's your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. We're set. So let's go ahead and get Saturday started off right. 4 teams will take to the stage today. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. The battle of 1-1 teams here in week 3. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. VCT Americas starts right now.
Look at Jake in a position to make a huge play, and that's a spike. Well, out of reach of the remaining members of 100 Thieves, as Jake gets a second to third, is teed up and dropped. The guy continues to answer the call.
Every round, listen, let's not get eagled.
The triple pump fake is taking place. Cryo, the only one with ball. You can't imagine he uses it here as Elsis is able to spam through the utility, through the smoke, to another kill, and it's clean from Cloud9.
Let's go, Jill. Let's go, baby. Nice smoke, Jill.
Derek is already falling. Jake's being so pesky, and he gets 2 clean shots out from him. The Cloud9 once again find themselves up 1-0 in the series. Derek playing spoiler a little bit. On to Leaf, he gets a second onto Jake too. Oh dear! Right. All good. And there's no go. There's nothing to really send Cryo out. Now a Leaf comes through. Leaf gets the third anyway. But baby. Flank, yeah, that paranoia's gonna hit a couple. They've been able to mow them down. Stellar gets forward. Stellar gets the ace with one bullet. Celsius wins it out anyway. 2 remain, now 1 for 100 Thieves as he falls. Underdogs no longer. Cloud9 take down 100 Thieves.
We're all set for our second match of the day. It's time for us to welcome NRG and MIBR to the stage here at the Riot Games Arena.
Stop on a high-low. Keep it inexpensive for NRG. Saw him is dancing the way through on a 2v1 clutch. Now gets pinged. Has to dance and play behind the wall. Struckers are coming in. Oh! The shorty for the 2 kills! And the Red Bull clutch had tied the first half 6-6. The lurk then coming across, unfortunately, FNS. A second time that he comes in with a knife out, gets picked off. And MIBR will eventually get the first map here, 13-10 over NRG. Crashy is making it a 1 versus 1. It's Crashy's instead with the Red Bull clutch. Heat dashing forward. The pit then comes back down. And it's NRG across the board. Artis comes back to fight with the rest of NRG. And we are going to a third map. Staying in the back. Spike of the radius.
Spike's up top.
Of the Ulti gets 3 kills into the round. And as JZZ continue to work in, wow, we are answering right back. A double swing coming across, and Victor puts NRG at map and series point. 2 players are inside there.
Wait a minute.
The swing wide.
4v3.
For all these kills to happen, the showstopper onto the spike. And JZZ gets 4 kills into the round. And MIBR get the upset against NRG.